Borrhomeo the Astrologer by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Borrhomeo the Astrologer, A Monkish Tale by J. Sheridan Le Fanu. At the period of the famous plague of Milan in 1630, a frenzy of superstition seized upon the population high and low. Old prophecies of a diabolical visitation reserved for their city in that particular year of grace prepared the way for this wild panic of the imagination. When the plague broke out, terror seems to have acted to a degree scarcely paralleled upon the fancy or the credulity of the people. Excitement in very many cases produced absolutely the hallucinations of madness. Persons deposed in the most solemn and consistent terms to have themselves witnessed diabolical processions, spoken with an awful impersonation of Satan, and been solicited amidst scenes and personages altogether supernatural to lend their human agency to the nefarious designs of the fiend by consenting to disseminate by certain prescribed means the virus of the pestilence. Some of the stories related of persons possessed by these awful fancies are in print, and by no means destitute of a certain original and romantic horror. That which I am about to tell, however, has, I believe, never been printed. At all events, I saw it only in manuscripts, sewed up in vellum with a psaltery and a half-dozen lives of saints, in the library of the old Dominican monastery which stands about 2 leagues to the northeast of the city. With your permission, I am about to give you the best translation I was able to make of this short but odd story, of the truth of which, judging from the company in which I found it, the honest monks entertained no sort of doubt. You are to remember that all sorts of tales of wonder were at that time flying about and believed in Milan, and that many of these were authenticated in such a way as to leave no doubt as to the bona fides of those who believed themselves to have been eyewitnesses of what they told. Monks and country padres, of course, believed, but so did men who stood highest in the church, and who, unless fame belied them, believed little else. In the year of our Lord, 1630, when Satan, by divine permission appearing among us in person, afflicted our beautiful city of Milan with a pestilence unheard of in its severity, there lived in the Strada Piana, which has lately been pulled down, an astrologer calling himself Borromeo. Some say he came from Perugia, others from Venice, I know not. He it was who first predicted in the year of our Lord 1628, by means of his art, that the pale comet which then appeared would speedily be followed not by war or by famine, but by pestilence, which accordingly came to pass. Beside his skill in astrology, which was wonderful, he was profoundly versed in alchemy. He was a man great in stature and strong, though old in years, and with a most reverent beard. But though seemingly austere in his life, it is said that he was given up in secret to enormous wickedness, having shut himself up in his house for more than a month, with his furnace and crucibles. Truly he had made repeated and near approaches to the grand arcanum. He had arrived, as he supposed, at the moment of projection. He collects the powder and tries it on molten lead. It was a failure. He was too wise to be angry. The long pursuit of his art had taught him patience. But while he is pondering in a profound and gloomy reverie, a retort, which he has forgotten in the furnace, explodes. He sees in the smoke a pale young man, dressed in mourning, with black hair, and viewing him with a sad and reproachful countenance. Borromeo, who lived among chimeras, is not utterly overcome, as another man might be, and confronts him, amazed, indeed, but not terrified. The stranger shook his head like a holy young confessor, who hears an evil shrift, and says he, rather sternly, "Borromeo, Borromeo, beware of covetousness, which is idolatry. On this sordid pursuit which you call a science, have you wasted your days on earth and your peace hereafter?" "Young man," says the alchemist, too much struck by the manner and reproof of the stranger to ask himself how he came there, "wealth is power, to do good as well as evil. To seek it is, therefore, an ambition as honorable as any other." "We both know why you seek it, and how you would employ it," answers the young man gravely. The old man's face flushed with anger at this rebuke. and he looked down frowningly to the table whereon lay the book of his spells. But he bethought him this must be a good spirit, and he was abashed. Nevertheless, he roused his courage and shook his white mane back, and was on the point of answering sternly, when the young man said with a melancholy smile, "Besides, you will never discover the grand arcanum, the elixir vitae, or the philosopher's stone." His words, which were as soft as snowflakes, fell like an iron mace upon the heart of the seer. "Perhaps not," said the astrologer frigidly. "Not perhaps," said the stranger. "At all events, young man, for as such you appear, and I know what spirits seek who take that shape. The science has its charms for me, and when the pleasures of the young are as harmless as the amusements of the aged, I'll hear you question mine." "You know not what spirit you are of. As for me, I'm contrite and humble. Well I may," says the stranger faintly with a sigh. "Besides, what you have pursued in vain and will never by your own researches find, I have discovered." "What? Yes, the tincture that can prolong life to virtual immortality, and the dust that can change that lead into gold. But I care for neither." "Why, young man, if this be true," said Borrhomeo in a rapture of wonder, "you stand before me an angel of wisdom, in power and immortality like a god." "No," says the stranger, "a long-lived fellow with a long purse, that's all." "All? Everything?" cries the old man. Will you? "Yes, sir, you shall see," says the young man in black. "Give me that crucible. It is all a matter of proportions. Water, clay, and air are the material of all the vegetable world. The flowers and forests, the wines and the fruits. The seed is both the laboratory and the chemist, and knows how, with the sun's help, to apportion and combine." While he said this with the abstracted manner of one whose mind is mazed in a double reverie, while his hands work out some familiar problem, he tumbled over the alchemist's papers, and unstopped and stopped his bottles of crystals, precipitates, and elixirs, taking a little from this and a little from that, and throwing all into a small gold cup that stood on the table. But, like a juggler, he moved those bottles so deftly that the quick eyes and retentive soul of the old man vainly sought to catch or keep the order of the process. When he had done, there was hardly a thimbleful. "Is that it?" whispered the old man, twinkling with greedy eyes. "No," said the stranger, with a sly smile. "There is one very simple ingredient which you have forgotten." He took a large, flat, oval gold box, with some hair set under a crystal in the lid of it, and, looking at it for a moment, he seemed to sigh. He tapped it like a snuff-box. There was within it a powder like vermilion, and on the inside of the lid, in the center, was the small enamel portrait of a beautiful but sinister female face. The features were so very beautiful, and the expression so strangely blended with horror, that it fixed the gaze of the old man for a moment, and, was it illusion? He thought he saw the face steadily dilating, as if it would gradually fill the lid of the box, and even expand to human dimensions. "Yes," said the stranger, as having taken some of the red powder, he shut the cover down again with a snap. "She was beautiful, and her lineaments are still clear and bright. Nothing like darkness to keep them from fading, and so the poor little miniature is again in prison." Then he dropped the box back into his pocket. Then he took 2 iron ladles, and heating in the one his powder to a white heat, and bidding the alchemist melt a pellet of lead in the other, and pour it into the ladle which held the powder, there arose a beautiful purple fire in the bottom of it, with an intense fringe of green and yellow, and when it subsided there was a little nut of gold there of the bigness of the leaden pellet. The fiery eyes of the alchemist almost leaped from their sockets into the iron cup, and he could have clasped his marvelous visitor round the knees and worshipped him. "And now," says the stranger very gently and earnestly, "in return for satisfying your curiosity, I ask only your solemn promise to prosecute this dread science no more." "You'll not give it. Take then my warning, and remember, the wages of this knowledge is sorrow." "But won't you tell me how to commute, and you have not produced the elixir?" the old man cried. "'Tis folly, and, as I've told you, worse, a snare," answered the young man, sighing heavily. "I came not to satisfy, but to rebuke your dangerous, though fruitless frenzy. Besides, I hear my friend still pacing the street. Hark, he taps at the window." Then came a sharp rattle, as of a cane tapping angrily on the window. The young man bowed, smiling sadly, and somehow got himself away, though without hurry, yet so quickly that the old man could not reach the door till after it had closed and he was gone. "Oaf that I am!" cried the astrologer, losing patience and stamping on the ground. "How have I let him go? He hesitated. He would have yielded. His scruples, benevolent perhaps, I could have quieted. And yet in the very crisis I was tongue-tied and motionless, and let him go." He pushed open the little window from which he observed the street, and thought he saw the stranger walking round the corner, conversing with a little hunchback in a red cloak, and followed by an ugly dog. At sight of the great white head and beard and the fierce features of the alchemist, bleared and tanned in the smoke of his furnace, people stopped and looked. So he withdrew, and in haste got himself ready for the street, waiting for no refreshment, though he had fasted long, for he had the strength as well as the stature of a giant, and forth he went. By this time the twilight had passed into night. He had his mantle about him, and his rapier and dagger, for the streets were dangerous, and a feather in his cap, and his white beard hidden behind the fold of his cloak. So he might have passed for a tall soldier of the guard. The pestilence kept people much within doors, and the streets more solitary than was customary. He had walked through the town 2 hours and more before he met with anything to speak of. Then, lo, on a sudden, near the fountain of the Lion, it being then moonlight, he discovers in a solitude the figure of his visitor, standing with the hunchback and the dog, which he knew by its ungainly bones, and its carrying its huge head so near the ground. So he shouts along the silent street, "Stay a moment, signor!" and he mends his pace. But they were parting company there, it seemed, and away went the deformed with his unsightly beast at his heels, and this way came the youth in black. So, standing full in his way, and doffing his cap, and throwing back his cloak that his snowy beard and head might appear, and the stranger recognized him when he drew nigh, he cried, "Borrhomeo implores thee to take pity on his ignorance." "What? Still mad?" said the young man. "This man will waste the small remnant of his years in godless search after gold and immortality. Better he should know all and feel their vanity." "Better 1,000 times!" cried the old man in ecstasy. "There is in this city, signor, at this time, in great secrecy, the master who taught me," says the youth, "the master of all alchemists. Many centuries since he found out the elixir vitae. From him I've learned the few secrets that I know, and without his leave I dare not impart them. If you desire it, I will bring you before him, but once in his presence you cannot recede, and his conditions you must accept." All with my whole heart, but some reasonable pleasures." "With your pleasures he will not interfere. He cannot change your heart," said the young man, with one of his heavy sighs. "But you know what gold is and what the elixir is, and power and immortality are not to be had for nothing." "Lead on, signor, I'm ready," cries the old man, whose face flushed, and his eyes burned with the fires of an evil rapture. "Take my hand," said the young man, more stern and pale than he had yet appeared. So he did, and his conductor seized it with a cold gripe, and they walked swiftly on. Now he led him through several streets, and on their way Borrhomeo passes his notary, and lingering a moment asks him whether he has a bond, signed by a certain merchant with whom he had contracted for a loan. The notary, who was talking to another, says suddenly to that other, "Perbacco, I've just called to mind a matter that must be looked after for Signor Borromeo." And he called him a nickname which incensed the astrologer, who struck him a lusty box upon the ear. "There's a humming in my ear tonight," said the notary, going into his house. "I hope it is no sign of the plague." So on they walked side by side till they reached the shop of a vintner of no good repute. It was well known to Borromeo, a house of evil resort, where the philosopher sometimes stole, disguised by night to be no longer a necromancer but a man, and so from a man to become a beast. They passed through the shop. The host, with a fat, pale face and a villainous smile, was drawing wine, which a handsome damsel was waiting to take away with her. He kissed her as she paid, and she gave him a cuff on his fat white chops and laughed. "What's become of Signor Borromeo?" said the girl, "that he never comes here now?" "Why, here he is!" cries Borromeo with a saturnine smile, and he slaps his broad palm on her shoulder. But the girl only shrugged with a little shiver and said, "What a chill down my back! They're walking over my grave now." The Italian phrase here is very nearly equivalent. "Why, they neither hear nor see me," said the astrologer, amazed. They went into the inner room, where guests used to sit and drink, but the plague had stopped all that, and the room was empty. "He's in there," said the young man. "You'll see him presently." Borromeo was filled with an awful curiosity. He knew the room, he thought, well, and there never had been, he thought, a door where the young man had pointed. But there was now a drapery there, like what covers a doorway, and it swelled and swayed slowly in the wind. "Some centuries," said the astrologer, looking on the dark drapery. "Geber, perhaps, or Alfarabi. It matters not a pin's point what his name. You'll call him my lord, simply, and, observe, we alchemists are a potent order, and it behoves you to keep your word with us." "I will be true," said Borromeo, "and use the powers you gain beneficently," repeated his guide. "I'm but a sinner. I will strive, with only an exception, in favor of such things as make wealth and life worth having," answered the philosopher. "See, take this, and do as I bid you," said the youth, giving him a thin round film of human skin. How the honest monk who wrote the tale, or even Borromeo himself, knew this and many other matters he describes, 'tis for him to say. "Breathe on it," said he. And when he did so, he made him stretch it to the size of a sheet of paper, which he did quite easily. "Now, cover your face with it as with a napkin." So he did. "'Twill do. Give it to me. It is but a picture, see?" And it slowly shrunk until its disk was just the same as that of the lady's miniature in the lid of the box over which he fixed it. Borromeo beheld his own picture. "Every adept has his portrait here," said the young man. "So good a likeness is always pleasant, but these have a power beside, and establish a sympathy between their originals and their possessor, which secures discipline and silence." "How does it work?" asked Borromeo. "Have I not been your good angel?" said the young man, sitting before him. He extends his legs, pushing out his feet, and letting his chin sink on his chest. He fixes his eyes upon him with a horrible and sarcastic glare, and one of his feet contracts and divides into a goatish stump. Borromeo would have burst into a yell, but he could not. "It is a nightmare, is it not?" said the stranger, who seemed delighted to hold him minute after minute in that spell. At last the shoe and hose that seemed to have shrunk apart like burning parchment closed over the goatish shin and hoof, and rising he shook him by the shoulder. With a gasp the astrologer started to his feet. "There, I told you it was a nightmare, or what you please. I could not have done it but through the picture. You see how fast we have you. You must for once resemble a Christian, Borromeo, and with us deal truly and honestly." "You've promised me the elixir vitae," the old man said, fearful lest the secret should escape him. "And you shall have it. Go bring a cup of wine. He'll not see you, nor the wine, nor the cup." So he brought a cup of Falernian, which he loved the best. "There's 50 years of life for every drop," said the youth. "Let me live 1,000 years, to begin with," cries Borromeo. "Beware, you'll tire of it." "Nay, give me the 20 drops." So he took the cup and measured the drops, and as they fell the wine was agitated with a gentle simmer all over, and threw out ring after ring of purple, green, and gold. And Borromeo drank it, and sucked in the last drop in ecstasy, and cried out, blaspheming with joy and sensual delight, "And I'm to have this secret too!" "This and all others when you claim them," said the young man. "See, 'tis time," he added. and Borrhomeo saw that the great misshapen dog he had seen in the street was sniffing by the stranger's feet. When they went into the inner room, there was a large table, and many men at either side, and at the head a gigantic man, with a face like the face of a beast, but the flesh was as of a man. Borrhomeo quaked in his presence. "I am aware of what hath passed, Borrhomeo," he said. "The condition is this. You take this vial, and with the fluid it contains and the sponge, trace the letter S on every door of every church and religious house within the walls of Milan. The dog will go with you." It was a fiend in dog shape, says the monkish writer, and had he failed in his task would have torn him in pieces. So Borrhomeo, that old arch-villain, undertook this office cheerfully, well knowing what its purpose was. For it was a thing notorious that Satan was himself in a bodily though phantasmal shape seen before in Milan, and that he had tempted others to a like facinorious action. But happily for their souls in vain. The Stygian satellites of the fiend had power to smear the door of every unconsecrated house in Milan with that pestilential virus, as indeed the citizens with their own eyes, when first the plague broke out, beheld upon their own doors. But they could not defile the church gates, nor the doors of the monasteries, and according to the conditions under which their infernal malice is bound, they could in no wise effect it save by the hand of one who was baptized, which to the baleful abuse of that holy sacrament the wretch, Borrhomeo, had been. He did his accursed and murderous office well and fearlessly. His reward Mammon, an indefinite long life. The hell-dog by his side compelling him, and the belief in his invisibility making him confident withal. But therein was shown forth to all the world the craft of the fiend, and the just judgment of heaven. For he was plainly seen in the very act by the sexton of the church of St. Mary of the Passion, and by the pastor of the convent of St. Justina of Padna, and the same officer of the Olivetans of St. Victor. So, finding in the morning the only too plain and fatal traces of what he had been doing, with a mob at their heels, who would have had his life but for the guard, they arrested him in his house next morning, and the mob breaking in, smashed all the instruments of his infernal art, and would have burnt the house had they been allowed. He, being duly arraigned, was, according to law, put to the torture, and forthwith confessed all the particulars I have related. So he was cast into a dungeon to await execution, which secretly he dreaded not, being confident in the efficacy of the elixir he had swallowed. He was not to be put to death by decapitation. It was justly thought too honorable for so sordid a miscreant. He was sentenced to be hanged, and after hanging a day and a night, he was to be laid in an open grave outside the gate on the Roman road, and there impaled, and after 3 days' exposure to be covered in, and so committed to the keeping of the earth, no more to groan under his living enormities. The night before his execution, thinking deeply on the virtue of the elixir, and having assured himself by many notable instances, which he easily brought to remembrance, that they could not deprive him, even by this severity of his life, he lifted up his eyes and beheld the young man, in mourning suit, whose visit had been his ruin, standing near him in the cell. This slave of Satan affected a sad countenance at first, and said he, "We are cast down, Borrhomeo, by reason of thy sentence." "But we've cheated them," answers he, pretending maybe more confidence than he had. "They can't kill me?" "That's certain," rejoins the fiend. "I shall live for 1,000 years," says he. "Aye, you must continue to live for full 1,000 years. 'Tis a fair term, is it not?" "A great deal may be done in that time," says the old man, while beads of perspiration covered his puckered forehead, and he thought that perhaps he might cheat him, too, and make his peace with heaven. "They can't hang me," says Borrhomeo. "Oh, yes, they will certainly hang you, but then you'll live through it." "Aye, the elixir!" cried the prisoner. Thus stands the case. When an ordinary man is hanged, he dies outright. But you can't die. "No, I can't die." Therefore, when you are hanged, you feel, think, hear, and so forth during the process. "Saint Anthony! But then 'tis only an hour, 1 hour of agony, and it ends. You are to hang for a whole day and night, continued the fiend. But that don't signify. Then when they take you down, you continue to feel, hear, think, and if they leave your eyes open, to see, just as usual. Why, yes, certainly, I'm alive, cries Borrhomeo. Yes, alive, quite alive, although you appear to be dead, says the demon with a smile. Aye, but what's the best moment to make my escape? Says Borrhomeo. Escape? Why, you have escaped. They can't kill you. No one can kill you until your time is out. Then you know they lay you in an open grave and impale you. What? Roared the old sinner. You are jesting. Hush. Depend upon it, they will go through with it. The old man shook in every joint. Then, after 3 days and nights, they bury you, said his visitor. I'll lose my life, or I'll break from them, shouts the gigantic astrologer. But you can't lose your life, and you can't break from them, says the fiend softly. Why not? Oh, blessed saints, I'm stronger than you think. Aye, muscle, bones. You are an old giant. Surely, cries the old man, and the terror of a dead man rising. Don't you see? They fly before me, and so I escape. But you can't rise. Say in heaven's name what you mean, thundered old Borrhomeo. Do you remember, senor, that nightmare, as we jocularly called it, at the sign of the red hat? Well, a man who, having swallowed the elixir vitae, suffers that sort of shock which in other mortals is a violent death, is afflicted during the remainder of his period of life, whether he be decapitated or dismembered, or is laid unmutilated in the grave with that sort of catalepsy which you experienced for a minute, a catalepsy that does not relax or intermit. For that reason you ought to have carefully avoided this predicament. 'Tis a lie, roared the old man, and he ground his teeth. That's not living. You'll find upon my honor that it is living, answered the fiend, with a gentle smile, and withdrawing from the cell. Borrhomeo told all of this to a priest, not under seal of confession, but to induce him to plead for his life. But the good man, seeing he had already made himself the liegeman and accomplice of Satan, refused, nor would his intercession have prevailed in any wise. So Borrhomeo was hanged, impaled, and buried, according to his sentence. And it came to pass that 14 years afterwards that grave was opened, and making a great drain from the group of houses thereby. And Borrhomeo was found just as he was laid therein, in no wise decayed, but fresh and sound, which indeed showed that there did remain in him that sort of life which was supposed to ward off the common consequences of death. So he was thrown into a great pit, and with many curses covered in with stones and earth, where his stupendous punishment proceeds. Get thee hence, Satan. End of Borrhomeo the Astrologer by J. Sheridan Le Fanu.
The Conradi Affair by August W. Derleth and Carl W. Ganslin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Excerpts from the diary of Professor R. H. Conradi, M.D., F.R.S., found in his room on the morning of October 30th. October 17th. There can be no doubt that I have at last isolated the Bacillus lepro. According to the theory I have advanced to a selected number of my colleagues, it will now be possible for me to develop this germ and cause its mass propagation. I suppose I shall encounter difficulty in feeding it at first, but after I have overcome this difficulty, I shall feed it in proportion to its growth. Dr. Herrick has loaned me his large glass vat for the purpose of keeping the germ in its various stages. October 19th. My success is imminent. The germ has multiplied as I anticipated. It, or perhaps I should say they, for it is no longer one, but a sponge-like mass of millions of cells that threaten to outgrow the capacity of the vat, has increased to the diameter of 1 inch. On the 18th, I fed the germ a half-pound of beef and bone. The meat was consumed by this morning. There was nothing visible save a slimy coating at the bottom of the container, which I watched during the entire day. Toward evening, the slimy coating had drawn together to form a globular mass of about 1 inch in diameter. October 20th. Last night I threw 5 pounds of raw beef to the germ mass. This morning the meat was gone, and in its place I found a slimy layer with a bulbous center, which again drew together during the day. Tonight it is 10 inches in diameter. I am going to try fasting the germs to watch their reaction. October 21st. Today the diameter of the germ mass has decreased to 5 inches, and it is obvious that the individual germs have resorted to attacking one another for sustenance. I shall feed the germ mass 10 pounds of beef and bone at once. There's no telling how swiftly these germs may annihilate themselves. The mass immediately surrounded the food and devoured it. Tonight its diameter is 20 inches. October 23rd. For the past 2 days I have fed the germ mass. It has grown to approximately 40 inches in diameter. I am very well satisfied with this result, and I am taking accurate observations, recording every available fact that may be useful in the ultimate extermination of the germ. October 24. Yesterday, I fed the germs 20 pounds of meat. It was consumed with remarkable rapidity. This is quite natural, however. The rapid consumption, I should say, is due to the maturing of the individual germs. The diameter of the germ mass has reached 60 inches. The vat will hold little more. Consequently, I shall have to fast the germs for 24 hours. October 25th. This morning there is a very perceptible movement within the germ mass itself. It is a sort of undulation prevalent in the entire mass. I watched it carefully, and it seemed almost as if the mass were making an effort to slither upward and out of the vat. There was a strong suggestion of an upward surge. At the same time, the germ mass is decreasing. Because of their period of fasting, they, the individual germs, have again turned on themselves for sustenance. The mass has reduced itself to 35 inches in diameter. October 26. 20 pounds of meat today. It will not be long before they reach their former diameter, when I shall begin my experiments on the life of the individual mature germ. Later. I am elated. The food has greatly rejuvenated my germs. There is again that undulating movement, but this time it is certainly not an individual germ movement, but a mass movement. It is again 60 inches in diameter. I am certain that by tomorrow I shall be able to experiment with my newfound serum. I am just a little nervous, worrying about the hugeness of the germ mass and the success of my experiment. October 27. Only a few hours until I can bring my experimentation to an end. What will Herrick say? The work is very tiring, but not monotonous. I am horribly nervous. What if something should happen, if the germ mass should get out? The following is an excerpt from the Chicago Times, dated the 30th of October. Disappearance of Professor Conradi. This morning, at about 8 o'clock, 2 officers, led by Dr. E.C. Herrick, a neighbor, broke into the apartments and laboratory of Dr. R.H. Conradi at the Windermere Apartments here. Dr. Herrick had expressed considerable anxiety during the past few days, when his friend and colleague, Dr. Conradi, failed to leave his room. Dr. Conradi, it seems, was engaged upon some research work, the secret of which he was carefully withholding from the public. Nothing of Dr. Conradi was discovered. His effects were apparently all in his room. A thorough search was made, but no clue was found. A diary found open on the table was at once appropriated by Dr. Herrick, who refused police officers and reporters a sight of it. It is remarkable to note that on the floor of the room, near a large broken glass vat, were found some of Dr. Conradi's personal belongings: his watch, his ring, and his belt buckle. End of the Conradi Affair.
Distressing Tale of Thangobrind the Jeweler by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When Thangobrind the jeweler heard the ominous cough, he turned at once upon that narrow way. A thief was he, of very high repute, being patronized by the lofty intellect, for he stole nothing smaller than the muumuu's egg, and in all his life stole only 4 kinds of stone: the ruby, the diamond, the emerald, and the sapphire. And as jewelers go, his honesty was great. Now there was a merchant prince who had come to Thangobrind and had offered his daughter's soul for the diamond that is larger than the human head, and was to be found on the lap of the spider idol, Hlo, in his temple of Mungaling. For he had heard that Thangobrind was a thief to be trusted. Thangobrind oiled his body and slipped out of his shop, and went secretly through byways and got as far as Snarp before anybody knew that he was out on business again, or missed his sword from its place under the counter. Thence he moved only by night, hiding by day and rubbing the edges of his sword, which he called Mouse because it was swift and nimble. The jeweler had subtle methods of traveling. Nobody saw him cross the plains of Zed. Nobody saw him come to Mursk or Tlun. Oh, but he loved shadows. Once the moon, peeping out unexpectedly from a tempest, had betrayed an ordinary jeweler. Not so did it undo Thangobrind. The watchman only saw a crouching shape that snarled and laughed. "'Tis but a hyena," they said. Once in the city of Ag, one of the guardians seized him, but Thangobrind was oiled and slipped from his hand. You scarcely heard his bare feet patter away. He knew that the merchant prince awaited his return, his little eyes open all night and glittering with greed. He knew how his daughter lay chained up and screaming night and day. Ah, Thangobrind knew, and had he not been out on business, he had almost allowed himself 1 or 2 little laughs. But business was business, and the diamond that he sought still lay on the lap of Hlo, where it had been for the last 2 million years, since Hlo created the world and gave unto it all things except that precious stone called Dead Man's Diamond. The jewel was often stolen, but it had a knack of coming back again to the lap of Hlo. Thangobrind knew this, but he was no common jeweler and hoped to outwit Hlo, perceiving not the trend of ambition and lust, and that they are vanity. How nimbly he threaded his way through the pits of Snood, now like a botanist scrutinizing the ground, now like a dancer leaping from crumbling edges. It was quite dark when he went by the towers of Tor, where archers shoot ivory arrows at strangers, lest any foreigner should alter their laws, which are bad, but not to be altered by mere aliens. At night they shoot by the sound of the stranger's feet. O Thangobrind, was ever a jeweler like you? He dragged 2 stones behind him by long cords, and at these the archers shot. Tempting indeed was the snare that they set in Woth, the emeralds loose set in the city's gate, but Thangobrind discerned the golden cord that climbed the wall from each, and the weights that would topple upon him if he touched one, and so he left them, though he left them weeping, and at last came to Teth. There all men worship Hlo, though they are willing to believe in other gods, as missionaries attest, but only as creatures of the chase for the hunting of Hlo, who wears their halos, so the people say, on golden hooks along his hunting belt. And from Teth he came to the city of Mung and the temple of Mungaling, and entered and saw the spider idol Hlo, sitting there with Dead Man's Diamond glittering on his lap, and looking for all the world like a full moon, but a full moon seen by a lunatic who had slept too long in its rays. For there was in Dead Man's Diamond a certain sinister look, and a boding of things to happen that are better not mentioned here. The face of the spider idol was lit by that fatal gem. There was no other light. In spite of his shocking limbs and that demoniac body, his face was serene and apparently unconscious. A little fear came into the mind of Thangobrind the jeweler, a passing tremor, no more. Business was business, and he hoped for the best. Thangobrind offered honey to Hlo, and prostrated himself before him. Oh, he was cunning. When the priests stole out of the darkness to lap up the honey, they were stretched senseless on the temple floor, for there was a drug in the honey that was offered to Hlo. And Thangobrind the jeweler picked Dead Man's Diamond up, and put it on his shoulder and trudged away from the shrine. And Hlo, the spider idol, said nothing at all, but laughed softly as the jeweler shut the door. When the priests awoke out of the grip of the drug that was offered with the honey to Hlo, they rushed to a little secret room with an outlet on the stairs and cast a horoscope of the thief. Something that they saw in the horoscope seemed to satisfy the priests. It was not like Thangobrind to go back by the road by which he had come. No, he went by another road, even though it led to the narrow way, night house, and spider forest. The city of Mung went towering up behind him, balcony above balcony, eclipsing half the stars as he trudged away with his diamond. He was not easy as he trudged away, though when a soft pittering as of velvet feet arose behind him, he refused to acknowledge that it might be what he feared. Yet the instincts of his trade told him that it is not well when any noise whatever follows a diamond by night, and this was one of the largest that had ever come to him in the way of business. When he came to the narrow way that leads to Spider Forest, Dead Man's Diamond feeling cold and heavy, and the velvety footfalls seeming fearfully close, the jeweler stopped and almost hesitated. He looked behind him. There was nothing there. He listened attentively. There was no sound now. Then he thought of the screams of the merchant prince's daughter, whose soul was the diamond's price, and smiled and went stoutly on. There watched him apathetically over the narrow way that grim and dubious woman whose house is the night. Thangobrind, hearing no longer the sound of suspicious feet, felt easier now. He was all but come to the end of the narrow way when the woman listlessly uttered that ominous cough. The cough was too full of meaning to be disregarded. Thangobrind turned round and saw at once what he feared. The spider idol had not stayed at home. The jeweler put his diamond gently upon the ground and drew his sword called Mouse, and then began that famous fight upon the narrow way in which the grim old woman whose house was night seemed to take so little interest. To the spider idol you saw at once that it was all a horrible joke. To the jeweler it was grim earnest. He fought and panted and was pushed back slowly along the narrow way, but he wounded Hlo all the while with terrible long gashes over his deep, soft body, till Mouse was slimy with blood. But at last the persistent laughter of Hlo was too much for the jeweler's nerves, and once more wounding his demoniac foe, he sank aghast and exhausted by the door of the house called Night at the feet of the grim old woman, who, having uttered once that ominous cough, interfered no further with the course of events. And there carried Thangobrind the jeweler away, those whose duty it was, to the house where the two men hang, and taking down from his hook the left-hand one of the two, they put that venturous jeweler in his place, so that there fell on him the doom that he feared, as all men know, though it is so long since, and there abated somewhat the ire of the envious gods. And the only daughter of the merchant prince felt so little gratitude for this great deliverance that she took to respectability of a militant kind, and became aggressively dull, and called her home the English Riviera, and had platitudes worked and worsted upon her tea-cozy, and in the end never died, but passed away at her residence. End of Distressing Tale of Thangobrind the Jeweler.
The Dream Snake by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kaitlyn Vanadestine. The Dream Snake by Robert E. Howard. The night was strangely still. As we sat upon the wide veranda, gazing out over the broad, shadowy lawns, the silence of the hour entered our spirits, and for a long while no one spoke. Then, far across the dim mountains that fringe the eastern skyline, a faint haze began to glow, and presently a great golden moon came up, making a ghostly radiance over the land and etching boldly the dark clumps of shadows that were trees. A light breeze came whispering out of the east, and the unmowed grass swayed before it in long sinuous waves, dimly visible in the moonlight, and from among the group upon the veranda there came a swift gasp, a sharp intake of breath that caused all of us to turn and gaze. Faming was leaning forward, clutching the arms of his chair, his face strange and pallid in the spectral light, a thin trickle of blood sleeping from the lip in which he had set his teeth. Amazed, we looked at him, and suddenly he jerked about with a short, snarling laugh. "There's no need of gawking at me like a flock of sheep," he said irritably, and stopped short. We sat bewildered, scarcely knowing what sort of reply to make, and suddenly he burst out again. "Now I guess I'd better tell the whole thing, or you'll be going off and putting me down as a lunatic. Don't interrupt me, any of you. I want to get this thing off my mind. You all know that I'm not a very imaginative man, but there's a thing, purely a figment of imagination, that has haunted me since babyhood. A dream." He fairly cringed back in his chair as he muttered, "A dream. And God, what a dream. The first time. No, I can't remember the first time I ever dreamed it. I've been dreaming the hellish thing ever since I can remember. Now, it's this way. There is a sort of bungalow set upon a hill in the midst of wide grasslands, not unlike this estate, but this scene is in Africa, and I am living there with a sort of servant, a Hindu. Just why I am there is never clear to my waking mind, though I am always aware of the reason in my dreams. As a man of a dream, I remember my past life, a life which in no way corresponds with my waking life. But when I am awake, my subconscious mind fails to transmit these impressions. However, I think that I am a fugitive from justice, and the Hindu is also a fugitive. How the bungalow came to be there I can never remember, nor do I know in what part of Africa it is, though all these things are known to my dream self. But the bungalow is a small one of a very few rooms, and is situated upon the top of the hill, as I said. There are no other hills about, and the grasslands stretch to the horizon in every direction, knee-deep in some places, waist-high in others. Now the dream always opens as I am coming up the hill, just as the sun is beginning to set. I am carrying a broken rifle, and I have been on a hunting trip. How the rifle was broken, and the full details of the trip, I clearly remember dreaming, but never upon waking. It is just as if a curtain were suddenly raised and a drama began, or just as if I were suddenly transferred to another man's body and life, remembering past years of that life, and not cognizant of any other existence. And that is the hellish part of it. As you know, most of us dreaming are at the beck of our consciousness, aware that we are dreaming. No matter how horrible the dream may become, we know that it is a dream, and thus insanity or possible death is staved off. But in this particular dream there is no such knowledge. I tell you, it is so vivid, so complete in every detail, that I wonder sometimes if that is not my real existence and this is a dream. But no, for then I should have been dead years ago. As I was saying, I came up the hill, and the first thing I am cognizant of is that out of the ordinary is a sort of track leading up the hill in an irregular way. That is, the grass is mashed down as if something heavy had been dragged over it. But I pay no especial attention to it, for I am thinking with some irritation that the broken rifle I carry is my only arm, and that now I must forego hunting until I can send for another. You see, I remember thoughts and impressions of the dream itself, of the occurrences of the dream. It is the memories that the dream I has, of that other dream existence, that I cannot remember. So, I come up the hill and enter the bungalow. The doors are open and the Hindu is not there, but the main room is in confusion. Chairs are broken, a table overturned. The Hindu's dagger is lying upon the floor, but there is no blood anywhere. Now, in my dreams, I never remember the other dreams, as sometimes one does. Always it is the first dream, the first time. I always experience the same sensations in my dreams with as vivid a force as the first time I ever dreamed. So, I am not able to understand this. The Hindu is gone, but, thus I ruminate, standing in the center of the disordered room, what did away with him? Had it been a raiding party of Negroes, they would have looted the bungalow and probably burned it. Had it been a lion, the place would have been smeared with blood. Then suddenly I remember the track I saw going up the hill, and a cold hand touches my spine, for instantly the whole thing is clear. The thing that came up from the grasslands and wrought havoc in the little bungalow could be naught else except a giant serpent, and as I think of the size of the spore, cold sweat beads my forehead and the broken rifle shakes in my hand. Then I rush to the door in a wild panic, my only thought to make a dash for the coast. But the sun has set and dusk is stealing across the grasslands, and out there somewhere, lurking in the tall grass, is that grisly thing, that horror, God. The ejaculation broke from his lips with such feeling that all of us started, not realizing the tension we had reached. There was a second's silence, then he continued. So I bolt the doors and windows, light the lamp I have, and take my stand in the middle of the room. And I stand like a statue, waiting, listening. After a while the moon comes up and her haggard light drifts through the windows, and I stand still in the center of the room. The night is very still, something like this night. The breeze occasionally whispers through the grass, and each time I start and clench my hands until the nails bite into the flesh and the blood trickles down my wrist. And I stand there and wait and listen, but it does not come that night. The sentence came suddenly and explosively, and an involuntary sigh came from the rest, a relaxing of tension. I am determined, if I live the night through, to start for the coast early the next morning, taking my chance out there in the grim grasslands with it. But with morning I dare not. I do not know in which direction the monster went, and I dare not risk coming upon him in the open, unarmed as I am. So, as in a maze, I remain at the bungalow, and ever my eyes turn towards the sun, lurching relentlessly down the sky toward the horizon. Ah, God, if I could but halt the sun in the sky. The man was in the clutch of some terrific power. His words fairly leaped at us. Then the sun rocks down the sky, and the long gray shadows come stalking across the grasslands. Dizzy with fear, I have bolted the doors and windows and lighted the lamp long before the last faint glow of twilight fades. The light from the windows may attract the monster, but I dare not stay in the dark. And again I take my stand in the center of the room, waiting. There was a shuddersome halt. Then he continued, barely above a whisper, moistening his lips. There is no knowing how long I stand there. Time has ceased to be, and each second is an eon. Each minute is an eternity stretching into endless eternities. Thank God, but what is that? He leaned forward, the moonlight etching his face into such a mask of horrified listening that each of us shivered and flung a hasty glance over our shoulders. Not the night breeze this time, he whispered. Something makes the grasses swish-swish, as if a great long pliant weight were being dragged through them. Above the bungalow it swishes and then ceases. In front of the door, then the hinges creak. Creak. The door begins to bulge inward a small bit, then some more. The man's arms were held in front of him as if braced strongly against something, and his breath came in quick gasps. And I know I should lean against the door and hold it shut, but I do not. I cannot move. I stand there like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, but the door holds. Again that sigh expressive of pent-up feeling. He drew a shaky hand across his brow, and all night I stand in the center of that room, as motionless as an image, except to turn slowly as the swish-swish of the grass marks the fiend's course about the house. Ever I keep my eyes in the direction of that soft, sinister sound. Sometimes it ceases for an instant or for several minutes, and then I stand scarcely breathing, for a horrible obsession has it that the serpent has in some way made entrance into the bungalow, and I start and whirl this way and that, frightfully fearful of making a noise, though I know not why, but ever with the feeling that the thing is at my back. Then the sounds commence again, and I freeze motionless. Now here is the only time that my consciousness, which guides my waking hours, ever in any way pierces the veil of dreams. I am in the dream, in no way conscious that it is a dream, but in a detached sort of way, my other mind recognizes certain facts and passes them on to my sleeping, shall I say ego? That is to say, my personality is for an instant truly dual and separate to an extent as the right and left arms are separate, while making up parts in the same entity. My dreaming mind has no cognizance of my higher mind. For the time being, the other mind is subordinated, and the subconscious mind is in full control, to such an extent that it does not even recognize the existence of the other. But the conscious mind, now sleeping, is cognizant of dim thought waves emanating from the dream mind. I know that I have not made this entirely clear, but the fact remains that I know that my mind, conscious and subconscious, is near to ruin. My obsession of fear, as I stand there in my dream, is that the serpent will raise itself and peer into the window at me. And I know in my dream that if this occurs, I shall go insane. And so vivid is the impression imparted to my conscious, now sleeping mind, that the thought waves stir the dim seas of sleep, and somehow I can feel my sanity rocking as my sanity rocks in my dream. Back and forth it totters and sways until the motion takes on a physical aspect, and I in my dream am swaying from side to side. Not always is the sensation the same, but I tell you, if that horror ever raises its terrible shape and leers at me, if I ever see the fearful thing in my dream, I shall become stark, wild, insane. There was a restless movement among the rest. God, but what a prospect, he muttered, to be insane and forever dreaming that same dream, night and day. But there I stand, and centuries go by, but at last a dim gray light begins to steal through the windows. The swishing dies away in the distance, and presently a red, haggard sun climbs the eastern sky. Then I turn about and gaze into a mirror, and my hair has become perfectly white. I stagger to the door and fling it wide. There is nothing in sight but a wide track leading away down the hill through the grasslands, in the opposite direction from that which I could take toward the coast. And with a shriek of maniacal laughter, I dash down the hill and race across the grasslands. I raced until I drop from exhaustion, then I lie until I can stagger up and go on. All day I keep this up, with superhuman effort, spurred on by the horror behind me. And ever as I hurl myself forward on weakening legs, ever as I lie gasping for breath, I watch the sun with a terrible eagerness. How swiftly the sun travels when a man races it for life. A losing race it is, as I know when I watch the sun sinking toward the skyline and the hills which I had hoped to gain ere sundown seemingly as far away as ever. His voice was lowered, and indistinctly we leaned toward him. He was gripping the chair arms, and the blood was seeping from his lip. Then the sun sets, and the shadows come, and I stagger on and fall and rise and reel on again. And I laugh, laugh, laugh. Then I cease, for the moon comes up and throws the grasslands in ghostly and silvery relief. The light is white across the land, though the moon itself is like blood. And I look back the way I have come, and far back. All of us leaned farther toward him, our hair prickle. His voice came like a ghostly whisper. Far back. I see the grass waving. There is no breeze, but the tall grass parts and sways in the moonlight in a narrow, sinuous line, far away but nearing every instant. His voice died away. Somebody broke the ensuing stillness. And then I awake. Never yet have I seen the foul monster, but that is the dream that haunts me, and from which I have wakened, in my childhood screaming, in my manhood in cold sweat. At irregular intervals I dream it, and each time lately... He hesitated and then went on. Each time lately the thing has been getting closer, closer. The waving of the grass marks his progress, and he nears me with each dream. And when he reaches me, then... He stopped short, and then without a word rose abruptly and entered the house. The rest of us sat silent for a while, then followed him, for it was late. How long I slept I do not know, but I woke suddenly with the impression that somewhere in the house someone had laughed, long, loud, and hideously, as a maniac laughs. Starting up, wondering if I had been dreaming, I rushed from my room, just as a truly horrible shriek echoed through the house. The place was now alive with other people who had been awakened, and all of us rushing to Faming's room, whence the sound had seemed to come. Faming lay dead upon the floor, where it seemed he had fallen in some terrific struggle. There was no mark upon his, but his face was terribly distorted, as the face of a man who had been crushed by some superhuman force, such as some gigantic snake. End of The Dream Snake.
The Fearsome Touch of Death by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Scheinman. The Fearsome Touch of Death by Robert E. Howard. As long as midnight cloaks the earth with shadows grim and stark, God save us from the Judas kiss of a dead man in the dark. Old Adam Farrell lay dead in the house wherein he had lived alone for the last 20 years. A silent, churlish recluse, in his life he had known no friends, and only 2 men had watched his passing. Dr. Stein rose and glanced out the window into the gathering dusk. "You think you can spend the night here, then?" he asked his companion. This man, Fallred by name, assented. Yes, certainly. I guess it's up to me. Rather a useless and primitive custom, sitting up with the dead, commented the doctor, preparing to depart. But I suppose in common decency we will have to bow to precedence. Maybe I can find someone who'll come over here and help you with your vigil. Fallred shrugged his shoulders. I doubt it. Farrell wasn't known by many people. I scarce knew him myself, but I don't mind sitting up with the corpse. Dr. Stein was removing his rubber gloves, and Fallred watched the process with an interest that almost amounted to fascination. A slight involuntary shudder shook him at the memory of touching those gloves. Slick, cold, clammy things, like the touch of death. You may get lonely tonight if I don't find anyone, the doctor remarked as he opened the door. Not superstitious, are you? Fallred laughed. Scarcely. To tell the truth, from what I hear of Farrell's disposition, I'd rather be watching his corpse than have been his guest in life. The door closed, and Farrell took up his vigil. He seated himself in the only chair the room boasted, glanced casually at the formless, sheeted bulk on the bed opposite him, and began to read by the light of the dim lamp which stood on the rough table. Outside, the darkness gathered swiftly, and finally Fallred laid down his magazine to rest his eyes. He looked again at the shape which had, in life, been the form of Adam Farrell, wondering what quirk in the human nature made the sight of a corpse not only so unpleasant, but such an object of fear to many. Unthinking ignorance, seeing in dead things a reminder of death to come, he decided lazily, and began idly contemplating as to what life had held for this grim and crabbed old man, who had neither relatives nor friends, and who had seldom left the house wherein he had died. The usual tales of miser-hoarded wealth had accumulated, but Fallred felt so little interest in the whole matter that it was not even necessary for him to overcome any temptation to pry about the house for possible hidden treasure. He returned to his reading with a shrug. The task was more boresome than he had thought for. After a while he was aware that every time he looked up from his magazine and his eyes fell upon the bed with its grim occupant, he started involuntarily, as if he had, for an instant, forgotten the presence of the dead man and was unpleasantly reminded of the fact. The start was slight and instinctive, but he felt almost angered at himself. He realized, for the first time, the utter and deadening silence which enwrapped the house, a silence apparently shared by the night, for no sound came through the window. Adam Farrell had lived as far apart from his neighbors as possible, and there was no other house within hearing distance. Fallred shook himself as if to rid his mind of unsavory speculations, and went back to his reading. A sudden vagrant gust of wind whipped through the window, in which the light of the lamp flickered and went out suddenly. Fallred, cursing softly, groped in the darkness for matches, burning his fingers on the hot lamp chimney. He struck a match, relighted the lamp, and glancing over at the bed, got a horrible mental jolt. Adam Farrell's face stared blindly at him, the dead eyes wide and blank, framed in the gnarled gray features. Even as Fallred instinctively shuddered, his reason explained the apparent phenomenon. The sheet that covered the corpse had been carelessly thrown across the face, and the sudden puff of wind had disarranged and flung it aside. Yet there was something grisly about the thing, something fearsomely suggestive, as if, in the cloaking dark, a dead hand had flung aside the sheet, just as if the corpse were about to rise. Fallred, an imaginative man, shrugged his shoulders at these ghastly thoughts and crossed the room to replace the sheet. The dead eyes seemed to stare at him malevolently, with an evilness that transcended the dead man's churlishness in life. The workings of a vivid imagination, Fallred knew, and he recovered the grey face, shrinking as his hand chanced to touch the cold flesh, slick and clammy, the touch of death. He shuddered with a natural revulsion of the living for the dead, and went back to his chair and magazine. At last, growing sleepy, He lay down upon a couch which, by some strange whim of the original owner, formed part of the room's scant furnishings, and composed himself for slumber. He decided to leave the light burning, telling himself that it was in accordance with the usual custom of leaving lights burning for the dead, for he was not willing to admit to himself that already he was conscious of a dislike for lying in the darkness with the corpse. He dozed, awoke with a start, and looked at the sheeted form on the bed. Silence reigned over the house, and outside it was very dark. The hour was approaching midnight, with its accompanying eerie domination over the human mind. Fallred glanced again at the bed where the body lay, and found the sight of the sheeted object most repellent. A fantastic idea had birth in his mind, and grew, that beneath the sheet, the mere lifeless body had become a strange, monstrous thing, a hideous, conscious being that watched him with eyes that burned through the fabric of the cloth. The thought, a mere fantasy, of course, he explained to himself by the legends of vampires, undead, ghosts, and such like, the fearsome attributes with which the living have cloaked the dead for countless ages, since primitive man first recognized in death something horrid and apart from life. Man feared death, thought Fallred, and some of his fear of death took hold on the dead, so that they too were feared. And the sight of the dead engendered grisly thoughts, gave rise to dim fears of hereditary memory, lurking back in the dark corners of the brain. At any rate, the silent, hidden thing was getting on his nerves. He thought of uncovering the face, on the principle that familiarity breeds contempt. The sight of the features, calm and still in death, would banish, he thought, all such wild conjectures as were haunting him in spite of himself. But the thought of those dead eyes staring in the lamplight was intolerable, so at last he blew out the light and lay down. This fear had been stealing upon him so insidiously and gradually that he had not been aware of its growth. With the extinguishing of the light, however, and the blotting out of the sight of the corpse, things assumed their true character and proportions, and Fallred fell asleep almost instantly, on his lips a faint smile for his previous folly. He awakened suddenly. How long he had been asleep he did not know. He sat up, his pulse pounding frantically, the cold sweat beading his forehead. He knew instantly where he was, remembered the other occupant of the room. But what had awakened him? A dream. Yes, now he remembered. A hideous dream in which the dead man had risen from the bed and stalked stiffly across the room with eyes of fire and a horrid leer frozen on his grey lips. Fallred had seemed to lie motionless, helpless. Then, as the corpse reached a gnarled and horrible hand, he had awakened. He strove to pierce the gloom, but the room was all blackness, and all without was so dark that no gleam of light came through the window. He reached a shaking hand toward the lamp, then recoiled as if from a hidden serpent. Sitting here in the dark with a fiendish corpse was bad enough, but he dared not light the lamp, for fear that his reason would be snuffed out like a candle at what he might see. Horror, stark and unreasoning, had full possession of his soul. He no longer questioned the instinctive fears that rose in him. All those legends he had heard came back to him and brought a belief in them. Death was a hideous thing, a brain-shattering horror, imbuing lifeless men with a horrid malevolence. Adam Farrell in his life had been simply a churlish but harmless man. Now he was a terror, a monster, a fiend lurking in the shadows of fear, ready to leap on mankind with talons dipped deep in death and insanity. Fallred sat there, his blood freezing, and fought out his silent battle. Faint glimmerings of reason had begun to touch his fright, when a soft, stealthy sound again froze him. He did not recognize it as the whisper of the night wind across the window-sill. His frenzied fancy knew it only as the tread of death and horror. He sprang from the couch, then stood undecided. Escape was in his mind, but he was too dazed to even try to formulate a plan of escape. Even his sense of direction was gone. Fear had so stultified his mind that he was not able to think consciously. The blackness spread in long waves about him, and its darkness and void entered into his brain. His motions, such as they were instinctive. He seemed shackled with mighty chains, and his limbs responded sluggishly, like an imbecile's. A terrible horror grew up in him and reared its grisly shape, that the dead man was behind him, was stealing upon him from the rear. He no longer thought of lighting the lamp. He no longer thought of anything. Fear filled his whole being. There was room for nothing else. He backed slowly away in the darkness, hands behind him, instinctively feeling the way. With a terrific effort, he partly shook the clinging mists of horror from him, and the cold sweat clammy upon his body, strove to orient himself. He could see nothing, but the bed was across the room, in front of him. He was backing away from it. There was where the dead man was lying, according to all rules of nature. If the thing were, as he felt, behind him, then the old tales were true. Death did implant in lifeless bodies an unearthly animation, and dead men did roam the shadows to work their ghastly and evil will upon the sons of men. Then, great God! What was man but a wailing infant, lost in the night and beset by frightful things from the black abyss and the terrible unknown voids of space and time? These conclusions he did not reach by any reasoning process. They leaped full-grown into his terror-dazed brain. He worked his way slowly backward, groping, clinging to the thought that the dead man must be in front of him. Then his back-flung hands encountered something slick, cold, and clammy, like the touch of death. A scream shook the echoes, followed by the crash of a falling body. The next morning, they who came to the house of death found 2 corpses in the room. Adam Farrell's sheeted body lay motionless upon the bed, and across the room lay the body of Fallred, beneath the shelf where Dr. Stein had absent-mindedly left his gloves. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy to the touch of a hand groping in the dark, a hand of one fleeing his own fear. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy and cold, like the touch of death. End of The Fearsome Touch of Death.
The Ghost by Mrs. H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ghost by Mrs. H.G. Wells. She was a girl of 14, and she sat propped up with pillows in an old 4-poster bed, coughing a little with the feverish cold that kept her there. She was tired of reading by lamplight, and she lay and listened to the few sounds that she could hear, and looked into the fire. From downstairs, along the wide, rather dark, oak-paneled corridor, hung with brown pictures of tremendous naval engagements exploding fierily in their centers, up the broad stone stairs that ended in a heavy creaking nail-studded door, there blew into her remoteness sometimes a gust of dance music. Cousins and cousins and cousins were down there, and Uncle Timothy, as host, leading the fun. Several of them had danced into her room during the day, and said that her illness was a perfect shame, told her that the skating in the park was too heavenly, and danced out again. Uncle Timothy had been as kind could be, but downstairs, all the full cup of happiness the lonely child had looked forward to so eagerly for a month was running away like liquid gold. She watched the flames of the big wood fire in the open grate flicker and fall. She had sometimes to clench her hands to prevent herself from crying. She had discovered, so early was she beginning to collect her little stock of feminine lore, that if you swallowed hard and rapidly as the tears gathered, you could prevent your eyes brimming over. She wished someone would come. There was a bell within her reach, but she could think of no plausible excuse for ringing it. She wished there was more light in the room. The big fire lit it up cheerfully when the logs flared high, but when they only glowed, the dark shadows crept down from the ceiling and gathered in the corners against the paneling. She turned from the scrutiny of the room to the bright circle of light under the lamp on the table beside her, and the companionable suggestiveness of the currant jelly and spoon, grapes and lemonade, and the little piles of books and kindly fuss that shone warmly and comfortingly there. Perhaps it would not be long before Mrs. Bunting, her uncle's housekeeper, would come in again and sit down and talk to her. Mrs. Bunting, very probably, was more occupied than usual that evening. There were several extra guests. Another house party had motored over for the evening, and they had brought with them a romantic figure, a celebrity, no less a personage than the actor, Percival East. The girl had indeed broken down from her fortitude that afternoon when Uncle Timothy had told her of this visitor. Uncle Timothy was surprised. It was only another schoolgirl who would have understood fully what it meant to be denied by a mere cold the chance of meeting face to face that chivalrous hero of drama. Another girl who had glowed at his daring, wept at his noble renunciations, been made happy, albeit enviously and vicariously, by his final embrace with the lady of his love. There, dear child," Uncle Timothy had said, patting her shoulder, and greatly distressed. Never mind. If you can't get up, I'll bring him in to see you here. I promise I will. But the pull these chaps have over you little women," he went on, half to himself. The paneling creaked. Of course it always did that in these old houses. She was of that order of apprehensive, slightly nervous people who do not believe in ghosts, but all the same hope devoutly they may never see one. Surely it was a long time since anyone had visited her. It would be hours, she supposed, before the girl who had the room next to her own, into which a communicating door comfortingly led, came up to bed. If she rang, it took a minute or two before anyone reached her from the remote servants' quarters. There ought soon, she thought, to be a housemaid about the corridor outside, tidying up the bedrooms, putting coal on the fires, and making such light companionable noises. That would be pleasant. How bored one got in bed anyhow, and how dreadful it was, how unbearably dreadful it was, that she should be stuck in bed now, missing everything, missing every bit of the glorious glowing time that was slipping away down there. At that she had to begin swallowing her tears again. With a sudden burst of sound, a storm of clapping and laughter, the heavy door at the foot of the big stairs swung open and closed. Footsteps came upstairs, and she heard men's voices approaching. Uncle Timothy. He knocked at the door ajar. "Come in," she cried gladly. With him was a quiet-faced, grayish-haired man of middle age. Then Uncle had sent for the doctor after all. "Here's another of your young worshippers, Mr. East," said Uncle Timothy. Mr. East! She realized in a flash that she had expected him in purple brocade, powdered hair, and ruffles of fine lace. Her uncle smiled at her disconcerted face. "She doesn't seem to recognize you, Mr. East," said Uncle Timothy. "Of course I do," she declared bravely, and sat up, flushed with excitement and her feverishness, bright-eyed and with ruffled hair. Indeed, she began to see the stage hero she remembered and the kindly-faced man before her flow together like a composite portrait. There was the little nod of the head. There was the chin, yes, and the eyes. Now she came to look at them. "Why were they all clapping you?" she asked. "Because I had just promised to frighten them out of their wits," replied Mr. East. "Oh, how?" "Mr. East," said Uncle Timothy, "is going to dress up as our long-lost ghost and give us a really shuddering time of it downstairs." "Are you?" cried the girl with all the fierce desire that only a girl can utter in her voice. "Oh, why am I ill like this, Uncle Timothy? I'm not really ill. Can't you see I'm better? I've been in bed all day. I'm perfectly well. Can't I come down, Uncle dear? Can't I?" In her excitement she was half out of the bed. There, child," soothed Uncle Timothy, hastily smoothing the bedclothes and trying to tuck her in. "But can't I?" "Of course, if you want to be thoroughly frightened out of your wits, mind you," began Percival East. I do," she cried, bouncing up and down in her bed. "I'll come and show myself when I am dressed up, before I go down." "Oh, please, please," she cried back radiantly, "a private performance all to herself. Will you be perfectly awful?" She laughed exultantly. "As ever I can," smiled Mr. East, and turned to follow Uncle Timothy out of the room. "You know," he said, holding the door and looking back at her with mock seriousness, "I shall look rather horrid, I expect. Are you sure you won't mind?" "Mind? When it's you?" laughed the girl. He went out of the room, shutting the door. "Rum-ti-tum-ti-ti," she hummed gaily, and wriggled down into her bedclothes again, straightened the sheet over her chest, and prepared to wait. She lay quietly for some time, with a smile on her face, thinking of Percival East, and fitting his grave, kindly face back into its various dramatic settings. She was quite satisfied with him. She began to go over in her mind, in detail, the last play in which she had seen him act. How splendid he had looked when he fought the duel! She couldn't imagine him gruesome, she thought. What would he do with himself? Whatever he did, she wasn't going to be frightened. He shouldn't be able to boast that he had frightened her. Uncle Timothy would be there too, she supposed. Would he? Footsteps went past her door outside, along the corridor, and died away. The big door at the end of the stairs opened and clanged shut. Uncle Timothy had gone down. She waited on. A log, burnt through the middle to a ruddy thread, fell suddenly in 2 tumbling pieces on the hearth. She started at the sound. How quiet everything was! How much longer would he be, she wondered. The fire wanted making up, the pieces of wood collecting. Should she ring? But he might come in just when the servant was mending the fire, and that would spoil his entry. The fire could wait. The room was very still, and with the fallen fire, darker. She heard no more any sound at all from downstairs. That was because her door was shut. All day it had been open, but now the last slender link that held her to downstairs was broken. The lamp flame gave a sudden fitful leap. Why? Was it going out? Was it? No. She hoped he wouldn't jump out at her. But of course he wouldn't. Anyhow, whatever he did, she wouldn't be frightened. Really frightened. Forewarned is forearmed. Was that a sound? She started up, her eyes on the door. Nothing. But surely the door had minutely moved. It did not sit back quite so close into its frame. Perhaps it... She was sure it had moved. Yes, it had moved, opened an inch, and slowly, as she watched, she saw a thread of light grow between the edge of the door and its frame, grow almost imperceptibly wider, and stop. He could never have come through that. It must have yawned open of its own accord. Her heart began to beat rather quickly. She could see only the upper part of the door. The foot of her bed hid the lower third. Her attention tightened. Suddenly as a pistol shot, she saw that there was a figure like a dwarf near the wall, between the door and the fireplace. It was a cloaked figure, little higher than the table. How did he do it? It was moving slowly, very slowly, towards the fire, as if it was quite unconscious of her. It was wrapped about in a cloak that trailed, with a slouched hat on its head bent down to its shoulders. She gripped the clothes with her hands. It was so queer, so unexpected. She gave a little gasping laugh to break the tension of the silence, to show she appreciated him. The dwarf stopped dead at the sound, and turned its face round to her. Oh, but she was frightened. It was a dead white face, a long, pointed face, hunched between its shoulders. There was no color in the eyes that stared at her. How did he do it? How did he do it? It was too good. She laughed again nervously, and with a clutch of terror that she could not control, she saw the creature move out of the shadow and come towards her. She braced herself with all her might. She mustn't be frightened by a bit of acting. He was coming nearer. It was horrible, horrible, right up to her bed. She flung her head beneath her bedclothes. Whether she screamed or not, she never knew. Someone was rapping at her door, speaking cheerily. She took her head out of the clothes with a revulsion of shame at her fright. The horrible little creature was gone. Mr. East was speaking at her door. What was it he was saying? What? "I'm ready now," he said. "Shall I come in and begin?" End of story. Recording by Lyra Scout.
The House of the Past by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas. Seattle, Washington, February 2025. The House of the Past by Algernon Blackwood. One night, a dream came to me and brought with her an old and rusty key. She led me across fields and sweet-smelling lanes, where the hedges were already whispering to one another in the dark of the spring, till we came to a huge, gaunt house with staring windows and lofty roof half hidden in the shadows of very early morning. I noticed that the blinds were of heavy black, and that the house seemed wrapped in absolute stillness. "This," she whispered in my ear, "is the house of the past. Come with me, and we will go through some of its rooms and passages, but quickly, for I have not the key for long, and the night is very nearly over. Yet, perchance, you shall remember." The key made a dreadful noise as she turned it in the lock, and when the great door swung open into an empty hall, and we went in, I heard sounds of whispering and weeping, and the rustling of clothes, as of people moving in their sleep and about to wake. Then, instantly, a spirit of intense sadness came over me, drenching me to the soul. My eyes began to burn and smart, and in my heart I became aware of a strange sensation, as of the uncoiling of something that had been asleep for ages. My whole being, unable to resist, at once surrendered itself to the spirit of deepest melancholy, and the pain in my heart, as the things moved and woke, became in a moment of time too strong for words. As we advanced, the faint voices and sobbings fled away before us into the interior of the house, and I became conscious that the air was full of hands held aloft, of swaying garments, of drooping tresses, and of eyes so sad and wistful that the tears, which were already brimming in my own, held back for wonder at the sight of such intolerable yearning. "Do not allow all this sadness to overwhelm you," whispered the dream at my side. "It is not often they wake. They sleep for years and years and years. The chambers are all full, and unless visitors such as we come to disturb them, they will never wake of their own accord. But when one stirs, the sleep of the others is troubled, and they too awake, till the motion is communicated from one room to another, and thus finally throughout the whole house. Then, sometimes, the sadness is too great to be borne, and the mind weakens. For this reason, memory gives to them the sweetest and deepest sleep she has, and she keeps this old key rusty from little use. But listen now, she added, holding up her hand. Do you not hear all through the house that trembling of the air, like the distant murmur of falling water? And do you not now, perhaps, remember? Even before she spoke, I had already caught faintly the beginning of a new sound. And now, deep in the cellars beneath our feet, and from the upper regions of the great house as well, I heard the whispering and the rustling and the inward stirring of the sleeping shadows. It rose like a chord swept softly from huge unseen strings, stretched somewhere among the foundations of the house, and its tremblings ran gently through all its walls and ceilings. And I knew that I heard the slow awakening of the ghosts of the past. Ah me, with what terrible inrushing of sadness! I stood with brimming eyes and listened to the faint, dead voices of the long ago. For indeed, the whole house was awakening, and there presently rose to my nostrils the subtle, penetrating perfume of age, of letters long preserved, with ink faded and ribbons pale, of scented tresses, golden and brown, laid away, ah, how tenderly, among pressed flowers that still held the inmost delicacy of their forgotten fragrance, the scented presence of lost memories, the intoxicating incense of the past. My eyes overflowed, my heart tightened and expanded, as I yielded myself up without reserve to these old influences of sound and smell. These ghosts of the past, forgotten in the tumult of more recent memories, thronged round me, took my hands in theirs, and, ever whispering of what I had so long forgot, ever sighing, shaking from their hair and garments the ineffable odors of the dead ages, led me through the vast house from room to room, from floor to floor. And the ghosts were not all equally clear to me. Some had indeed but the faintest life, and stirred me so little that they left only an indistinct blurred impression in the air, while others gazed half reproachfully at me out of faded, colorless eyes, as if longing to recall themselves to my recollection, and then, seeing they were not recognized, floated back gently into the shadows of their room, to sleep again, undisturbed, till the final day, when I should not fail to know them. Many of them have slept so long, said the dream beside me, that they wake only with the greatest difficulty. Once awake, however, they know and remember you, even though you fail to remember them. For it is the rule in this house of the past that, unless you recall them distinctly, remembering precisely when you knew them, and with what particular causes in your past evolution they were associated, they cannot stay awake. Unless you remember them when your eyes meet, unless their look of recognition is returned by you, they are obliged to go back to their sleep, silent and sorrowful, their hands unpressed, their voices unheard, to sleep and dream, deathless and patient, till. At this moment, her words died away suddenly into the distance, and I became conscious of an overpowering sensation of delight and happiness. Something had touched me on the lips, and a strong, sweet fire flashed down into my heart and sent the blood rushing tumultuously through my veins. My pulses beat wildly, my skin glowed, my eyes grew tender, and the terrible sadness of the place was instantly dispelled as if by magic. Turning with a cry of joy that was at once swallowed up in the chorus of weeping and sighing round me, I looked and instinctively stretched forth my arms in a rapture of happiness towards a vision of a face, hair, lips, eyes. A cloth of gold lay about the fair neck, and the old, old perfume of the East, ye stars, how long ago was in her breath. Her lips were again on mine, her hair over my eyes, her arms about my neck, and the love of her ancient soul pouring into mine out of eyes still starry and undimmed. Oh, the fierce tumult, the untold wonder, if I could only remember that subtle, mist-dispelling odor of many ages ago, once so familiar, before the hills of Atlantis were above the blue sea, or the sands had begun to form the bed of the Sphinx. Yet wait, it comes back. I begin to remember. Curtain upon curtain rises in my soul, and I can almost see beyond. But that hideous stretch of the years, awful and sinister, thousands upon thousands. My heart shakes, and I am afraid. Another curtain rises, and a new vista, farther than the others, comes into view. Interminable, running to a point among thick mists. Lo, they too are moving, rising, lightening. At last I shall see. Already I begin to recall. The dusky skin, the eastern grace, the wondrous eyes that held the knowledge of Buddha and the wisdom of Christ before these had even dreamed of attainment. As a dream within a dream, it steals over me again, taking compelling possession of my whole being. The slender form, the stars in that magical eastern sky, the whispering winds among the palm trees, the murmur of the river's waves, and the music of the reeds where they bend and sigh in the shallows on the golden sand. Thousands of years ago in some aeonian distance. It fades a little and begins to pass, then seems again to rise. Ah me, that smile of the shining teeth, those lace-veined lids. Oh, who will help me to recall? For it is too far away, too dim, and I cannot wholly remember, though my lips are still tingling, and my arms still outstretched. It again begins to fade. Already there is the look of sadness too deep for words, as she realizes that she is unrecognized. She, whose mere presence could once extinguish for me the entire universe. And she goes back slowly, mournfully, silently to her dim, tremendous sleep, to dream and dream of the day when I must remember her, and she must come where she belongs. She peers at me from the end of the room, where the shadows already cover her, and win her back with outstretched arms to her age-long sleep in the house of the past. Trembling all over, with the strange odor still in my nostrils and the fire in my heart, I turned away and followed my dream of a broad staircase into another part of the house. As we entered the upper corridors, I heard the wind pass singing over the roof. Its music took possession of me, until I felt as though my whole body were a single heart, aching, straining, throbbing, as if it would break. And all because I heard the wind singing round this house of the past. But remember, whispered the dream, answering my unspoken wonder, that you are listening to the song it has sung for untold ages into untold myriad ears. It carries back so appallingly far, and in that simple dirge, profound in its terrible monotony, are the associations and recollections of the joys, griefs, and struggles of all your previous existence. The wind, like the sea, speaks to the inmost memory, she added, and that is why its voice is one of such deep spiritual sadness. It is the song of things forever incomplete, unfinished, unsatisfying. As we passed through the vaulted rooms, I noticed that no one stirred. There was no actual sound, only a general impression of deep collective breathing, like the heave of a muffled ocean. But the rooms, I knew at once, were full to the walls, crowded, rows upon rows, and from the floors below rose ever the murmur of the weeping shadows as they returned to their sleep, and settled down again in the silence, the darkness, and the dust. The dust. Ah, the dust that floated in this house of the past, so thick, so penetrating, so fine, it filled the throat and eyes without pain, so fragrant, it soothed the senses and stilled the aching of the heart, so soft, it parched the tongue without offense, yet so silently falling, gathering, settling over everything, that the air held it like a fine mist, and the sleeping shadows wore it for their shrouds. And these are the oldest, said my dream, the longest to sleep, pointing to the crowded rows of silent sleepers. None here have wakened for ages, too many to count. And even if they woke, you would not know them. They are, like the others, all your own, but they are the memories of your earliest stages along the great path of evolution. Some day, though, they will awake, and you must know them and answer their questions, for they cannot die till they have exhausted themselves again through you who gave them birth. Ah me, I thought, only half listening to or understanding these last words. What mothers, fathers, brothers may then be asleep in this room? What faithful lovers? What true friends? What ancient enemies? And to think that some day they will step forth and confront me, and I shall meet their eyes again, claim them, know them, forgive and be forgiven, the memories of all my past. I turned to speak to the dream at my side, but she was already fading into dimness, and as I looked again, the whole house melted away into the flush of the eastern sky. And I heard the birds singing, and saw the clouds overhead veiling the stars in the light of coming day. End of The House of the Past.
The Inn in the Wood by C.I. Martin. From Weird Tales, May 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Inn in the Wood by C.I. Martin. It stood by the white, dusty track which ran through the gloomy wood down to the wide gray sea of the Normandy coast. Before the door stood a man with a haunted face, and hesitated, glancing over his shoulder at the path which had led him here from the seashore. Night was falling. In the shades of the wood it was already dark. He was wet and weary. The folds of his long cloak dripped on the dusty path as he stood. It was odd, he thought, that he had not marked the inn when he passed that way in the morning. But then he had not been alone, and had had that on his mind which might have taken him, unheeded, past 20 inns. He shivered slightly, as if cold. There were many miles between him and the little fishing village which he had left at dawn, and he had no fancy for retracing the path through the woods in darkness and alone. The trees could hide many things. He would do better to spend the night here. Yet the inn did not look very cheerful. He glanced up at the creaking sign to discover the name, but the letters were too dim. The site, too, was strangely chosen, for there appeared to be a graveyard on one side. Dim gray shapes, as if tombstones, glimmered in the dusk. But what mattered that to him if he could find warmth and shelter within? Through the window he saw a fire leap and glow. It decided him, and turning to the half-open door he was about to knock when it was flung wide, and the host stood bowing in the doorway. "You are welcome, monsieur. Would monsieur be pleased to enter?" The traveler went in, and the plump little man barred the door. He was dressed in rusty black. A smile was on his face, and his eyes shone as he looked at his guest, and rubbing his hands, predicted a terrible night. His manner was almost exulting, thought the other. As he gazed at him, he shivered, and almost wished himself out in the dark wood again. But that was folly. He curtly demanded a room, wine, and a fire by which to dry his garments. All these things he could have, and that speedily. He followed his host up a flight of stairs, and still, though the door was barred below, he glanced with a haunted look over his shoulder. At the top they entered a large room hung with faded tapestry. On it was represented the bottom of the sea, and as the wind stirred it, the fishes seemed to swim, and the long coils of seaweed to wave with the motion of the water. The traveler looked at it with distaste. "Monsieur does not like the tapestry?" inquired the host. Alas, he had no other empty room, and when monsieur slept, it would not trouble him. The other shrugged his shoulders and looked around. A fire leapt on the open hearth. Beside it, wine and glasses stood on the table. In the corner were 2 narrow beds, and through the open window there was a distant roar of the sea. The newcomer looked surprised on these preparations, and his host, following his gaze, smiled and said, "Monsieur sees he was expected?" "But how?" stammered the other. "I had no thought of coming here tonight." "Monsieur would have found it hard to pass this door." "Leave me!" he exclaimed, angry with the smile which seemed to triumph over him. "But first, draw that window to. The sea roars too loudly for me tonight." Yet monsieur has been closely acquainted with the sea today, said the little man as he advanced to do his bidding. The sea is strong, monsieur, but it does not keep all that it holds. The traveler shot a glance of terror at him, but the fat, round face was as smiling as ever. What do you mean? Stammered the pale lips. Nay, what should I mean, save that monsieur's garments are wet? It is easy to see he has struggled, pointing as he spoke to the long rent in his cloak. The traveler shrugged and threw the garments from him. Still smiling, his host went out, closing the door behind him. Once more he was alone. Drawing up a seat close to the fire, he crouched over it to dry his clothes. But they dripped and dripped and never had done dripping. And the firelight glanced on the little pools until they looked like blood. For the first time he sat motionless, then groaned, and, rising, paced to and fro. He stood still at length by the beds. In his troubled mind, he had not noted that there were two, and he called the host up to explain. It is the custom of the house, monsieur. No one sleeps alone, he explained with a sidelong smile. I share my room with no stranger, was the haughty reply. He will be no stranger, said the little man as he closed the door. The wind rose, and the sea sounded louder than before. He had not thought it was so near. He flung the window open, expecting to see it through the trees. The sign creaked below. It was nearer here, and as it swung toward him, he read, in dim letters, Retribution. Above was a sword and scales. And then he saw on the road a sight that made his heart stand still. A double track in the dust. He would fly, but whither? On one side was the wood, and on the other the sea. He moaned, and crouched in hopeless apathy over the dying fire. All was still now, very still. There was a stir below. Was it the host coming up again? No, it was a step he knew. It came nearer, and ever nearer, with a splashy sound upon the stairs. He crouched in the furthest corner of the room, his eyes fixed on the door. Now there was but that between him and the thing without. It opened, and on the threshold stood the brother he had drowned, with wide, unseeing eyes, and a coil of wet seaweed in his dead hand. The end of The Inn in the Wood by C.I. Martin.
The Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Theo Douglas. Seattle, Washington, February 2025. The Messenger by Algernon Blackwood. I have never been afraid of ghostly things, attracted rather with a curious live interest, though it is always out of doors that strange presences get nearest to me. And in nature, I have encountered warnings, messages, presentiments, and the like, that by way of help or guidance have later justified themselves. I have, therefore, welcomed them. But in the little rooms of houses, things of much value rarely come, for the thick air chokes the wires, as it were, and distorts or mutilates the clear delivery. But the other night, here in the carpenter's house, where my attic windows beckon to the mountains and the woods, I woke with the uncomfortably strong suggestion that something was on the way, and that I was not ready. It came along the byways of deep sleep. I awoke abruptly, alarmed before I was even properly awake. Something was approaching with great swiftness, and I was unprepared. Across the lake, there were faint signs of color behind the distant Alps, but terraces of mist still lay gray above the vineyards, and the slim poplar, whose tip was level with my face, no more than rustled in the wind of dawn. A shiver, not brought to me by any wind, ran through my nerves. For I knew with a certainty, no arguing could lessen nor dispel, that something from immensely far away was deliberately now approaching me. The touch of wonder in advance of it was truly awful. Its splendor, size, and grandeur belonged to conditions I had surely never known. It came through empty spaces, from another world. While I lay asleep, it had been already on the way. I stood there a moment, seeking for some outward sign that might betray its nature. The last stars were fading in the northern sky, and blue and dim lay the whole long line of the Jura, cloaked beneath still slumbering forests. There was a rumbling of a distant train. Now and then a dog barked in some outlying farm. The night was up and walking, though as yet she moved but slowly from the sky. Shadows still draped the world, and the warning that had reached me first in sleep rushed through my tingling nerves once more with a certainty not far removed from shock. Something from another world was drawing every minute nearer, and with a speed that made me tremble and half breathless. It would presently arrive. It would stand close beside me and look straight into my face, into these very eyes that searched the mist and shadow for an outward sign. It would gaze intimately with a message brought from me alone. But in these narrow walls, it could only come with difficulty. The message would be maimed. There still was time for preparation, and I hurried into clothes and made my way downstairs and out into the open air. Thus, at first by climbing fast, I kept ahead of it, and soon the village lay beneath me in its nest of shadow, and the limestone ridges far above dropped nearer. But the awe and the terrible deep wonder did not go. Along these mountain paths, whose every inch was so intimate that I could follow them even in the dark, this sense of breaking grandeur clung to my footsteps, keeping close. Nothing upon the earth, familiar, friendly, well-known little earth, could have brought this sense that pressed upon the edges of true reverence. It was the awareness that some speeding messenger from spaces far, far beyond the world would presently stand close and touch me, would gaze into my little human eyes, would leave its message as of life or death, and then depart upon its fearful way again. It was this that conveyed the feeling of apprehension that went with me. And instinctively, while rising higher and higher, I chose the darkest and most sheltered way. I sought the protection of the trees and ran into the deepest vaults of the forest. The moss was soaking wet beneath my feet, and the 1,000 tapering spires of the pines dipped upwards into a sky already brightening with palest gold and crimson. There was a whispering and rustling overhead as the trees, who know everything before it comes, announced to one another that the thing I sought to hide from was already very, very near. Plunging deeper into the woods to hide, this detail of sure knowledge followed me and laughed. That the speed of this august arrival was one which made the greatest speed I ever dreamed of a mere standing still. I hid myself where possible in the darkness that was growing every minute more rare. The air was sharp and exquisitely fresh. I heard birds calling. The low, wet branches kissed my face and hair. A sense of glad relief came over me, that I had left the closeness of the little attic chamber, and that I should eventually meet this huge newcomer in the wide free spaces of the mountains. There must be room where I could hold myself unmanacled to meet it. The village lay far beneath me, a patch of smoke and mist and soft brown roofs among the vineyards. And then my gaze turned upwards, and through a rift in the close-wrought ceiling of the trees, I saw the clearness of the open sky. A strip of cloud ran through it, carrying off the night's last dream. And down into my heart dropped instantly that cold breath of awe I have known but once in life, when staring through the stupendous mouth within the Milky Way. That opening into the outer spaces of eternal darkness, unlit by any single star, men call the coal hole. The futility of escape then took me bodily, and I renounced all further flight. From this speeding messenger there was no hiding possible. His splendid shoulders already brushed the sky. I heard the rushing of his awful wings, yet in that deep, significant silence with which light steps upon the clouds of morning. And simultaneously I left the woods behind me and stood upon a naked ridge of rock that all night long had watched the stars. Then terror passed away like magic. Cool winds from the valleys bore me up. I heard the tinkling of 1,000 cowbells from pastures far below in a score of hidden valleys. The cold departed, and with it every trace of little fears. My eyes seemed for an instant blinded, and I knew that deep sense of joy which seems so unearthly that it almost stains the sight with the veils of tears. The soul sank to her knees in prayer and worship. For the messenger from another world had come. He stood beside me on that dizzy ledge. Warmth clothed me, and I knew myself akin to deity. He stood there, gazing straight into my little human eyes. He touched me everywhere. Above the distant Alps the sun came up. His eye looked close into my own. End of story.
The Monkey's Paw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maureen Taylor Peart. The Monkey's Paw by JakeW. Part 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn, and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake, after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check!" "I should hardly think he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with his sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathways are bog, the roads are torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose only 2 houses on the road are let. They think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win next time." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands and, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly as his host got out whisky and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "Don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man. "Just to look around a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What is that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "A monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. The 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips, then set it down again. The host filled it for him. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "He had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. It put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in a way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man, he had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "Don't know what the first 2 were, but the 3rd was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Maurice," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," asked the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Maurice," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me." Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he's been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guests, just in time for him to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," he said, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted around the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200. Then that'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman, as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved!" he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see any money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must be your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done. But it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again, while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence, unusual and depressing, settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose and retired for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night. "And something horrible's squatting upon the top of your wardrobe, watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. Part 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happen so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wish, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid you'll turn into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor preventing her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bilbious habits, when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said, as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, I'll swear to that." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just... What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The fourth time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with a sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her and hurriedly unfastened the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited, as patiently as her sex would permit, for him to broach his business. But he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stopped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Miggins." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir." He eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he's not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank—" She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath and, turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery," repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days, nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wish me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking around. "I beg that you will understand that I am only their servant and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. "I was to say that Moore and Miggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum of compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand and, rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200 was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put his hands out like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. Part 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was over all so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and the days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man wakened suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in the bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You'll be cold." "It's colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came, stumbling across the room towards him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlour, on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" she cried, and laughed together, and bending over, kissed his head. "I've only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish for our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, are you mad?" he cried aghast. "Get it!" she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish, oh, my boy, my boy." Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We've had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He's been dead 10 days, and besides, I would not tell you, else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back!" cried the old woman, and dragged him towards the door. "Do you think I feared the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him, ere he could escape from the room, seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in a small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully, then sank, trembling, into the chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently, listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time, screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment, a knock, so quiet and stealthily as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled on the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. The third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed, listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot. It was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go! I must open the door. For God's sake, don't let it in!" cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son?" she cried, struggling. "Let me go! I'm coming! Herbert! I'm coming!" There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried. "Come down! I can't reach it!" But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in! A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickered opposite, shone in a quiet and deserted road. End of The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs.
The Open Window by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Open Window by Saki. "My aunt will be down presently, Mr. Nuttall," said a very self-possessed young lady of 15. "In the meantime, you must try and put up with me." Frampton Nuttall endeavored to say the correct something which should duly flatter the niece of the moment without unduly discounting the aunt that was to come. Privately, he doubted more than ever whether these formal visits on a succession of total strangers would do much towards helping the nerve cure which he was supposed to be undergoing. "I know how it will be," his sister had said when he was preparing to migrate to this rural retreat. "You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping. I shall just give you letters of introduction to all the people I know there. Some of them, as far as I can remember, were quite nice. Frampton wondered whether Mrs. Sappleton, the lady to whom he was presenting one of the letters of introduction, came into the nice division. "Do you know many of the people round here?" asked the niece when she judged that they had had sufficient silent communion.
"Hardly a soul," said Frampton. "My sister was staying here, at the rectory, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here."
He made the last statement in a tone of distinct regret. "Then you know practically nothing about my aunt?" pursued the self-possessed young lady.
"Only her name and address," admitted the caller.
He was wondering whether Mrs. Sappleton was in the married or widowed state. An undefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. "Her great tragedy happened just 3 years ago," said the child. "That would be since your sister's time."
"Her tragedy?"
asked Frampton. Somehow in this restful country spot, tragedy seemed out of place. "You may wonder why we keep that window wide open on an October afternoon," said the niece, indicating a large French window that opened onto a lawn.
"It is quite warm for the time of year,"
said Frampton.
"but has that window got anything to do with the tragedy?"
"Out through that window, 3 years ago to a day, her husband and her 2 young brothers went off for their day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, and places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it."
Here the child's voice lost its self-possessed note
and became falteringly human. "Poor aunt always thinks that they will come back some day. They and that little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window is kept open every evening till it is quite dusk. Poor dear aunt! She has often told me about how they went out, her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing, 'Birdie, why do you bound?' as he always did to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they will all walk in through that window."
She broke off with a little shudder. It was a relief to Frampton when the aunt bustled into the room with a whirl of apologies for being late in making her appearance.
"I hope Vera has been amusing you," she said.
"She has been very interesting,"
said Frampton. "I hope you don't mind the open window," said Mrs. Sappleton briskly. "My husband and brothers will be home directly from shooting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they'll make a fine mess over my poor carpets. So like you men folk, isn't it?" She rattled on cheerfully about the shooting, and the scarcity of birds, and the prospects for duck in the winter. To Frampton, it was all purely horrible. He made a desperate but only partially successful effort to turn the talk on to a less ghastly topic. He was conscious that his hostess was giving him only a fragment of her attention, and her eyes were constantly straying past him to the open window and the lawn beyond. It was certainly an unfortunate coincidence that he should have paid his visit on this tragic anniversary.
"The doctors agree in ordering me complete rest, in absence of mental excitement, and avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise,"
announced Frampton, who labored under the tolerably widespread delusion that total strangers and chance acquaintances are hungry for the least detail of one's ailments and infirmities, their cause, and cure.
On the matter of diet, they are not so much in agreement,
he continued. No, said Mrs. Sappleton, in a voice which only replaced a yawn at the last moment. Then she suddenly brightened into alert attention, but not to what Frampton was saying. Here they are at last, she cried, just in time for tea, and don't they look as if they were muddy up to the eyes? Frampton shivered slightly and turned towards the niece with a look intended to convey sympathetic comprehension. The child was staring out through the open window with a dazed horror in her eyes. In a chill shock of nameless fear, Frampton swung round in his seat and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn towards the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them was additionally burdened with a white coat hung over his shoulders. A tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly they neared the house, and then a hoarse young voice chanted out of the dusk. I said, Bertie, why do you bound? Frampton grabbed wildly at his stick and hat. The door hall, the gravel drive, and the front gate were dimly noted stages in his headlong retreat. A cyclist coming along the road had to run into the hedge to avoid an imminent collision.
Here we are, my dear, said the bearer of the white mackintosh coming in through the window. Fairly muddy, but most of it's dry. Who was that who bolted out as we came up?
A most extraordinary man, a Mr. Nuttall, said Mrs. Sappleton. Could only talk about his illnesses, and dashed off without a word of goodbye or apology when you arrived. One would think he had seen a ghost. I expect it was the spaniel, said the niece calmly. He told me he had a horror of dogs. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs, and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above him, enough to make anyone lose their nerve.
Romance, at short notice, was her specialty.
End of The Open Window.
Recorded by Wendy Shore.
Rattle of Bones by Robert E. Howard. From Weird Tales, June 1929. Read by Dale Grothmann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rattle of Bones by Robert E. Howard. Landlord, ho! The shout broke the lowering silence and reverberated through the black forest with sinister echoing. This place has a forbidden aspect, mes amis. 2 men stood in front of the forest tavern. The building was low, long, and rambling, built of heavy logs. Its small windows were heavily barred, and the door was closed. Above the door its sinister sign showed faintly, a cleft skull. This door swung slowly open, and a bearded face peered out. The owner of the face stepped back and motioned his guests to enter, with a grudging gesture, it seemed. A candle gleamed on the table. A flame smoldered in the fireplace. Your names? Simon Kane, said the taller man briefly. Gaston Lamour, the other spoke curtly. But what is that to you? Strangers are few in the Black Forest, grunted the host. Bandits many. Sit at yonder table and I will bring food. The 2 men sat down with the bearing of men who have traveled far. One was a tall, gaunt man, clad in a featherless hat and somber black garments, which set off the dark pallor of his forbidding face. The other was of a different type entirely, bedecked with lace and plumes, although his finery was somewhat stained from travel. He was handsome in a bold way, and his restless eyes shifted from side to side, never still an instant. The host brought wine and food to the rough-hewn table, and then stood back in the shadows, like a somber image. His features, now receding into vagueness, now luridly sketched in the firelight as it leapt and flickered, were masked in a beard which seemed almost animal-like in thickness. A great nose curved above this beard, and two small red eyes stared unblinkingly at his guests. "Who are you?" suddenly asked the younger man. "I am the host of the Cleft Skull Tavern," sullenly replied the other. His tone seemed to challenge his questioners to ask further. "Do you have many guests?" Larmon pursued. "Few come twice," the host grunted. Kane started and glanced up straight into those small red eyes, as if he sought for some hidden meaning in the host's words. The flaming eyes seemed to dilate, then dropped suddenly before the Englishman's cold stare. "I'm for bed," said Kane abruptly, bringing his meal to a close. "I must take up my journey by daylight." "And I," added the Frenchman. "Host, show us to our chambers." Black shadows wavered on the walls as the two followed their silent host down a long, dark hall. The stocky, broad body of their guide seemed to grow and expand in the light of the small candle which he carried, throwing a long, grim shadow behind him. At a certain door he halted, indicating that they were to sleep there. They entered. The host lit a candle from the one he carried, then lurched back the way he had come. In the chamber, the two men glanced at each other. The only furnishings of the room were a couple of bunks, a chair or two, and a heavy table. "Let us see if there is any way to make fast the door," said Kane. "I like not the looks of mine host." "There are racks on the door and jamb for a bar," said Gaston, "but no bar." "We might break up the table and use its pieces for a bar," mused Kane. "Mon Dieu," said Lamour, "you are timorous, monsieur." Kane scowled. "I like not being murdered in my sleep," he answered gruffly. "My faith," the Frenchman laughed, "we are chance met. Until I overtook you on the forest road an hour before sunset, we had never seen each other." "I have seen you somewhere before," answered Kane, "though I cannot now recall where. As for the other, I assume every man is an honest fellow until he shows me he is a rogue. Moreover, I am a light sleeper, and slumber with a pistol at hand." The Frenchman laughed again. "I was wondering how monsieur would bring himself to sleep in a room with a stranger. Ha ha! All right, Monsieur Englishman. Let us go forth and take a bar from one of the other rooms." Taking the candle with them, they went into the corridor. Utter silence reigned, and the small candle twinkled redly and evilly in the thick darkness. "Mine host hath neither guests nor servants," muttered Solomon Kane. "A strange tavern. What is the name now? These German words come not easily to me. The Cleft Skull? A bloody name, my faith." They tried the rooms next to theirs, but no bar rewarded their search. At last they came to the last room at the end of the corridor. They entered. It was furnished like the rest, except that the door was provided with a small barred opening, and fastened from the outside with a heavy bolt, which was secured at one end of the door jamb. They raised the bolt and looked in. "There should be an outer window, but there is not," muttered Kane. "Look." The floor was stained darkly. The walls and one bunk were hacked to pieces, great splinters having been torn away. Men have died in here, said Kane somberly. Is yonder not a bar fixed in the wall? Aye, but 'tis made fast, said the Frenchman, tugging at it. A section of the wall swung back, and Gaston gave a quick exclamation. A small, secret room was revealed, and the two men bent over a grisly thing that lay upon its floor. The skeleton of a man, said Gaston, and behold how his bony leg is shackled to the floor. He was imprisoned here, and died. Nay, said Kane, the skull is cleft. Methinks mine host had a grim reason for a name of his hellish tavern. This man, like us, was no doubt a wanderer who fell into the fiend's hands. Likely, said Gaston without interest. He was engaged in idly working the great iron ring from the skeleton's leg bone. Failing in this, he drew his sword, and with an exhibition of remarkable strength, cut the chain which joined the ring on the leg to the ring set deep in the log floor. Why should he shackle a skeleton to the floor? Mused the Frenchman. Mon Dieu, 'tis a waste of good chain. See, monsieur, he ironically addressed the white heap of bones. I have freed you, and you may go where you like. Have done, Kane's voice was deep. No good will come of mocking the dead. The dead should defend themselves, laughed Lamont. Somehow I will slay the man who kills me, though his corpse climb up 40 fathoms of ocean to do it. Kane turned toward the outer door, closing the door from the secret room behind him. He liked not this talk which smacked of demonry and witchcraft, and he was in haste to face the host with the charge of his guilt. As he turned with his back to the Frenchman, he felt the touch of cold steel against his neck, and knew that a pistol muzzle was pressed close beneath the base of his brain. Move not, monsieur. The voice was low and silky. Move not, or I will scatter your few brains over the room. The Puritan raged inwardly, stood with his hands in the air while Lamont slipped the pistol and sword from their sheaths. Now you can turn, said Gaston, stepping back. Kent bent a grim eye on the dapper fellow who stood bareheaded now, hat in one hand, the other hand leveling his long pistol. Gaston the butcher, said the Englishman soberly. Fool that I was for trusting a Frenchman. You range far, murderer. I remember you now, with that cursed great hat off. I saw you in Calais this year agone. Aye, and now you will see me never again. What was that? Rats exploring yon skeleton, said Kane, watching the bandit like a hawk, waiting for a single slight waver of the black gun muzzle. The sound was of the rattle of bones. Like enough, returned the other. Now, Monsieur Kane, I know you carry considerable money on your person. I had thought to wait until you slept and then slay you. But the opportunity presented itself, and I took it. You trick easily. I had little thought that I should fear a man with whom I broke bread, said Kane, a deep timbre of slow fury sounding in his voice. The bandit laughed cynically. His eyes narrowed as he began to back slowly toward the outer door. Kane's sinews tensed involuntarily. He gathered himself like a giant wolf, about to launch himself in a death leap. But Gaston's hand was like a rock, and the pistol never trembled. We will have no death plunges after the shot, said Gaston. Stand still, monsieur. I have seen men killed by dying men, and I wish to have distance enough between us to preclude that possibility. My faith, I will shoot, you will roar and charge, but you will die before you reach me with your bare hands. and mine host will have another skeleton in his secret niche. That is, if I do not kill him myself. The fool knows me not, nor I him. Moreover, the Frenchman was in the doorway now, sighting along the barrel. The candle, which had been stuck in a niche on the wall, shed a weird and flickering light which did not extend past the doorway. And with the suddenness of death, from the darkness behind Gaston's back, a broad, vague form rose up, and a gleaming blade swept down. The Frenchman went to his knees like a butchered ox. His brains spilled from the cleft skull. Above him, towering the figure of the host, a wild and terrible spectacle, still holding the hanger with which he had slain the bandit. "Ho! Ho!" he roared. "Back!" Cain had leapt forward as Gaston fell, but the host thrust into his very face a long pistol which he held in his left hand. "Back!" he repeated in a tigerish roar, and Cain retreated from the menacing weapon and the insanity in the red eyes. The Englishman stood silent, his flesh crawling as he sensed a deeper, more hideous threat than the Frenchman had offered. There was something inhuman about this man, who now swayed to and fro like some great forest beast, while his mirthless laughter boomed out again. "Gaston the Butcher!" he shouted, kicking the corpse at his feet. "Ho! Ho! My fine brigand will hurt no more. I had heard of this fool who roamed the Black Forest. He wished gold, and he found death. Now your gold shall be mine, and more than gold, vengeance." "I am no foe of yours," Cain spoke calmly. "All men are my foes. Look, the marks on my wrist. See, the marks on my ankles. And deep in my back, the kiss of the knot. And deep in my brain, the wounds of the years of cold, silent cells, where I lay as punishment for a crime I never committed." The voice broke in a hideous, grotesque sob. Cain made no answer. This man was not the first he had seen whose brain was shattered amid the horrors of the terrible continental prisons. "But I escaped!" The scream rose triumphantly. "And here I make war on all men. What is that? Did Cano see a flash of fear in those hideous eyes? My sorcerer is rattling his bones," whispered the host, then laughed wildly. "Dying, he swore his very bones would weave a net of death for me. I shackled his corpse to the floor, and now, deep in the night, I hear his bare skeleton clash and rattle as he seeks to be free. And I laugh. Ho, ho! How he yearns to rise and stalk like old King Death along these dark corridors when I sleep, to slay me in my bed." Suddenly, the insane eyes flared hideously. "You were in that secret room, you and this dead fool. Did he talk to you?" Cain shuddered in spite of himself. Was it insanity, or did he actually hear the faint rattle of bones, as if the skeleton had moved slightly? Cain shrugged his shoulders. Rats will even tug at dusty bones. The host was laughing again. He sidled around Cain, keeping the Englishman always covered, and with his free hand opened the door. All was darkness within, so that Cain could not even see the glimmer of the bones on the floor. "All men are my foes," mumbled the host, in the incoherent manner of the insane. "Who lifted a hand to my aid when I lay for years in the vile dungeons, and for a deed never proven? Something happened to my brain then. I became as a wolf, a brother to those of the Black Forest, to which I fled when I escaped. They have feasted, my brothers, on all who lay in my tavern, all except this one who now clashes his bones, this magician from Russia, lest he come stalking back through the night shadows when the night is over the world, and slay me. For who may slay the dead? I stripped his bones and shackled him. His sorcery was not powerful enough to save him from me, but all men know that a dead magician is more evil than a living one. Move not, Englishman. Your bones I will leave in this secret room beside this one. The maniac was standing partly in the doorway of the secret room now, his weapon still menacing Cain. Suddenly, he seemed to topple backward and vanished in the darkness, and at the same instant, a vague gust of wind swept down the outer corridor and slammed the door behind him. The candle on the wall flickered and went out. Cain's groping hands, sweeping over the floor, found a pistol, and he straightened, facing the door, where the maniac had vanished. He stood in the utter darkness, his blood freezing, while a hideous, muffled scream came from the secret room, intermingled with the dry, grisly rattling of fleshless bones. Then fell silent. Cain found a flint and steel and lighted the candle. Then, holding it in one hand and the pistol in the other, he opened the secret door. "Great God!" he muttered, as a cold sweat formed on his body. "This thing is beyond all reason, yet with mine own eyes I have seen it. 2 vows have been kept, for Gaston the butcher swore that even in death he would avenge his slaying, and his was the hand that set yon fleshless monster free, and he—" The host of the cleft skull lay lifeless on the floor of the secret room, his bestial face set in lines of terrible fear, and deep in his broken neck were sunk the bare finger bones of the sorcerer's skeleton. The end of Rattle of Bones by Robert E. Howard.
The Red Room from 30 Strange Stories by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barbara Yu. The Red Room by H.G. Wells. "I can assure you," said I, "that it will take a very tangible ghost to frighten me." And I stood up before the fire with my glass in my hand. "It is your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, and glanced at me askance. 28 years, said I have lived, and never a ghost have I seen as yet." The old woman sat staring hard into the fire, her pale eyes wide open. "Aye," she broke in, "and 28 years you have lived and never seen the likes of this house, I reckon. There's a many things to see when one's still but 28. She swayed her head slowly from side to side. "A many things to see and sorrow for." I half suspected the old people were trying to enhance the spiritual terrors of their house by their droning insistence. I put down my empty glass on the table and looked about the room, and caught a glimpse of myself, abbreviated and broadened into an impossible sturdiness, in the queer old mirror at the end of the room. "Well," I said, "if I see anything tonight, I'll be so much the wiser, for I come to the business with an open mind." "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm once more. I heard the sound of a stick and a shambling step on the flags in the passage outside, and the door creaked on its hinges as a second old man entered, more bent, more wrinkled, more aged even than the first. He supported himself by a single crutch, his eyes were covered by a shade, and his lower lip half averted, hung pale and pink from his decaying yellow teeth. He made straight for an armchair on the opposite side of the table, sat down clumsily, and began to cough. The man with the withered arm gave this newcomer a short glance of positive dislike. The old woman took no notice of his arrival, but remained with her eyes fixed steadily on the fire. "I said it's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm, when the coughing had ceased for a while. "It's my own choosing," I answered. The man with the shade became aware of my presence for the first time, and threw his head back for a moment and sideways to see me. I caught a momentary glimpse of his eyes, small and bright and inflamed. Then he began to cough and sputter again. "Why don't you drink?" said the man with the withered arm, pushing the beer toward him. The man with the shade poured out a glassful with a shaky arm that splattered half as much again on the deal table. A monstrous shadow of him crouched upon the wall and mocked his actions as he poured and drank. I must confess, I had scarce expected these grotesque custodians. There is to my mind something inhuman in senility, something crouching and atavistic. The human qualities seem to drop from old people insensibly day by day. The three of them made me feel uncomfortable, with their gaunt silences, their bent carriage, their evident unfriendliness to me and to one another. "If," said I, "you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will make myself comfortable there." The man with the cough jerked his head back so suddenly that it startled me, and shot another glance of his red eyes at me from under the shade, but no one answered me. I waited a minute, glancing from one to the other. "If," I said a little louder, "if you will show me to this haunted room of yours, I will relieve you from the task of entertaining me." "There is a candle on the slab outside the door," said the man with the withered arm, looking at my feet as he addressed me. "But if you go to the Red Room tonight—" "This night of all nights," said the old woman, "you go alone." "Very well," I answered. "And which way do I go?" "You go along the passage for a bit," said he, "until you come to a door, and then through that is a spiral staircase, and halfway up that is a landing and another door covered with baize. Go through that and down the long corridor to the end, and the Red Room is on your left up the steps." "Have I got that right?" I said, and repeated his directions. He corrected me in one particular. "And are you really going?" said the man with the shade, looking at me again for the third time, with that queer, unnatural tilting of the face. "This night of all nights," said the old woman. "It is what I came for," I said, and moved towards the door. As I did so, the old man with the shade rose and staggered round the table, so as to be closer to the others and to the fire. At the door I turned and looked at them, and saw they were all close together, dark against the firelight, staring at me over their shoulders with an intent expression on their ancient faces. "Good night," I said, setting the door open. "It's your own choosing," said the man with the withered arm. I left the door wide open until the candle was well alight, and then I shut them in and walked down the chilly, echoing passage. I must confess that the oddness of these three old pensioners in whose charge her ladyship had left the castle, and the deep-toned, old-fashioned furniture of the housekeeper's room in which they foregathered, affected me in spite of my efforts to keep myself at a matter-of-fact phase. They seemed to belong to another age, an older age, an age where things spiritual were different from this of ours, less certain, an age when omens and witches were credible, and ghosts beyond denying. Their very existence was spectral. The cut of their clothing, fashions born in dead brains. The ornaments and conveniences of the room about them were ghostly. The thoughts of vanished men which still haunted rather than participated in the world of today. But with an effort I set such thoughts to their right about. The long, draughty subterranean passage was chilly and dusty, and my candle flared and made the shadows cower and quiver. The echoes rang up and down the spiral staircase, and a shadow came sweeping up after me, and one fled before me into the darkness overhead. I came to the landing and stopped there for a moment, listening to the rustling that I fancied I heard. Then, satisfied of the absolute silence, I pushed open the baize-covered door and stood in the corridor. The effect was scarcely what I expected, for the moonlight coming in by the great window on the grand staircase picked out everything in vivid black shadow or silvery illumination. Everything was in its place. The house might have been deserted on me yesterday instead of 18 months ago. There were candles in the sockets of the sconces, and whatever dust had gathered on the carpets or upon the polished flooring was distributed so evenly as to be invisible in the moonlight. I was about to advance and stopped abruptly. A bronze group stood upon the landing, hidden from me by the corner of the wall, but its shadow fell with marvelous distinction upon the white paneling and gave me the impression of someone crouching to waylay me. I stood rigid for half a minute, perhaps. Then, with my hand in the pocket that held my revolver, I advanced, only to discover a Ganymede and eagle glistening in the moonlight. That incident for a time restored my nerve, and a porcelain Chinaman on a buhl table, whose head rocked silently as I passed him, scarcely startled me. The door to the Red Room and the steps up to it were in a shadowy corner. I moved my candle from side to side in order to see clearly the nature of the recess in which I stood before opening the door. Here it was, thought I, that my predecessor was found, and the memory of that story gave me a sudden twinge of apprehension. I glanced over my shoulder at the Ganymede in the moonlight, and opened the door of the Red Room rather hastily, my face half turned to the pallid silence of the landing. I entered, closed the door behind me at once, turned the key I found in the lock within, and stood with the candle held aloft, surveying the scene of my vigil. The great red room of Lorraine Castle, in which the young Duke had died. Or rather, in which he had begun his dying, for he had opened the door and fallen headlong down the steps I had just ascended. That had been the end of his vigil, of his gallant attempt to conquer the ghostly tradition of this place, and never, I thought, had apoplexy better served the ends of superstition. And there were other and older stories that clung to the room, back to the half-credible beginning of it all, the tale of a timid wife and the tragic end that came to her husband's jest of frightening her. And looking around that large shadowy room, with its shadowy window bays, its recesses and alcoves, one could well understand the legends that had sprouted in its black corners, its germinating darkness. My candle was a little tongue of light in its vastness that failed to pierce the opposite end of the room, and left an ocean of mystery and suggestion beyond its island of light. I resolved to make a systematic examination of the place at once, and dispel the fanciful suggestions of its obscurity before they obtained a hold upon me. After satisfying myself of the fastening of the door, I began to walk around the room, peering round each article of furniture, tucking up the valances of the bed, and opening its curtains wide. I pulled up the blinds and examined the fastenings of several windows before closing the shutters, leant forward and looked up the blackness of the wide chimney, and tapped the dark oak paneling for any secret opening. There were 2 big mirrors in the room, each with a pair of sconces bearing candles, and on the mantel-shelf, too, were more candles and china candlesticks. All these I lit one after the other. The fire was laid, an unexpected consideration from the old housekeeper, and I lit it, keep down any disposition to shiver, and when it was burning well, I stood round with my back to it and regarded the room again. I had pulled up the chintz-covered armchair and table to form a kind of barricade before me, and on this I laid my revolver, ready to hand. My precise examination had done me good, but I still found the remoter darkness of the place and its perfect stillness too stimulating for the imagination. The echoing of the air and crackling of the fire was no sort of comfort to me. The shadow in the alcove, at the end in particular, had that undefinable quality of a presence, that odd suggestion of a lurking living thing that comes so easily in silence and solitude. At last, to reassure myself, I walked with the candle into it and satisfied myself that there was nothing tangible there. I stood that candle upon the floor in the alcove and left it in that position. By this time I was in a state of considerable nervous tension, although to my reason there was no adequate cause for the condition. My mind, however, was perfectly clear. I postulated quite unreservedly that nothing supernatural could happen, and to pass the time I began to string some rhymes together, in Goolsby fashion, of the original legend of the place. A few I spoke aloud, but the echoes were not pleasant. For the same reason I also abandoned after a time a conversation with myself upon the impossibility of ghosts and haunting. My mind reverted to the three old distorted people downstairs, and I tried to keep upon that topic. The sombre reds and blacks of the room troubled me. Even with 7 candles the place was merely dim. The one in the alcove flared in a draught, and the fire flickering kept the shadows and penumbra perpetually shifting and stirring. Casting about for a remedy, I recalled the candles I had seen in the passage, and with a slight effort walked out into the moonlight, carrying a candle and leaving the door open, and presently returned with as many as 10. These I put in various knick-knacks of china, with which the room was sparsely adorned, lit and placed where the shadows had lain deepest, some on the floor, some in the window recesses, until at last my 17 candles were so arranged that not an inch of the room but had the direct light of at least one of them. It occurred to me that when the ghost came I could warn him not to trip over them. The room was now quite brightly illuminated. There was something very cheery and reassuring in these little streaming flames, and snuffing them gave me an occupation and afforded a reassuring sense of the passage of time. Even with that, however, the brooding expectation of the vigil weighed heavily upon me. It was after midnight that the candle in the alcove suddenly went out, and the black shadow sprang back to its place there. I did not see the candle go out. I simply turned and saw that the darkness was there, as one might and see the unexpected presence of a stranger. "By Jove," said I aloud, "that draught's a strong one." And taking the matches from the table, I walked across the room in a leisurely manner to relight the corner again. My first match would not strike, and as I succeeded with the second, something seemed to blink on the wall before me. I turned my head involuntarily and saw the 2 candles on the little table by the fireplace were extinguished. I rose at once to my feet. "Odd," I said. "Did I do that myself in a flash of absent-mindedness?" I walked back, relit one, and as I did so, I saw the candle in the right sconce of one of the mirrors wink and go right out, and almost immediately its companion followed it. There was no mistake about it. The flame vanished as if the wicks had been suddenly nipped between a finger and a thumb, leaving the wick neither glowing nor smoking, but black. While I stood gaping, the candle at the foot of the bed went out, and the shadows seemed to take another step toward me. "This won't do," said I. First one and then another candle on the mantel-shelf followed. "What's up?" I cried, with a queer high note getting into my voice somehow. And that candle on the wardrobe went out, and the one I had relit in the alcove followed. "Steady on," I said. "These candles are wanted," speaking with a half-hysterical facetiousness and scratching away at a match the while for the mantel candlesticks. My hands trembled so much that twice I missed the rough paper of the matchbox. As the mantel emerged from darkness again, 2 candles in the remoter end of the window were eclipsed. But with that same match I also relit 2 larger candles, and those on the floor near the doorway, so that for the moment I seemed to gain on the extinctions. But then, in a volley, there vanished 4 lights at once in different corners of the room, and I struck another match in quivering haste, and stood hesitating whither to take it. As I stood undecided, an invisible hand seemed to sweep out the 2 candles on the table. With a cry of terror, I dashed at the alcove, then into the corner, then into the window, relighting 3 as 2 more vanished by the fireplace. Then, perceiving a better way, I dropped the matches on the iron-bound deed box in the corner and caught up the bedroom candlestick. With this I avoided the delay of striking matches, but for all that the steady process of extinction went on, and the shadows I feared and fought against returned and crept in on me. First a step gained on this side of me, then on that. It was like a ragged storm cloud sweeping out the stars. Now and then one returned for a minute and was lost again. I was now almost frantic with the horror of the coming darkness, and my self-possession deserted me. I leaped, panting and disheveled, from candle to candle in a vain struggle against that remorseless advance. I bruised myself on the thigh against the table. I sent a chair headlong. I stumbled and fell, and whisked the cloth from the table in my fall. My candle rolled away from me, and I snatched another as I rose. Abruptly this was blown out, as I swung it off the table by the wind of my sudden movement, and immediately the 2 remaining candles followed. But there was light still in the room, a red light that staved off the shadows from me. The fire. Of course I could still thrust my candle between the bars and relight it. I turned to where the flames were still dancing between the glowing coals and splashing red reflections upon the furniture, made 2 steps toward the grate, and incontinently the flames dwindled and vanished. The glow vanished, the reflections rushed together and vanished as I thrust the candle between the bars. Darkness closed upon me like the shutting of an eye, wrapping me in a stifling embrace, sealed my vision, and crushed the last vestiges of reason from my brain. The candle fell from my hand. I flung out my arms in a vain effort to thrust that ponderous blackness away from me, and lifting up my voice, screamed with all my might, once, twice, thrice. Then I think I must have staggered to my feet. I know I thought suddenly of the moonlit corridor, and with my head bowed and my arms over my face, made a run for the door. But I had forgotten the exact position of the door, and struck myself heavily against the corner of the bed. I staggered back, turned, and was either struck or struck myself against some other bulky furniture. I have a vague memory of battling myself thus, to and fro in the darkness, of a cramped struggle, of having my own wild crying as I darted to and fro, of a heavy blow at last on my forehead, a horrible sensation of falling that lasted an age, of my last frantic effort to keep my footing, and then I remember no more. I opened my eyes in daylight. My head was roughly bandaged, and the man with the withered arm was watching my face. I looked about me, trying to remember what had happened, and for a space I could not recollect. I rolled my eyes into the corner and saw the old woman, no longer abstracted, pouring out some drops of medicine from a little blue vial into a glass. "Where am I?" I asked. "I seem to remember you, yet I cannot remember who you are." They told me then, and I heard of the haunted red room, as one hears a tale. "We found you at dawn," said he, "and there was blood on your forehead and lips." It was very slowly I recovered my memory of my experience. "You believe now," said the old man, "that the room is haunted?" He spoke no longer as one who greets an intruder, but as one who grieves for a broken friend. "Yes," I said, "the room is haunted. And you have seen it, and we who have lived here all our lives have never set eyes upon it, because we have never dared. Tell us, is it truly the old Earl who—" "No," said I, "it is not." "I told you so," said the old lady, with the glass in her hand. "It is his poor young countess who was frightened." "It is not," I said. "There is neither ghost of Earl nor ghost of countess in that room. There is no ghost there at all, but worse, far worse." "Well?" they said. The worst of all the things that haunt poor mortal man, said I, and that is, in all its nakedness, fear. Fear that will not have light nor sound, that will not bear with reason, that deafens and darkens and overwhelms. It followed me through the door. It fought against me in the room. I stopped abruptly. There was an interval of silence. My hand went up to my bandages. Then the man with the shade sighed and spoke. That is it, said he. I knew that was it. A power of darkness. To put such a curse upon a woman, it lurks there always. You can feel it even in the daytime, even in a bright summer's day, in the hangings, in the curtains, keeping behind you however you face about. In the dusk it creeps along the corridor and follows you, so that you dare not turn. There is fear in that room of hers, black fear, and there will be, so long as this house of sin endures. End of The Red Room by H.G. Wells.
The Return by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Theo Douglas. Seattle, Washington, February 2025. The Return by Algernon Blackwood. It was curious, that sense of dull uneasiness that came over him so suddenly. So stealthily at first, he scarcely noticed it, but with such marked increase after a time that he presently got up and left the theater. His seat was on the gangway of the dress circle, and he slipped out awkwardly in the middle of what seemed to be the best and jolliest song of the piece. The full house was shaking with laughter. So infectious was the gaiety that even strangers turned to one another, as much as to say, "Now isn't that funny?" It was curious, too, the way the feeling first got into him at all, and in the full swing of laughter, music, lightheartedness. For it came as a vague suggestion. I've forgotten something I meant to do, something of importance. What in the world was it now? And he thought hard, searching vainly through his mind, then dismissed it, as the dancing caught his attention. It came back a little later again, during a passage of long-winded talk that bored him and set his attention free once more, but came more strongly this time, insisting on an answer. What could it have been that he had overlooked, left undone, omitted to see to? It went on, nibbling at the subconscious part of him. Several times this happened, this dismissal in return, till at last the thing declared itself more plainly, and he felt bothered, troubled, distinctly uneasy. He was wanted somewhere. There was somewhere else he ought to be. That describes it best, perhaps. Some engagement of moment had entirely slipped his memory. An engagement that involved another person, too. But where, what, with whom? And at length, this vague uneasiness amounted to positive discomfort, so that he felt unable to enjoy the piece, and left abruptly. Like a man to whom comes suddenly the horrible idea that the match he lit his cigarette with and flung into the waste paper basket on leaving was not really out, a sort of panic distress. He jumped into a taxicab and hurried to his flat to find everything in order. Of course, no smoke, no fire, no smell of burning. But this evening was spoiled. He sat smoking in his armchair at home, This businessman of 40, practical in mind, of character some called stolid, cursing himself for an imaginative fool. It was now too late to go back to the theater. The club bored him. He spent an hour with the evening papers, dipping into books, sipping a long cool drink, doing odds and ends about the flat. "I'll go to bed early for a change," he laughed. But really all the time fighting. Yes, deliberately fighting. This strange attack of uneasiness that so insidiously grew outwards from the buried depths of him that sought so strenuously to deny it. It never occurred to him that he was ill. He was not ill. His health was thunderingly good. He was as robust as a coal heaver. The flat was roomy, high on the top floor, yet in a busy part of town, so that the roar of traffic mounted round it like a sea. Through the open windows came the fresh night air of June. He had never noticed before how sweet the London night air could be, and that not all the smoke and dust could smother a certain touch of wild fragrance that tinctured it with perfume. Yes, almost perfume, as of the country. He swallowed a draught of it as he stood there, staring out across the tangled world of roofs and chimney-pots. He saw the procession of the clouds. He saw the stars. He saw the moonlight falling in a shower of silver spears upon the slates and wires and steeples. And something in him quickened, something that had never stirred before. He turned with a horrid start, for the uneasiness had of a sudden leaped within him like an animal. There was someone in the flat. Instantly, with action, even this slight action, the fancy vanished. But all the same, he switched on the electric lights and made a search. For it seemed to him that someone had crept up close behind him while he stood there watching the night. Someone whose silent presence fingered with unerring touch both this new thing that had quickened in his heart and that sense of original deep uneasiness. He was amazed at himself, angry, indignant that he could be thus foolishly upset over nothing, yet at the same time profoundly distressed at this vehement growth of a new thing in his well-ordered personality. Growth, he dismissed the word the moment it occurred to him. But it had occurred to him. It stayed. While he searched the empty flat, the long passages, the gloomy bedroom at the end, the little hall where he kept his overcoats and golf sticks, it stayed. Growth. It was oddly disquieting. Growth to him involved, though he neither acknowledged nor recognized the truth perhaps, some kind of undesirable changeableness, instability, unbalance. Yet, singular as it all was, he realized that the uneasiness and the sudden appreciation of beauty that was so new to him had both entered by the same door into his being. When he came back to the front room, he noticed that he was perspiring. There were little drops of moisture on his forehead, and down his spine ran chills, little faint quivers of cold. He was shivering. He lit his big meerschaum pipe and left the lights all burning. The feeling that there was something he had overlooked, forgotten, left undone, had vanished. Whatever the original cause of this absurd uneasiness might be, he called it absurd on purpose because he now realized, in the depths of him, that it was really more vital than he cared about. It was much nearer to discovery than before. It dodged about just below the threshold of discovery. It was as close as that. Any moment he would know what it was. He would remember. Yes, he would remember. Meanwhile, he was in the right place. No desire to go elsewhere afflicted him, as in the theater. Here was the place. Here, in the flat. And then it was with a kind of sudden burst and rush. It seemed to him the only way to phrase it. Memory gave up her dead. At first, he only caught her peeping round the corner at him, drawing aside a corner of an enormous curtain, as it were, striving for more complete entrance, as though the mass of it were difficult to move. But he understood, he knew, he recognized it was enough for that. As an entrance into his being, heart, mind, soul, was being attempted, and the entrance, because of his stolid temperament, was difficult of accomplishment, there was effort, strain. Something in him had first to be opened up, widened, made soft and ready, as by an operation, before full entrance could be effected. This much he grasped, though for the life of him he could not have put it into words. Also, he knew who it was that sought an entrance. Deliberately from himself he withheld the name. But he knew, as surely as though Strawn stood in the room and faced him with a knife, saying, "Let me in. Let me in. I wish you to know I'm here. I'm clearing away. You recall our promise." He rose from his chair and went to the open window again, the strange fear slowly passing. The cool air fanned his cheeks. Beauty till now had scarcely ever brushed the surface of his soul. He had never troubled his head about it. It passed him by indifferent, and he had ever loathed the mouthy pleading of it on others' lips. He was practical. Beauty was for dreamers, for women, for men who had means and leisure. He had not exactly scorned it. Rather, it had never touched his life to sweeten, to cheer, to uplift. Artists, for him, were like monks, another sex almost, useless beings who never helped the world go round. He was for action always, work, activity, achievement as he saw them. He remembered Strawn vaguely. Strawn, the ever impecunious friend of his youth, always talking of color and sound, mysterious, ineffectual things. He even forgot what they had quarreled about, if they had quarreled at all even, or why they had gone apart all these years ago. And certainly he had forgotten any promise. Memory as yet only peeped at him round the corner of that huge curtain tentatively, suggestively, yet he was obliged to admit it, somewhat winningly. He was conscious of this gentle, sweet seductiveness that now replaced his fear. And as he stood now at the open window, peering over huge London, Beauty came close and smote him between the eyes. She came blindingly, with her train of stars and clouds and perfumes. Night, mysterious, myriad-eyed, and flaming across her sea of haunted shadows, invaded his heart, and shook him with her immemorial wonder and delight. He found no words, of course, to clothe the new unwanted sensations. He only knew that all his former dread, uneasiness, distress, and with them this idea of growth that had seemed so repugnant to him, were merged, swept up, and gathered magnificently home into a wave of beauty that enveloped him. See it and understand, ran a secret inner whisper across his mind. He saw, he understood. He went back and turned the lights out. Then he took his place again at that open window, drinking in the night. He saw a new world. A species of intoxication held him. He sighed as his thoughts blundered for expression among words and sentences that knew him not. But the delight was there, the wonder, the mystery. He watched, with heart alternately tightening and expanding, the transfiguring play of moon and shadow over the sea of buildings. He saw the dance of the hurrying clouds, the open patches into outer space, the veiling and unveiling of that ancient silvery face, and he caught strange whispers of the hierophantic sacerdotal power that has echoed down the world since time began, and dropped strange magic phrases into every poet's heart, since first God dawned on chaos, the beauty of the night. A long time passed. It may have been 1 hour, it may have been 3, when at length he turned away and went slowly to his bedroom. A deep peace lay over him. Something quite new and blessed had crept into his life and thought. He could not quite understand it all. He only knew that it uplifted. There was no longer the least sign of affliction or distress. Even the inevitable reaction that set in could not destroy that. And then, as he lay in his bed, nearing the borderland of sleep, suddenly, and without any obvious suggestion to bring it, he remembered another thing. He remembered the promise. Memory got past the big curtain for an instant and showed her face. She looked into his eyes. It must have been a dozen years ago when Strawn and he had made that foolish, solemn promise that whoever died first should show himself, if possible, to the other. He had utterly forgotten it till now. But Strawn had not forgotten it. The letter came 3 weeks later from India. That very evening Strawn had died at 9 o'clock. And he had come back in the beauty that he loved. End of story.
Ring Once for Death by Robert Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ring Once for Death by Robert Arthur. 20 years had left no trace inside Sam Key's little shop on Mott Street. There were the same dusty jars of ginseng root and tiger's whiskers, the same little bronze Buddhas, the same gimcrack mixed with fine jade. Edith Williams gave a little murmur of pleasure as the door shut behind them. "Mark," she said, "it hasn't changed. It doesn't look as if a thing has been sold since we were here on our honeymoon." It certainly doesn't, Dr. Mark Williams agreed, moving down the narrow aisle behind her. If someone hadn't told us Sam Key was dead, I'd believed we'd stepped back 20 years in time like they do in those scientific stories young David reads. We must buy something, his wife said, for a 20th anniversary present for me. Perhaps a bell? From the shadowy depths of the shop a young man emerged, American in dress and manner, despite the oriental contours of his face and eyes. Good evening, he said. May I show you something? We think we want a bell, Dr. Williams chuckled, but we aren't quite sure. You're Sam Key's son? Sam Key, Jr. My honored father passed to the halls of his ancestors 5 years ago. I could just say that he died. Black eyes twinkled, but customers like the more flowery mode of speech. They think it's quaint. I think it's just nice and not quaint at all, Edith Williams declared. We're sorry your father is dead. We'd hoped to see him again. 20 years ago, when we were a very broke young couple on a honeymoon, he sold us a wonderful rose crystal necklace for half price. I'm sure he still made a profit. The black eyes twinkled again. But if you'd like a bell, here are small temple bells, camel bells, dinner bells. But even as he spoke, Edith Williams' hand darted to something at the back of the shelf. A bell carved out of crystal, she exclaimed. And rose crystal at that. What could be more perfect? A rose crystal wedding present and a rose crystal anniversary present. The young man half stretched out his hand. I don't think you want that, he said. It's broken. Broken? Edith Williams rubbed off the dust and held the lovely bell shape of a crystal, the size of a pear, to the light. It looks perfect to me. I mean, it is not complete. Something of the American had vanished from the young man. It has no clapper, it will not ring. Why, that's right. Mark Williams took the bell. The clapper's missing. We can have another clapper made, his wife declared. That is, if the original can't be found. The young Chinese shook his head. The bell and the clapper were deliberately separated by my father 20 years ago. He hesitated, then added, My father was afraid of this bell. Afraid of it? Mark Williams raised his eyebrows. The other hesitated again. It will probably sound like a story for tourists, he said, but my father believed it. This bell was supposedly stolen from the temple of a sect of Buddhists somewhere in the mountains of China's interior. Just as many Occidentals believe that the Christian Judgment Day will be heralded by a blast on St. Peter's trumpet, so this small sect is said to believe that when a bell like this one is rung, a bell carved from a single piece of rose crystal and consecrated by ceremonies lasting 10 years, any dead within sound of it will rise and live again. Heavenly, Edith Williams cried, and no pun intended. Mark, think what a help this bell will be in your practice when we make it ring again. To the Chinese she added, smiling, I'm just teasing him. My husband is really a very fine surgeon. The other bowed his head. I must tell you, he said, you will not be able to make it ring. Only the original clapper, carved from the same block of rose crystal, will ring it. That is why my father separated them. Again he hesitated. I have told you only half of what my father told me. He said that, though it defeats death, death cannot be defeated. Robbed of his chosen victim, he takes another in his place. Thus, when the bell was used in the temple of its origin, let us say when a high priest or a chief had died, a slave or servant was placed handy for death to take when he had been forced to relinquish his grasp upon the important one. He smiled, shook his head. There, he said, a preposterous story. Now, if you wish it, the bell is $10, plus, of course, sales tax. The story alone is worth more, Dr. Williams declared. I think we'd better have it sent, hadn't we, Edith? It'll be safer in the mail than in our suitcase. Sent? His wife seemed to come out of some deep feminine meditation. Oh, of course, and as for its not ringing, I shall make it ring. I know I shall. If the story is true, Mark Williams murmured, I hope not. The package came on a Saturday morning when Mark Williams was catching up on the latest medical publications in his untidy book-lined study. He heard Edith unwrapping paper in the hall outside. Then she came in with the rose crystal bell in her hands. "Mark, it's here," she said. "Now to make it ring." She plumped herself down beside his desk. He took the bell and reached for a silver pencil. "Just for the sake of curiosity," he remarked, "and not because I believe that delightful sales talk we were given. Let's see if it will ring when I tap. It should, you know." He tapped the lip of the bell. A muted thunk was the only response. Then he tried with a coin, a paper knife, and the bottom of a glass. In each instant the resulting sound was nothing like a bell ringing. "If you've finished, Mark," Edith then said with feminine tolerance, "let me show you how it's done." "Gladly," her husband agreed. She took the bell and turned away for a moment. Then she shook the bell vigorously. A clear, sweet ringing shivered through the room, so thin and ethereal that small involuntary shivers crawled up his spine. "Good Lord," he exclaimed, "how did you do that?" "I just put the clapper back in place with some thread," Edith told him. "The clapper?" He struck his forehead with his palm. "Don't tell me. The crystal necklace we bought 20 years ago." "Of course." Her tone was composed. "As soon as young Sam Key told us about his father separating the clapper and the bell, I remembered the central crystal pendant on my necklace. It is shaped like a bell clapper. We mentioned it once. I guessed right away we had the missing clapper, but I didn't say so. I wanted to score on you, Mark." She smiled affectionately at him. "And because, I had a queer feeling Sam Key Jr. wouldn't let us have the bell if he guessed we had the clapper." "I don't think he would." Mark Williams picked up his pipe and rubbed the bowl with his thumb. "Yet he didn't really believe that story he told us any more than we do." "No, but his father did, and if old Sam Key had told it to us, remember how wrinkled and wise he seemed, I do believe we'd have believed the story." "You're probably right." Dr. Williams rang the bell and waited. The thin, sweet sound seemed to hang in the air a long moment, then was gone. "Nope," he said. "Nothing happened. Although, of course, that may be because there were no deceased around to respond. I'm not sure I feel like joking about the story." A small frown gathered on Edith's forehead. "I had planned to use the bell as a dinner bell and to tell the story to our guest, but now I'm not sure." Frowning, she stared at the bell until the ringing of the telephone in the hall brought her out of her abstraction. "Sit still, I'll answer." She hurried out. Dr. Williams, turning the rose crystal bell over in his hand, could hear the sudden tension in her voice as she answered. He was on his feet when she re-entered. "An emergency operation at the hospital," she sighed. "Nice young man, automobile accident. Fracture of the skull, Dr. Amos says. He wouldn't have disturbed you, but you're the only brain man in town with Dr. Hendricks away on vacation." "I know." He was already in the hall reaching for his hat. "Man's work is from sun to sun, but a doctor's work is never done," he misquoted. "I'll drive you." Edith followed him out. "You sit back and relax for another 10 minutes. 2 hours later, as they drove homeward, the traffic was light, which was fortunate. More than once Mark, in a frowning abstraction, found himself on the left of the center line and had to pull back into his own lane. He had lost patience before, but never without a feeling of personal defeat. Edith said he put too much of himself into every operation. Perhaps he did, and yet, no, there was every reason why the young man should have lived. Yet just as Mark Williams had felt that he had been successful, the patient had died. In 20 years of marriage, Edith Williams had learned to read his thoughts at times. Now she put a hand comfortingly on his arm. "These things happen, darling," she said. "You know that. A doctor can only do so much. Some of the job always remains in the hands of nature, and she does play tricks at times." "Yes, confound it, I know it," her husband growled. "But I resent losing that lad. There was no valid reason for it, unless there was some complication I overlooked." He shook his head, scowling. "I ordered an autopsy, but... Yes, I'm going to do that autopsy myself. I'm going to turn back and do it now. I have to know." He pulled abruptly to the left to swing into a side road and turn. Edith Williams never saw the car that hit them. She heard the frantic blare of a horn and a scream of brakes, and in a frozen instant realized that there had been someone behind them about to pass. Then the impact came, throwing her forward into the windshield and unconsciousness. Edith Williams opened her eyes. Even before she realized that she was laying on the ground and that the figure bending over her was a state trooper, she remembered the crash. Her head hurt, but there was no confusion in her mind. Automatically, even as she tried to sit up, she accepted the fact that there had been a crash, help had come, and she must have been unconscious for several minutes at least. "Hey, lady, take it easy," the trooper protested. "You had a bad bump. You gotta lie still until the ambulance gets here. It'll be along in 5 minutes. "Mark," Edith said, paying no attention. "My husband, is he all right?" "Now, lady, please. He's being taken care of. You—" But she was not listening. Holding to his arm, she pulled herself to a sitting position. She saw their car on its side some yards away, other cars pulled up around them, a little knot of staring people. Saw them and dismissed them. Her gaze found her husband laying on the ground a few feet away, a coat folded beneath his head. Mark was dead. She had been a doctor's wife for 20 years, and before that a nurse. She knew death when she saw it. "Mark." The word was spoken to herself, but the trooper took it for a question. "Yes, lady," he said. "He's dead. He was still breathing when I got here, but he died 2-3 minutes ago." She got to her knees. Her only thought was to reach his side. She scrambled across the few feet of ground to him, still on her knees, and crouched beside him, fumbling for his pulse. There was none. There was nothing. Just a man who had been alive and now was dead. Behind her, she heard a voice raised. She turned. A large, disheveled man was standing beside the trooper, talking loudly. "Now listen, officer," he was saying. "I'm telling you again, it wasn't my fault. The guy pulled a sharp left right in front of me. Not a thing I could do. It's a wonder we weren't all 3 of us killed. You can see by the marks on the car, it wasn't my fault." Edith Williams closed her mind to the voice. She let Mark's hand lie in her lap as she fumbled in her bag, which was somehow still clutched in her fingers. She groped for a handkerchief to stem the tears which would not be held back. Something was in the way, something smooth and hard and cold. She drew it out and heard the thin, sweet tinkle of the crystal bell. She must have dropped it automatically into her bag as they were preparing to leave the house. The hand in her lap moved. She gasped and bent forward as her husband's eyes opened. "Mark," she whispered. "Mark, darling." "Edith," Mark Williams said with an effort. "Sorry, damned careless of me, thinking of the hospital." "You're alive," she said. "You're alive. Oh, darling, darling, lie still. The ambulance will be here any second." "Ambulance?" he protested. "I'm all right now. Help me sit up." "But Mark—" "Just a bump on the head." He struggled to sit up. The state trooper came over. "Easy, buddy, easy," he said, his voice odd. "We thought you were gone. Now let's not lose you a second time." His mouth was tight. "Hey, I'm sure glad you're all right," the red-faced man said in a rush of words. "Woo, fellow, you had me all upset, even though it wasn't my fault. I mean, how's a guy gonna keep from hitting you when... "Catch him!" Mark Williams cried, but the trooper was too late. The other man plunged forward to the ground and lay where he had fallen, without quivering. The clock in the hall struck 2 with muted strokes. Cautiously, Edith Williams rose on her elbow and looked down at her husband's face. His eyes opened and looked back at her. "You're awake?" she said unnecessarily. "I woke up a few minutes ago," he answered. "I've been lying here, thinking." "I'll get you another phenobarbital. Dr. Amos said for you to take them and sleep until tomorrow." "I know. I'll take one presently. You know, hearing that clock just now reminded me of something." "Yes?" "Just before I came to this afternoon, after the crash, I had a strange impression of hearing a bell ring. It sounded so loud in my ears, I opened my eyes to see where it was." "A bell?" "Yes, just auditory hallucination, of course." "But Mark—" "Yes?" A bell did ring. I mean, I had the crystal bell in my bag and it tinkled a little. Do you suppose—" Of course not. But though he spoke swiftly, he did not sound convincing. "This was a loud bell, like a great gong." "But, I mean, Mark, darling, a moment earlier you had no pulse." "No pulse?" "And you weren't breathing. Then the crystal bell tinkled and you—" "Nonsense! I know what you're thinking, and believe me, it's nonsense." "But Mark," she spoke carefully, "the driver of the other car, you had no sooner regained consciousness than he—" "He had a fractured skull," Dr. Williams interrupted sharply. "The ambulance intern diagnosed it. Skull fractures often fail to show themselves, and then, bingo, you keel over. That's what happened. Now let's say no more about it. Of course. In the hall the clock struck the quarter hour. Shall I fix the phenobarbital now? Yes, no. Is David home? She hesitated. No, he hasn't got back yet. Has he phoned? He knows he's supposed to be in by midnight at the latest. No, he hasn't phoned, but there's a school dance tonight. That's no excuse for not phoning. He has the old car, hasn't he? Yes, you gave him the keys this morning, remember? All the more reason he should phone. Dr. Williams lay silent a moment. 2 o'clock is too late for a 17-year-old boy to be out. I'll speak to him. He won't do it again. Now please, Mark, let me get you the phenobarbital. I'll stay up until David. The phone ringing, a clamor in the darkness, interrupted her. Mark Williams reached for it. The extension was beside his bed. Hello, he said. And then, although she could not hear the answering voice, she felt him stiffen, and she knew, as well as if she could hear the words, she knew, with a mother's instinct for disaster. Yes, Dr. Williams said. Yes, I see. I understand. I'll come at once. Thank you for calling. He slid out of bed before she could stop him. An emergency call, he spoke quietly. I have to go. He began to throw on his clothes. It's David, she said, isn't it? She sat up. Don't try to keep me from knowing. It's about David. Yes, he said. His voice was very tired. David is hurt. I have to go to him. An accident. He's dead, she said it steadily. David's dead, isn't he, Mark? He came over and sat beside her and put his arms around her. Edith, he said. Edith, yes, he's dead. 40 minutes ago. The car went over a curve. They have him at the county morgue. They want me to identify him. Identify him, Edith. You see, the car caught fire. I'm coming with you, she said. I'm coming with you. The taxi waited in a pool of darkness between 2 street lights. The long, low building, which was the county morgue, a blue lamp over its door, stood below the street level. A flight of concrete steps went down to it from the sidewalk. 10 minutes before, Dr. Mark Williams had gone down those steps. Now he climbed back up them, stiffly, warily, like an old man. Edith was waiting in the taxi, sitting forward on the edge of the seat, hands clenched. As he reached the last step, she opened the door and stepped out. Mark, she asked shakily, was it? Yes, it's David. His voice was a monotone. Our son, I've completed the formalities. For now, the only thing we can do is go home. I'm going to him. She tried to pass. He caught her wrist. Discreetly, the taxi driver pretended to doze. No, Edith, there's no need. You mustn't see him. He's my son, she cried. Let me go. No, what have you got under your coat? It's the bell, the rose crystal bell, she cried. I'm going to ring it where David can hear. Defiantly, she brought forth her hand, clutching the little bell. It brought you back, Mark. Now it's going to bring back David. Edith, he said in horror, you mustn't believe that's possible. You can't. Those were coincidences. Now let me have it. No, I'm going to ring it. Violently, she tried to break out of his grip. I want David back. I'm going to ring the bell. She got her hand free. The crystal bell rang in the quiet of the early morning with an eerie thinness, penetrating the silence like a silver knife. There, Edith Williams panted. I've rung it. I know you don't believe it, but I do. It'll bring David back. She raised her voice. David, she called. David, son, can you hear me? Edith, Dr. Williams groaned. You're just tormenting yourself. Come home. Please come home. Not until David has come back. David, can you hear me? She rang the bell again, rang it until Dr. Williams seized it, then she let him take it. Edith, Edith, he groaned. If only you had let me come alone. Mark, listen. What? Listen, she whispered with fierce urgency. He was silent, and then fingers of horror drew themselves down his spine at the clear, youthful voice that came up to them from the darkness below. Mother? Dad? Where are you? David, Edith Williams breathed. It's David. Let me go. I must go to him. No, Edith, her husband whispered frantically as the voice below called again. Dad, Mother, are you up there? Wait for me. Let me go, she sobbed. David, we're here. We're up here, son. Edith, Mark Williams gasped. If you've ever loved me, listen to me. You mustn't go down there. David, I had to identify him by his class ring and his wallet. He was burned, terribly burned. I'm going to him. She wrenched herself free and sped for the steps, up which now was coming a tall form, a shadow shrouded in the darkness. Dr. Williams, horror knotting his stomach, leaped to stop her, but he slipped and fell headlong on the pavement so that she was able to pant down the stairs to meet the upcoming figure. Oh, David, she sobbed. David. Hey, Mom. The boy held her steady. I'm sorry, I'm terribly sorry, but I didn't know what had happened until I got home and you weren't there, and then one of the fellows from the fraternity called me. I realized they must have made a mistake and you'd come here, and I called for a taxi and came out here. My taxi let me off at the entrance around the block, and I've been looking for you down there. Poor Pete. Pete, she asked. Pete Friedberg. He was driving the old car. I lent him the keys and my driver's license. I shouldn't have, but he's older, and he kept begging me. Then it's Pete who was killed? She gasped. Pete who was burned? Yes, Pete. I feel terrible about lending him the car, but he was supposed to be a good driver. And then them calling you and Dad thinking it was me. Then Mark was right. Of course he was right. She was laughing and sobbing now. It's just a bell. A pretty little bell, that's all. Bell? I don't follow you, Mom. Never mind. Edith William gasped. It's just a bell. It hasn't any powers over life and death. It doesn't bring back and it doesn't take away. But let's get back up to your father. He may be thinking that the bell really worked. They climbed the rest of the steps. Dr. Mark Williams still lay where he had fallen headlong on the pavement. The cab driver was bending over him, but there was nothing to be done. The crystal bell had been beneath him when he fell, and it had broken. One long, fine splinter of crystal was embedded in his heart. End of Ring Once for Death by Robert Arthur.
A Short Trip Home by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. A Short Trip Home by F. Scott Fitzgerald. I was near her, for I had lingered behind in order to get the short walk with her from the living room to the front door. That was a lot, for she had flowered suddenly, and I, being a man and only a year older, hadn't flowered at all, had scarcely dared to come near her in the 10 days we'd been home. Nor was I going to say anything in that walk of 10 feet, or touch her. But I had a vague hope she'd do something, give a gay little performance of some sort, personal only in so far as we were alone together. She had magic suddenly in her pink palms, in the twinkle of the short hairs on her neck, in the sure, clear confidence that at about 18 begins to deepen and sing in attractive American girls. She was nearly complete, yet the dew was still on her. Already she was sliding into another world, the world of Joe Jelke and Jim Cathcart waiting for us now in the car. In another year, she would pass beyond me forever. As I waited, feeling the others outside in the snowy night, feeling the excitement of Christmas week and the excitement of Ellen here, blooming away, filling the room with sex appeal, a wretched phrase to express a quality that isn't like that at all. A maid came in from the dining room, spoke to Ellen quietly, and handed her a note. Ellen read it, and her eyes lit up, as when the current grows strong on rural circuits, and glowed off into space. Then she gave me an odd look, in which I probably didn't show, and without a word followed the maid into the dining room and beyond. I sat turning over the pages of a magazine for a quarter of an hour. Joe Jelke came in, red-faced from the cold, his white silk muffler gleaming at the neck of his fur coat. He was a senior at New Haven. I was a sophomore. He was prominent, a member of Scroll and Keys, and in my eyes very distinguished and handsome. "Isn't Ellen coming?" "I don't know," I answered discreetly. She was all ready. "Ellen!" he called. "Ellen!" He had left the front door open behind him, and a great cloud of frosty air rolled in from outside. He went halfway up the stairs. He was a familiar in the house, and called again till Mrs. Baker came to the banister and said that Ellen was below. Then the maid, a little excited, appeared in the dining-room door.
"Mr. JakeW?"
she called in a low voice. Joe's face fell as he turned towards her, sensing bad news.
"Miss Ellen says for you to go on to the party. She'll come later."
"What's the matter?"
"She can't come now. She'll come later."
He hesitated, confused. It was the last big dance of vacation, and he was mad about Ellen. He had tried to give her a ring for Christmas, and, failing that, got her to accept a gold mesh bag that must have cost $200. He wasn't the only one. There were 3 or 4 in the same wild condition. In all, in the 10 days she'd been home. But his chance came first, for he was rich and gracious and white-headed. At that moment, the desirable boy of St. Paul. To me it seemed impossible that she could prefer another, but the rumor was she had described Joe as much too perfect. I suppose he lacked mystery for her, and when a man is up against that with a young girl who isn't thinking of marriage... "She's in the kitchen," Joe said angrily.
"No, she's not."
The maid was defiant and a little scared. "She is."
"She went out the back way, Mr. JakeW."
"I'm going to see." I followed him. The Swedish servants washing dishes looked up sideways at our approach, and an interested crashing of pans marked our passage through. The storm door, unbolted, was flapping in the wind, and as we walked out into the snowy yard, we saw the tail light of a car turn the corner at the end of the back alley. "I'm going after her," Joe said slowly. "I don't understand this at all." I was too awed by the calamity to argue. We hurried to his car and drove in a fruitless, despairing zigzag all over the residence section, peering into every machine on the streets. It was half an hour before the futility of the affair began to draw upon him. St. Paul is a city of almost 300,000 people, and Jim Cathcart reminded him that we had another girl to stop for. Like a wounded animal, he sank into a melancholy mass of fur in the corner, from which position he jerked upright every few minutes, and waved himself backward and forward a little in protest or despair. Jim's girl was ready and impatient, but after what had happened, her impatience didn't seem important. She looked lovely, though. That's one thing about Christmas vacation. The excitement of growth and change and adventure and foreign parts transforming the people you've known all your life. Joe JakeW was polite to her in a daze. He indulged in one burst of short, loud, harsh laughter by way of conversation, and we drove to the hotel. The chauffeur approached it on the wrong side, the side on which the line of cars was not putting forth guests, and because of that we came suddenly upon Ellen Baker just getting out of a small coupe. Even before we came to a stop, Joe JakeW had jumped excitedly from the car. Ellen turned toward us, a faintly distracted look perhaps of surprise, but certainly not alarm, in her face. In fact, she didn't seem very aware of us. Joe approached her with a stern, dignified, injured, and, I thought, just exactly correct reproof in his expression. I followed. Seated in the coupe, he had not dismounted to help Ellen out, was a hard, thin-faced man of about 35, with an air of being scarred and a slight, sinister smile. His eyes were a sort of taunt to the whole human family. They were the eyes of an animal, sleepy and quiescent in the presence of another species. They were helpless yet brutal, unhopeful yet confident. It was as if they felt themselves powerless to originate activity, but infinitely capable of profiting by a single gesture of weakness in another. Vaguely I placed him as one of the sort of men whom I had been conscious of from my earliest youth as hanging around, leaning with one elbow on the counters of tobacco stores, watching, through heaven knows what small chink of the mind, the people who hurried in and out. Intimate to garages, where he had vague business conducted in undertones, to barber shops, and to the lobbies of theaters. In such places, anyhow, I placed the type, if type it was, that he reminded me of. Sometimes his face bobbed up in one of Tad's more savage cartoons, and I had always from earliest boyhood thrown a nervous glance toward the dim borderland where he stood, and seen him watching me and despising me. Once in a dream he had taken a few steps toward me, jerking his head back and muttering, "Say, kid," in what was intended to be a reassuring voice, and I had broken for the door in terror. This was that sort of man. Joe and Ellen faced each other silently. She seemed, as I have said, to be in a daze. It was cold, but she didn't notice that her coat had blown open. Joe reached out and pulled it together, and automatically she clutched it with her hand. Suddenly the man in the coupe, who had been watching them silently, laughed. It was a bear laugh, done with the breath, just a noisy jerk of the head. But it was an insult if I ever heard one. Definite and not to be passed over. I wasn't surprised when Joe, who was quick-tempered, turned to him angrily and said, "What's your trouble?" The man waited a moment, his eyes shifting and yet staring and always seeing. Then he laughed again in the same way. Ellen stirred uneasily. "Who is this... Joe's voice trembled with annoyance. "Look out now," said the man slowly. Joe turned to me. "Eddie, take Ellen and Catherine in, will you?" he said quickly. "Ellen, go with Eddie." "Look out now," the man repeated. Ellen made a little sound with her tongue and teeth, but she didn't resist when I took her arm and moved her toward the side door of the hotel. It struck me as odd that she should be so helpless, even to the point of acquiescing by her silence in this imminent trouble. "Let it go, Joe," I called back over my shoulder. "Come inside." Ellen, pulling against my arm, hurried us on. As we were caught up into the swinging doors, I had the impression that the man was getting out of his coupe. 10 minutes later, as I waited for the girls outside the women's dressing room, Joe Jelke and Jim Cathcart stepped out of the elevator. Joe was very white. His eyes were heavy and glazed, and there was a trickle of dark blood on his forehead and on his white muffler. Jim had both their hats in his hand. "He hit Joe with brass knuckles," Jim said in a low voice. "Joe was out cold for a minute or so. I wish you'd send a bellboy for some witch hazel and court plaster." It was late and the hall was deserted. Brassy fragments of the dance below reached us as if heavy curtains were being blown aside and dropping back into place. When Ellen came out, I took her directly downstairs. We avoided the receiving line and went into a dim room set with scraggly hotel palms, where couples sometimes sat out during the dance. There I told her what had happened. "It was Joe's own fault," she said surprisingly. "I told him not to interfere." This wasn't true. She had said nothing, only uttered one curious little click of impatience. "You ran out the back door and disappeared for almost an hour," I protested. "Then you turned up with a hard-looking customer who laughed in Joe's face." "A hard-looking customer," she repeated, as if tasting the sound of the words. "Well, wasn't he? Where on earth did you get a hold of him, Ellen?" "On the train," she answered. Immediately she seemed to regret this admission. "You'd better stay out of things that aren't your business, Eddie. You see what happened to Joe." Literally, I gasped. To watch her, seated beside me, immaculately glowing, her body giving off wave after wave of freshness and delicacy, and to hear her talk like that. "But that man's a thug," I cried. "No girl could be safe with him. He used brass knuckles on Joe. Brass knuckles!" "Is that pretty bad?" She asked this as she might have asked such a question a few years ago. She looked at me at last and really wanted an answer. For a moment it was as if she were trying to recapture an attitude that had almost departed. Then she hardened again. I say hardened, for I began to notice that when she was concerned with this man, her eyelids fell a little, shutting other things, everything else, out of view. That was a moment I might have said something, I suppose, but in spite of everything I couldn't light into her. I was too much under the spell of her beauty and its success. I even began to find excuses for her. Perhaps that man wasn't what he appeared to be, or perhaps, more romantically, she was involved with him against her will to shield someone else. At this point, people began to drift into the room and come up to speak to us. We couldn't talk anymore, so we went in and bowed to the chaperones. Then I gave her to the bright, restless sea of the dance, where she moved in an eddy of her own among the pleasant islands of colored favors set out on tables and the south winds from the brasses moaning across the hall. After a while, I saw Joe Jelke sitting in a corner with a strip of court plaster on his forehead, watching Ellen as if she herself had struck him down. But I didn't go up to him. I felt queer myself, like I feel when I wake up after sleeping through an afternoon, strange and portentous, as if something had gone on in the interval that changed the values of everything, and that I didn't see. The night slipped on through successive phases of paper caps and cardboard horns, amateur tableau, and flashlights for the morning papers. Then was the grand march and supper, and about 2 o'clock some of the committee dressed up as revenue agents pinched the party, and a facetious newspaper was distributed, burlesquing the events of the evening. And all the time, out of the corner of my eye, I watched the shining orchid on Ellen's shoulder as it moved like Stuart's plume about the room. I watched it with a definite foreboding until the last sleepy groups had crowded into the elevators, and then, bundled to the eyes in great shapeless fur coats, drifted out into the clear, dry Minnesota night. 2. There is a sloping midsection of our city which lies between the residence quarter on the hill and the business district on the level of the river. It is a vague part of town, broken by its climb into triangles and odd shapes. There are names like 7 Corners, and I don't believe a dozen people could draw an accurate map of it, though everyone traversed it by trolley, auto, or shoe leather twice a day. And though it was a busy section, it would be hard for me to name the business that comprised its activity. There were always long lines of trolley cars waiting to start somewhere. There was a big movie theater, and many small ones with posters of Hoot Gibson and Wonder Dogs and Wonder Horses outside. There were small stores with Old King Brady and the Liberty Boys of '76 in the windows, and marbles, cigarettes, and candy inside. And one definite place at least, a fancy costumer whom we all visited at least once a year. Sometime during boyhood I became aware that one side of a certain obscure street there was blackly questionable, and all through the district were pawn shops, cheap jewelers, small sporting clubs and gymnasiums, and somewhat too blatantly run-down saloons. The morning after the cotillion club party, I woke up late and lazy with the happy feeling that for a day or two more there was no chapel, no classes, nothing to do but wait for another party tonight. It was crisp and bright, one of those days when you forget how cold it is until your cheek freezes, and the events of the evening before seemed dim and far away. After luncheon I started downtown on foot through a light, pleasant snow of small lakes that would probably fall all afternoon, and I was about half through that halfway section of town, so far as I know there's no name for it, when suddenly whatever idle thought was in my head blew away like a hat, and I began thinking hard of Ellen Baker. I began worrying about her, as I'd never worried about anything except myself before. I began to loiter, with an instinct to go up on the hill again, and find her and talk to her. Then I remembered that she was at tea, and I went on again, but still thinking of her and harder than before. Right then the affair opened up again. It was snowing, I said, and it was 4 o'clock on a December afternoon, when there is a promise of darkness in the air and the street lamps are just going on. I passed a combination pool parlor and restaurant, with a stove loaded with hot dogs in the window, and a few loungers hanging around the door. The lights were on inside, not bright lights, but just a few pale yellow ones high up on the ceiling, and the glow they threw out into the frosty dusk wasn't so bright that you weren't tempted to stare inside. As I went past, thinking hard of Ellen all this time, I took in the quartet of loafers out of the corner of my eye. I hadn't gone half a dozen steps down the street when one of them called to me, not by name, but in a way clearly intended for my ear. I thought it was a tribute to my raccoon coat and paid no attention, but a moment later whoever it was called to me again in a peremptory voice. I was annoyed and turned around. There, standing in the group not 10 feet away and looking at me with the same half-sneer on his face with which he had looked at Joe Jelke, was the hard, thin-faced fellow of the night before. He had on a black fancy-cut coat, buttoned up to his neck as if it were cold. His hands were deep in his pockets, and he wore a derby and high-buttoned shoes. I was startled, and for a moment I hesitated, but I was most of all angry. And knowing that I was quicker with my hands than Joe Jelke, I took a tentative step back toward him. The other men weren't looking at me. I don't think they saw me at all, but I knew that this one recognized me. There was nothing casual about his look, no mistake. "Here I am. What are you going to do about it?" his eyes seemed to say. I took another step toward him, and he laughed soundlessly, but with active contempt, and drew back into the group. I followed. I was going to speak to him. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but when I came up he had either changed his mind and backed off, or else he wanted me to follow him inside, for he had slipped off, and the 3 men watched my intent approach without curiosity. They were the same kind, sporty, but, unlike him, smooth rather than truculent. I didn't find any personal malice in their collective glance. "Did he go inside?" I asked. They looked at one another in that cagey way. A wink passed between them, and after a perceptible pause, one said, "Who go inside?" "I don't know his name." There was another wink. Annoyed and determined, I walked past them and into the pool room. There were a few people at a lunch counter along one side, and a few more playing billiards, but he was not among them. Again I hesitated. If his idea was to lead me into any blind part of the establishment, there were some half-open doors farther back, I wanted more support. I went up to the man at the desk. "What became of the fellow who just walked in here?" Was he on his guard immediately, or was that my imagination? "What fellow?" "Thin face, derby hat." "How long ago?" "Oh, a minute." He shook his head. "Don't know him," he said. I waited. The 3 men from outside had come in and were lined up beside me at the counter. I felt that all of them were looking at me in a peculiar way. Feeling helpless and increasingly uneasy, I turned suddenly and went out. A little way down the street, I turned around and took a good look at the place so I'd know it and could find it again. On the next corner, I broke impulsively into a run, found a taxicab in front of the hotel, and drove back up the hill. Ellen wasn't home. Mrs. Baker came downstairs and talked to me. She seemed entirely cheerful and proud of Ellen's beauty, and ignorant of anything being amiss or of anything unusual having taken place the night before. She was glad that vacation was almost over. It was a strain, and Ellen wasn't very strong. Then she said something that relieved my mind enormously. She was glad that I'd come in, for of course Ellen would want to see me, and the time was so short. She was going back at 8:30 tonight. "Tonight?" I exclaimed. "I thought it was the day after tomorrow." "She's going to visit the Brokaws in Chicago," Mrs. Baker said. "They want her for some party. We just decided it today. She's leaving with the Ingersoll girls tonight." I was so glad I could barely restrain myself from shaking her hand. Ellen was safe. It had been nothing all along but a moment of the most casual adventure. I felt like an idiot, but I realized how much I cared about Ellen, and how little I could endure anything terrible happening to her. "She'll be in soon?" "Any minute now. She just phoned from the University Club." I said I'd be over later. I lived almost next door, and I wanted to be alone. Outside, I remembered I didn't have a key, so I started up the Baker's driveway to take the old cut we used in childhood through the intervening yard. It was still snowing, but the flakes were bigger now against the darkness, and trying to locate the buried walk, I noticed that the Baker's back door was ajar. I scarcely know why I turned and walked into that kitchen. There was a time when I would have known the Baker's servants by name. That wasn't true now, but they knew me, and I was aware of a sudden suspension as I came in. Not only a suspension of talk, but of some mood or expectation that had filled them. They began to go to work too quickly. They made unnecessary movements and clamor, those 3. The parlor maid looked at me in a frightened way, and I suddenly guessed she was waiting to deliver another message. I beckoned her into the pantry. "I know all about this," I said. "It's a very serious business. Shall I go to Mrs. Baker now, or will you shut and lock that back door?"
"Don't tell Mrs. Baker, Mr. Stinson."
"Then I don't want Miss Ellen disturbed. If she is, I'll know of it." I delivered some outrageous threat about going to all the employment agencies and seeing she never got another job in the city. She was thoroughly intimidated when I went out. It wasn't a minute before the back door was locked and bolted behind me. Simultaneously, I heard a big car drive up in front, chains crunching in the soft snow. It was bringing Ellen home, and I went in to say goodbye. Joe Jelke and 2 other boys were along, and none of the 3 could manage to take their eyes off her, even to say hello. She had one of those exquisite rose skins frequent in our part of the country, and beautiful until the little veins began to break at about 40. And the cold had lit it to a lovely flame, like the thrilling flush of children after their cold baths in the evening. She and Joe had reached some sort of reconciliation, or at least he was too far gone in love to remember last night. But I saw that though she laughed a lot, she wasn't really paying any attention to him, or any of them. She wanted them to go, so that there'd be a message from the kitchen. But I knew the message wasn't coming, that she was safe. There was talk of the pump and slipper dance at New Haven, and of the Princeton prom, and then, in various moods, we 4 men left and separated quickly outside. I walked home with a certain depression of spirit and lay for an hour in a hot bath, thinking that vacation was all over for me now that she was gone, feeling even more deeply than I had yesterday that she was out of my life. And something eluded me, one more thing to do, something that I had lost amid the events of the afternoon, promising myself to go back and pick it up, only to find that it had escaped me. I associated it vaguely with Mrs. Baker, and now I seemed to recall that it had poked up its head somewhere in the stream of conversation with her. In my relief about Ellen, I had forgotten to ask her a question regarding something she had said. The Brokaws, that was it, where Ellen was to visit. I know Bill Brokaw well. He was in my class at Yale. Then I remembered and sat bolt upright in the tub. The Brokaws weren't in Chicago this Christmas. They were at Palm Beach. Dripping, I sprang out of the tub, threw an insufficient union suit around my shoulders, and sprang for the phone in my room. I got the connection quick, but Miss Ellen had already started for the train. Luckily, our car was in, and while I squirmed, still damp, into my clothes, the chauffeur brought it around to the door. The night was cold and dry, and we made good time to the station through the hard, crusty snow. I felt queer and insecure starting out this way, but something more confident as the station loomed up bright and new against the dark, cold air. For 50 years my family had owned the land on which it was built, and that made my temerity seem all right somehow. There was always a possibility that I was rushing in where angels feared to tread, but that sense of having a solid foothold in the past made me willing to make a fool of myself. This business was all wrong, terribly wrong. Any idea I had entertained that it was harmless dropped away now. Between Ellen and some vague, overwhelming catastrophe there stood me, or else the police and a scandal. I'm no moralist. There was another element here, terribly dark and frightening, and I didn't want Ellen to go through it alone. There are 3 competing trains from St. Paul to Chicago that all leave within a few minutes of 8:30. Hers was the Burlington, and as I ran across the station I saw the grating being pulled over and the light above it go out. I knew, though, that she had a drawing room with the Ingersoll girls because her mother had mentioned buying the ticket, so she was, literally speaking, tucked in until tomorrow. The CM and St. P gate was down at the other end, and I raced for it and made it. I had forgotten one thing, though, and that was enough to keep me awake and worried half the night. This train got into Chicago 10 minutes after the other. Ellen had that much time to disappear into one of the largest cities in the world. I gave the porter a wire to my family to send from Milwaukee, and at 8 o'clock next morning I pushed violently by a whole line of passengers clambering over their bags parked in the vestibule and shot out of the door with a sort of scramble over the porter's back. For a moment the confusion of a great station, the voluminous sounds and echoes and cross-currents of bells and smoke struck me helpless. Then I dashed for the exit and toward the only chance I knew of finding her. I'd guessed right. She was standing at the telegraph counter, sending off heaven knows what black lie to her mother, and her expression when she saw me had a sort of terror mixed up with its surprise. There was cunning in it, too. She was thinking quickly. She would have liked to walk away from me as if I wasn't there, and go about her own business, but she couldn't. I was too matter-of-fact a thing in her life. So we stood silently, watching each other and thinking hard. "The Brokaws are in Florida," I said after a minute. "It was nice of you to take such a long trip to tell me that." "Since you've found it out, don't you think you'd better go on to school?" "Please let me alone, Eddie," she said. "I'll go as far as New York with you. I've decided to go back early myself." "You'd better let me alone." Her lovely eyes narrowed, and her face took on a look of dumb, animal-like resistance. She made a visible effort. The cunning flickered back into it. Then both were gone, and in their stead was a cheerful, reassuring smile that all but convinced me. "Eddie, you silly child, don't you think I'm old enough to take care of myself?" I didn't answer. "I'm going to meet a man, you understand. I just want to see him today. I've got my ticket east on the 5 o'clock train. If you don't believe it, here it is in my bag." "I believe you." "The man isn't anybody that you know, and frankly, I think you're being awfully fresh and impossible." "I know who the man is." Again she lost control of her face. That terrible expression came back into it, and she spoke with almost a snarl. You'd better let me alone." I took the blank out of her hand and wrote out an explanatory telegram to her mother. Then I turned to Ellen and said a little roughly, "We'll take the 5 o'clock train east together. Meanwhile, you're going to spend the day with me." The mere sound of my own voice saying this so emphatically encouraged me, and I think it impressed her, too. At any rate, she submitted, at least temporarily, and came along without protest while I bought my ticket. When I start to piece together the fragments of that day, a sort of confusion begins, as if my memory didn't want to yield up any of it, or my consciousness let any of it pass through. There was a bright, fierce morning during which we rode about in a taxicab and went to a department store, where Ellen said she wanted to buy something, and then tried to slip away from me by a back way. I had the feeling for an hour that someone was following us along Lakeshore Drive in a taxicab, and I would try to catch them by turning quickly or looking suddenly into the chauffeur's mirror, but I could find no one, and when I turned back I could see that Ellen's face was contorted with mirthless, unnatural laughter. All morning there was a raw, bleak wind off the lake, but when we went to the Blackstone for lunch, a light snow came down past the windows, and we talked almost naturally about our friends, and about casual things. Suddenly her tone changed. She grew serious and looked me in the eye, straight and sincere. "Eddie, you're the oldest friend I have," she said, "and you oughtn't to find it too hard to trust me. If I promise you faithfully on my word of honor to catch that 5 o'clock train, will you let me alone a few hours this afternoon?" "Why?" "Well," she hesitated and hung her head a little, "I guess everybody has a right to say goodbye." "You want to say goodbye to that—" Yes, she said hastily. "Just a few hours, Eddie, and I promise faithfully that I'll be on that train." "Well, I suppose no great harm could be done in 2 hours. If you really want to say goodbye—" I looked up suddenly in surprise, a look of such tense and palpable cunning in her face that I winced before it. Her lip was curled up, and her eyes were slits again. There wasn't the faintest touch of fairness and sincerity in her whole face. We argued. The argument was vague on her part and somewhat hard and reticent on mine. I wasn't going to be cajoled again into any weakness or be infected with any, and there was a contagion of evil in the air. She kept trying to imply, without any convincing evidence to bring forward, that everything was all right, yet she was too full of the thing itself, whatever it was, to build up a real story. And she wanted to catch at any credulous and acquiescent train of thought that might start in my head, and work that for all it was worth. After every reassuring suggestion she threw out, she stared at me eagerly, as if she hoped I'd launch into a comfortable moral lecture, with the customary sweet at the end, which in this case would be her liberty. But I was wearing her away a little. 2 or 3 times it needed just a touch of pressure to bring her to the point of tears, which of course was what I wanted, but I couldn't seem to manage it. Almost I had her, almost possessed her interior intention, that she would slip away. I bullied her remorselessly into a taxi about 4 o'clock and started for the station. The wind was raw again, with a sting of snow in it, and the people in the streets waiting for buses and streetcars too small to take them all in looked cold and disturbed and unhappy. I tried to think how lucky we were to be comfortably off and taken care of. But all the warm, respectable world I had been part of yesterday had dropped away from me. There was something we carried with us now that was the enemy and the opposite of all that. It was in the cab beside us, the streets we passed through. With a touch of panic, I wondered if I wasn't slipping almost imperceptibly into Ellen's attitude of mind. The column of passengers waiting to go aboard the train were as remote from me as people from another world. But it was I that was drifting away and leaving them behind. My lower was in the same car with her compartment. It was an old-fashioned car, its lights somewhat dim, its carpets and upholstery full of the dust of another generation. There were 6 other travelers, but they made no special impression on me except that they shared the unreality that I was beginning to feel everywhere around me. We went into Ellen's compartment, shut the door, and sat down. Suddenly I put my arms around her and drew her over to me, just as tenderly as I knew how, as if she were a little girl, as she was. She resisted a little, but after a moment she submitted and lay tense and rigid in my arms. "Ellen," I said helplessly, You asked me to trust you. You have much more reason to trust me. Wouldn't it help to get rid of all this if you told me a little?" "I can't," she said very low. "I mean, there's nothing to tell." "You met this man on the train coming home, and you fell in love with him. Isn't that true?" "I don't know." "Tell me, Ellen. You fell in love with him?" "I don't know. Please let me alone." "Call it anything you want," I went on. "He has some sort of hold over you. He's trying to use you. He's trying to get something from you. He's not in love with you." "What does that matter?" she said in a weak voice. "It does matter. Instead of trying to fight this thing, you're trying to fight me. And I love you, Ellen. Do you hear? I'm telling you all of a sudden, but it isn't new with me. I love you." She looked at me with a sneer on her gentle face. It was an expression I'd seen on men who were tight and didn't want to be taken home. But it was human. I was reaching her, faintly and from far away, but more than before. "Ellen, I want you to answer me one question. Is he going to be on this train?" She hesitated. Then, an instant too late, she shook her head. "Be careful, Ellen. Now, I'm going to ask you one thing more, and I wish you'd try very hard to answer. Coming west, when did this man get on the train?" "I don't know," she said with an effort. "In Pittsburgh, I think. He spoke to me just after we left Pittsburgh, back in the observation car." Just at that moment I became aware, with the unquestionable knowledge reserved for facts, that he was just outside the door. She knew it too. The blood left her face, and that expression of low animal perspicacity came creeping back. I lowered my face into my hands and tried to think. We must have sat there with scarcely a word for well over an hour. I was conscious that the lights of Chicago, then of Englewood, and of endless suburbs were moving by. And then there were no more lights, and we were out on the dark flatness of Illinois. The train seemed to draw in upon itself. It took on an air of being alone. The porter knocked at the door and asked if he could make up the berth, but I said no, and he went away. After a while, I convinced myself that the struggle inevitably coming wasn't beyond what remained of my sanity, my faith in the essential all-rightness of things and people. That this person's purpose was what we call criminal, I took for granted. But there was no need of ascribing to him an intelligence that belonged to a higher plane of human, or inhuman, endeavor. It was still as a man that I considered him, and tried to get at his essence, his self-interest, what took the place in him of a comprehensible heart. But I suppose I more than half knew what I would find when I opened the door. When I stood up, Ellen didn't seem to see me at all. She was hunched into the corner, staring straight ahead with a sort of film over her eyes, as if she were in a state of suspended animation of body and mind. I lifted her and put 2 pillows under her head, and threw my fur coat over her knees. Then I knelt beside her and kissed her 2 hands, opened the door, and went out into the hall. I closed the door behind me and stood with my back against it for a minute. The car was dark, save for the corridor lights at each end. There was no sound except the groaning of the couplers, the even click-a-tick of the rails, and someone's loud sleeping breath farther down the car. I became aware after a moment that he was standing by the water cooler just outside the men's smoking room, his derby hat on his head, his coat collar turned up around his neck as if he were cold, and his hands in his coat pockets. When I saw him, he turned and went into the smoking room, and I followed. He was sitting in the far corner of the long leather bench. I took the single armchair beside the door. As I went in, I nodded to him, and he acknowledged my presence with one of those terrible, soundless laughs of his. But this time it was prolonged. It seemed to go on forever, and rather to cut it short than to deal in hollow amenities, I asked, "Where are you from?" in what I tried to make a casual tone of voice. He stopped laughing and looked at me narrowly, wondering what my game was. When he decided to answer, his voice was muffled as though he were speaking through a silk scarf, and it seemed to come from a long way off. "I'm from St. Paul, Jack." "Been making a trip home?" He nodded. "Just a short trip?" I pursued. Again he nodded impatiently. Then he took a long breath and spoke in a hard, menacing voice. "You better get off at Fort Wayne, Jack." He was dead. He was dead as hell. He had been dead all along, but what force had flowed through him like blood in his veins out in St. Paul was leaving him. Now a new outline, the outline of him dead, was coming through the palpable figure that had knocked down Joe Jelke. He spoke again with a sort of jerking effort. "You get off at Fort Wayne, Jack, or I'm going to bump you off." He moved his hand in his coat pocket and showed me the outline of a revolver. I shook my head. "You can't touch me," I answered. "You see, I know." His terrible eyes shifted over me quickly, trying to determine whether or not I did know. Then he gave a snarl and made as though he were going to jump to his feet. "You climb off here or else I'm going to get you, Jack," he cried hoarsely. The train was slowing up for Fort Wayne, and his voice rang loud in the comparative quiet, but he didn't move from his chair. He was too weak, I think. And we sat staring at each other while workmen passed up and down outside the window, banging the brakes and wheels, and the engine gave out loud, mournful pants up ahead. No one got into our car. After a while, the porter closed the vestibule door and passed back along the corridor, and we slid out of the murky yellow station light and into the long darkness. What I remember next must have extended over a space of 5 or 6 hours, though it comes back to me as something without any existence in time, something that might have taken 5 minutes or a year. There began a slow, calculated assault on me, wordless and terrible. I felt what I can only call a strangeness stealing over me, akin to the strangeness I had felt all afternoon, but deeper and more intensified. It was like nothing so much as the sensation of drifting away, and I gripped the arms of the chair convulsively as if to hang on to a piece in the living world. Sometimes I felt myself going out with a rush. There would be almost a warm relief about it, a sense of not caring. Then, with a violent wrench of the will, I'd pull myself back into the room. Suddenly I realized that, from a while back, I had stopped hating him, stopped feeling violently alien to him, and with the realization, I went cold, and sweat broke out all over my head. He was getting around my abhorrence, as he had got around Ellen coming west on the train, and it was just that strength he drew from, preying on people, that had brought him up to the point of concrete violence in St. Paul, and that, fading and flickering out, still kept him fighting now. He must have seen that faltering in my heart, for he spoke at once, in a low, even, almost gentle voice. "You better go now." "Oh, I'm not going," I forced myself to say. "Suit yourself, Jack." He was my friend, he implied. He knew how it was with me, and he wanted to help. He pitied me. I'd better go away before it was too late. The rhythm of his attack was soothing as a song. I'd better go away and let him get at Ellen. With a little cry, I sat bolt upright. "What do you want of this girl?" I said, my voice shaking. "To make a sort of walking hell of her?" His glance held a quality of dumb surprise, as if I was punishing an animal for a fault of which he was not conscious. For an instant I faltered. Then I went on blindly. "You've lost her. She's put her trust in me." His countenance went suddenly black with evil, and he cried, "You're a liar," in a voice that was like cold hands. "She trusts me," I said. "You can't touch her. She's safe." He controlled himself. His face grew pale and bland, and I felt that curious weakness and indifference began again inside me. What was the use of all this? What was the use? "You haven't got much time left," I forced myself to say, and then, in a flash of intuition, I jumped at the truth. "You're sinking. You've only got a few hours. Your body is lying dead back in Pittsburgh. That's as far as you can go." His face contorted, lost all semblance of humanity, living or dead. Simultaneously, the room was full of cold air, and with a noise that was something between a paroxysm of coughing and a burst of horrible laughter, he was on his feet, reeking of shame and blasphemy. "Come and look," he cried. "I'll show you." He took a step toward me, then another, and it was exactly as if a door stood open behind him, a door yawning out to an inconceivable abyss of darkness and corruption. There was a scream of mortal agony, from him or from somewhere behind, and abruptly the strength went out of him in a long, husky sigh, and he wilted to the floor. How long I sat there, dazed with terror and exhaustion, I don't know. The next thing I remember is the sleepy porter's shining shoes across the room from me, and outside the window the still fires of Pittsburgh, breaking the flat perspective of the night. There was something extended on the bench also, something too faint for a man, too heavy for a shadow. Even as I perceived it, it faded off and away. Some minutes later I opened the door of Ellen's compartment. She was asleep where I had left her. Her lovely cheeks were white and wan, but she lay naturally, her hands relaxed and her breathing regular and clear. What had possessed her had gone out of her, leaving her exhausted, but her own dear self again. I made her a little more comfortable, tucked a blanket around her, extinguished the light, and went out. 3. When I came home for Easter vacation, almost my first act was to go down to the billiard parlor near Seven Corners. The man at the cash register quite naturally didn't remember my hurried visit of 3 months before. I'm trying to locate a certain party who I think came here a lot some time ago. I described the man rather accurately, and when I had finished, the cashier called to a little jockey-like fellow who was sitting near with an air of having something very important to do that he couldn't quite remember. "Hey, Shorty, talk to this guy, will you? I think he's looking for Joe Varlin." The little man gave me a tribal look of suspicion. I went and sat near him. "Joe Varlin's dead, fella," he said grudgingly. "He died last winter." I described him again, his overcoat, his laugh, the habitual expression of his eyes. "That's Joe Varlin you're looking for, all right, but he's dead." "I want to find out something about him." "What you want to find out?" "What did he do, for instance?" "How should I know? He used to come in here once in a while and shoot pool. Look here, I'm not a policeman. I just want some kind of information about his habits. He's dead now, and it can't hurt him, and it won't go beyond me." "Well," he hesitated, looking me over. "He was a great one for traveling. Somebody told me he died on a train." I started. "Wait a minute now. Who was it told me that? Anyhow, he was in New York sick, and he tried to come home. They took him off the train with pneumonia at Pittsburgh, and he died there." I nodded. Broken pieces of the puzzle began to assemble in my head. "Why was he a lot on trains?" "How should I know, fella?" "If you can use $10, I'd like to know anything you may have heard on the subject." "Well," said Shorty reluctantly, "all I know is they used to say he worked the trains." "Worked the trains?" "He had some racket of his own he'd never loosen up about. He used to work the girls traveling along the trains. Nobody ever knew much about it. He was a pretty smooth guy, but sometimes he'd turn up here with a lot of dough, and he let 'em know it was the Janes he got it off of." I thanked him and gave him the $10 and went out, very thoughtful, without mentioning that, though a part of Joe Varland had been taken off the train at Pittsburgh, another part of him had made a last trip home. Ellen wasn't west for Easter, and even if she had been, I wouldn't have gone to her with the information either. At least I've seen her almost every day this summer, and we've managed to talk about everything else. Sometimes, though, she gets silent about nothing and wants to be very close to me, and I know what's in her mind. Of course, she's very popular and coming out this fall, and I have 2 more years at New Haven. Still, things don't look as impossible as they did a few months ago. She belongs to me in a way. Even if I lose her, she belongs to me. She'll always know I love her and that she might need me, and sometimes those are powerful considerations. I'm going to take her out to a dance at the club tonight, and perhaps sometime during the evening she'll get silent and a little frightened and want me close to her. Who knows? Anyhow, I'll be there. I'll always be there. End of A Short Trip Home by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Skulls in the Stars by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Scheinman. Skulls in the Stars by Robert E. Howard. He told how murderers walk the earth beneath the curse of Cain, with crimson clouds before their eyes and flames about their brain, for blood has left upon their souls its everlasting stain. Hood. There are two roads to Torkertown. One, the shorter and more direct route, leads across a barren upland moor, and the other, which is much longer, winds its tortuous way in and out among the hummocks and quagmires of the swamps, skirting the low hills to the east. It was a dangerous and tedious trail, so Solomon Kane halted in amazement when a breathless youth from the village he had just left overtook him and implored him for God's sake to take the swamp road. The swamp road? Kane stared at the boy. He was a tall, gaunt man, was Solomon Kane, his darkly pallid face and deep brooding eyes made more somber by the drab puritanical garb he affected. "Yes, sir, 'tis far safer," the youngster answered his surprised exclamation. "Then the moor road must be haunted by Satan himself, for your townsman warned me against traversing the other." "Because of the quagmires, sir, that you might not see in the dark. You had better return to the village and continue your journey in the morning, sir." "Taking the swamp road?" "Yes, sir." Kane shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "The moon rises almost as soon as twilight dies. By its light I can reach Torker town in a few hours across the moor." "Sir, you had better not. No one ever goes that way. There are no houses at all upon the moor, while in the swamp there's the house of old Ezra, who lives there all alone, since his maniac cousin Gideon wandered off and died in the swamp and was never found. And old Ezra, though a miser, would not refuse you lodging should you decide to stop until morning. Since you must go, you had better go the swamp road." Kane eyed the boy piercingly. The lad squirmed and shuffled his feet. "Since this moor road is so dour to wayfarers," said the Puritan, "why did not the villagers tell me the whole tale instead of vague mouthings?" "Men like not to talk of it, sir. We hoped that you would take the swamp road after the men advised you to, but when we watched and saw that you turned not at the forks, they sent me to run after you and beg you to reconsider." "Name of the devil!" exclaimed Kane sharply, the unaccustomed oath showing his irritation. "The swamp road and the moor road. What is it that threatens me, and why should I go miles out of my way and risk the bogs and mires?" "Sir," said the boy, dropping his voice and drawing closer, "we be simple villagers who like not to talk of such things, lest foul fortune befall us. But the moor road is a way accursed, and hath not been traversed by any of the countryside for a year or more. It is death to walk those moors by night, as hath been found by some score of unfortunates. Some foul horror haunts the way, and claims men for his victims." "So? And what is this thing like?" "No man knows. None has ever seen it and lived, but late farers have heard terrible laughter far out on the fen, and men have heard the horrid shrieks of its victims. Sir, in God's name, return to the village. There pass the night, and tomorrow take the swamp trail to Torker town." Far back in Kane's gloomy eyes, a scintillant light had begun to glimmer, like a witch's torch glinting under fathoms of cold gray ice. His blood quickened. Adventure! The lure of life risk in battle! The thrill of breathtaking touch-and-go drama! Not that Kane recognized his sensations as such. He sincerely considered that he voiced his real feelings when he said, "These things be deeds of some power of evil. The lords of darkness have laid a curse upon this country. A strong man is needed to combat Satan and his might. Therefore I go, who have defied him many a time." "Sir," the boy began, then closed his mouth as he saw the futility of argument. He only added, The corpses of the victims are bruised and torn, sir." He stood there at the crossroads, sighing regretfully as he watched the tall, rangy figure swinging up the road that led toward the moors. The sun was setting as Cain came over the brow of the low hill which debouched into the upland fen. Huge and blood-red it sank down beneath the sullen horizon of the moors, seeming to touch the rank grass with fire. So for a moment the watcher seemed to be gazing out across a sea of blood. Then the dark shadows came gliding from the east, the western blaze faded, and Solomon Kane struck out boldly into the gathering darkness. The road was dim from disuse, but was clearly defined. Kane went swiftly but warily, sword and pistols at hand. Stars blinked out, and night winds whispered among the grass like weeping spectres. The moon began to rise, lean and haggard, like a skull among the stars. Then, suddenly, Kane stopped short. From somewhere in front of him sounded a strange and eerie echo, or something like an echo. Again, this time louder. Kane started forward again. Were his senses deceiving him? No. Far out, there pealed a whisper of frightful laughter. And again, closer this time. No human being ever laughed like that. There was no mirth in it, only hatred and horror and soul-destroying terror. Kane halted. He was not afraid, but for the second, he was almost unnerved. Then, stabbing through that awesome laughter, came the sound of a scream that was undoubtedly human. Kane started forward, increasing his gait. He cursed the elusive lights and flickering shadows which veiled the moor in the rising moon and made accurate sight impossible. The laughter continued, growing louder, as did the screams. Then sounded faintly the drum of frantic human feet. Kane broke into a run. Some human was being hunted to his death out there on the fen, and by what manner of horror God alone knew. The sound of the flying feet halted abruptly, and the screaming rose unbearably, mingled with other sounds, unnameable and hideous. Evidently the man had been overtaken, and Kane, his flesh crawling, visualized some ghastly fiend of the darkness, crouching on the back of its victim, crouching and tearing. Then the noise of a terrible and short struggle came clearly through the abysmal silence of the fen, and the footfalls began again, but stumbling and uneven. The screaming continued, but with a gasping gurgle. The sweat stood cold on Kane's forehead and body. This was heaping horror on horror in an intolerable manner. God, for a moment's clear light! The frightful drama was being enacted within a very short distance of him, to judge by the ease with which the sounds reached him. But this hellish half-light veiled all in shifting shadows, so that the moors appeared a haze of blurred illusions, and stunted trees and bushes seemed like giants. Kane shouted, striving to increase the speed of his advance. The shrieks of the unknown broke into a hideous, shrill squealing. Again there was the sound of a struggle, and then, from the shadows of the tall grass, a thing came reeling, a thing that had been once a man, a gore-covered, frightful thing that fell at Kane's feet, and writhed and grovelled, and raised its terrible face to the rising moon, and gibbered and yammered, and fell down again, and died in its own blood. The moon was up now, and the light was better. Kane bent above the body, which lay stark in its unnameable mutilation, and he shuddered. A rare thing for him, who had seen the deeds of the Spanish Inquisition and the witch-finders. Some wayfarer, he supposed. Then, like a hand of ice on his spine, he was aware that he was not alone. He looked up, his cold eyes piercing the shadows whence the dead man had staggered. He saw nothing, but he knew, he felt, that other eyes gave back his stare, terrible eyes not of this earth. He straightened and drew a pistol, waiting. The moonlight spread like a lake of pale blood over the moor, and trees and grasses took on their proper sizes. The shadows melted, and Kane saw. At first he thought it only a shadow of mist, a wisp of moor fog that swayed in the tall grass before him. He gazed. More illusion, he thought. Then the thing began to take on shape, vague and indistinct. Two hideous eyes flamed at him, eyes which held all the stark horror which has been the heritage of man since the fearful dawn ages. Eyes frightful and insane, with an insanity transcending earthly insanity. The form of the thing was misty and vague, a brain-shattering travesty on the human form, like, yet horridly unlike. The grass and bushes beyond showed clearly through it. Cain felt the blood pound in his temples, yet he was as cold as ice. How such an unstable being as that which wavered before him could harm a man in a physical way was more than he could understand. Yet the red horror at his feet gave mute testimony that the fiend could act with terrible material effect. Of one thing Cain was sure. There would be no hunting of him across the dreary moors, no screaming and fleeing to be dragged down again and again. If he must die, he would die in his tracks, his wounds in front. Now a vague and grisly mouth gaped wide, and the demoniac laughter again shrieked out, soul-shaking in its nearness. And, in the midst of that threat of doom, Cain deliberately leveled his long pistol and fired. A maniacal yell of rage and mockery answered the report, and the thing came at him like a flying sheet of smoke, long shadowy arms stretched to drag him down. Cain, moving with the dynamic speed of a famished wolf, fired the second pistol with as little effect, snatched his long rapier from its sheath, and thrust into the center of the misty attacker. The blade sang as it passed clear through, encountering no solid resistance, and Cain felt icy fingers grip his limbs, bestial talons tear his garments and the skin beneath. He dropped the useless sword and sought to grapple with his foe. It was like fighting a floating mist, a flying shadow armed with dagger-like claws. His savage blows met empty air. His lean, mighty arms, in whose grasp strong men had died, swept nothingness and clutched emptiness. Naught was solid or real, save the flaying, ape-like fingers with their crooked talons, and the crazy eyes which burned into the shuddering depths of his soul. Cain realized that he was in a desperate plight indeed. Already his garments hung in tatters, and he bled from a score of deep wounds. But he never flinched, and the thought of flight never entered his mind. He had never fled from a single foe, and had the thought occurred to him, he would have flushed with shame. He saw no help for it now, but that his form should lie there beside the fragments of the other victim. But the thought held no terrors for him. His only wish was to give as good an account of himself as possible before the end came, and if he could, to inflict some damage on his unearthly foe. There, above the dead man's torn body, man fought with demon under the pale light of the rising moon, with all the advantages with the demon, save one. And that one was enough to overcome all the others. For if abstract hate may bring into material substance a ghostly thing, may not courage, equally abstract, form a concrete weapon to combat that ghost? Cain fought with his arms and his feet and his hands, and he was aware at last that the ghost began to give back before him, that the fearful laughter changed to screams of baffled fury. For man's only weapon is courage that flinches not from the gates of hell itself, and against such not even the legions of hell can stand. Of this Cain knew nothing. He only knew that the talons which tore and rended him seemed to grow weaker and wavering, that a wild light grew and grew in the horrible eyes. And reeling and gasping, he rushed in, grappled the thing at last, and threw it. And as they tumbled about on the moor, and it writhed and lapped his limbs like a serpent of smoke, his flesh crawled, and his hair stood on end, for he began to understand its gibbering. He did not hear and comprehend as a man hears and comprehends the speech of a man, but the frightful secrets it imparted in whisperings and yammerings and screaming silences sank fingers of ice and flame into his soul. And he knew. The hut of old Ezra the miser stood by the road in the midst of the swamp, half screened by the sullen trees which grew about it. The walls were rotting, the roof crumbling, and great pallid and green fungus monsters clung to it and writhed about the doors and windows as if seeking to peer within. The trees leaned above it, and their gray branches intertwined so that it crouched in the semi-darkness like a monstrous dwarf over whose shoulder ogres leer. The road, which wound down into the swamp, among rotting stumps and rank hummocks and scummy snake-haunted pools and bogs, crawled past the hut. Many people passed that way these days, but few saw old Ezra, save a glimpse of a yellow face peering through the fungus-screened windows, itself like an ugly fungus. Old Ezra the miser partook much of the quality of the swamp, for he was gnarled and bent and sullen. His fingers were like clutching parasitic plants, and his locks hung like drab moss above eyes trained to the murk of the swamplands. His eyes were like a dead man's, yet hinted of depths abysmal and loathsome as the dead lakes of the swamplands. These eyes gleamed now at the man who stood in front of his hut. The man was tall and gaunt and dark. His face was haggard and claw-marked, and he was bandaged of arm and leg. Somewhat behind this man stood a number of villagers. "You are Ezra of the Swamp Road?"
"Aye, and what want ye of me?"
"Where is your cousin Gideon, the maniac youth who abode with you?"
"Gideon?"
"Aye."
"He wandered away into the swamp and never came back. No doubt he lost his way and was set upon by wolves, or died in a quagmire, or was struck by an adder."
"How long ago?"
"Over a year."
"Aye. Hark ye, Ezra the miser. Soon after your cousin's disappearance, a countryman, coming home across the moors, was set upon by some unknown fiend and torn to pieces, and thereafter it became death to cross those moors. First men of the countryside, then strangers who wandered over the fen fell to the clutches of the thing. Many men have died since the first one. Last night I crossed the moors and heard the flight and pursuing of another victim, a stranger who knew not the evil of the moors. Ezra the miser. It was a fearful thing, for the wretch twice broke from the fiend, terribly wounded, and each time the demon caught and dragged him down again. And at last he fell dead at my very feet, done to death in a manner that would freeze the statue of a saint." The villagers moved restlessly and murmured fearfully to each other, and old Ezra's eyes shifted furtively. Yet the somber expression of Solomon Kane never altered, and his condor-like stare seemed to transfix the miser.
"Aye, aye,"
muttered old Ezra hurriedly.
"A bad thing, a bad thing. Yet why do you tell this thing to me?"
"Aye, a sad thing. Hearken further, Ezra. The fiend came out of the shadows, and I fought with it over the body of its victim. Aye, how I overcame it I know not, for the battle was hard and long. But the powers of good and light were on my side, which are mightier than the powers of hell. At the last I was stronger, and it broke from me and fled, and I followed to no avail. Yet before it fled, it whispered to me a monstrous truth." Old Ezra started, stared wildly, seemed to shrink into himself.
"Nay, why tell me this?"
he muttered. "I returned to the village and told my tale," said Kane, "for I knew that now I had the power to rid the moors of its curse forever. Ezra, come with us."
"Where?"
gasped the miser. "To the rotting oak on the moors." Ezra reeled as though struck. He screamed incoherently and turned to flee. On the instant, at Kane's sharp order, two brawny villagers sprang forward and seized the miser. They twisted the dagger from his withered hand and pinioned his arms, shuddering as their fingers encountered his clammy flesh. Kane motioned them to follow, and turning, strode up the trail, followed by the villagers, who found their strength taxed to the utmost in their task of bearing their prisoner along. Through the swamp they went, and out, taking a little-used trail which led up over the low hills and out on the moors. The sun was sliding down the horizon, and old Ezra stared at it with bulging eyes. stared as if he could not gaze enough. Far out on the moors reared up the great oak tree, like a gibbet, now only a decaying shell. There Solomon Kane halted. Old Ezra writhed in his captor's grasp and made inarticulate noises. "Over a year ago," said Solomon Kane, "you, fearing that your insane cousin Gideon would tell men of your cruelties to him, brought him away from the swamps by the very trail by which we came, and murdered him here in the night." Ezra cringed and snarled.
"You cannot prove this lie."
Kane spoke a few words to an agile villager. The youth clambered up the rotting bole of the tree, and from a crevice, high up, dragged something that fell with a clatter at the feet of the miser. Ezra went limp with a terrible shriek. The object was a man's skeleton, the skull cleft.
"You! How knew you this? You are Satan!"
gibbered old Ezra. Kane folded his arms. "The thing I fought last night told me this thing as we reeled in battle, and I followed it to this tree. For the fiend is Gideon's ghost." Ezra shrieked again and fought savagely. "You knew," said Kane somberly. "You knew what thing did these deeds. You feared the ghost of the maniac, and that is why you chose to leave his body on the fen instead of concealing it in the swamp. For you knew the ghost would haunt the place of his death. He was insane in life, and in death he did not know where to find his slayer, else he had come to you in your hut. He hates no man but you, but his mazed spirit cannot tell one man from another, and he slays all, lest he let his killer escape. Yet he will know you, and rest in peace forever after. Hate hath made of his ghost a solid thing that can rend and slay, and though he feared you terribly in life, in death he fears you not." Kane halted. He glanced at the sun. "All this I had from Gideon's ghost, in his yammerings and his whisperings and his shrieking silences. Naught but your death will lay that ghost." Ezra listened in breathless silence, and Kane pronounced the words of his doom. "A hard thing it is," said Kane somberly, "to sentence a man to death in cold blood, and in such a manner as I have in mind. But you must die that others may live, and God knoweth you deserve death. You shall not die by noose, bullet, or sword, but at the talons of him you slew, for naught else will satiate him." At these words, Ezra's brain shattered. His knees gave way, and he fell, groveling and screaming for death, begging them to burn him at the stake, to flay him alive. Kane's face was set like death, and the villagers, the fear rousing their cruelty, bound the shrieking wretch to the oak tree, and one of them bade him make his peace with God. But Ezra made no answer, shrieking in a high, shrill voice with unbearable monotony. Then the villager would have struck the miser across the face, but Kane stayed him. "Let him make his peace with Satan, whom he is more like to meet," said the Puritan grimly. "The sun is about to set. Loose his cords so that he may work loose by dark, since it is better to meet death free and unshackled than bound like a sacrifice." As they turned to leave him, old Ezra yammered and gibbered unhuman sounds, and then fell silent, staring at the sun with terrible intensity. They walked away across the fen, and Kane flung a last look at the grotesque form bound to the tree, seeming in the uncertain light like a great fungus growing to the bole. And suddenly the miser screamed hideously,
"Death! Death! There are skulls in the stars!"
"Life was good to him, though he was gnarled and churlish and evil," Kane sighed. "Mayhap God has a place for such souls, where fire and sacrifice may cleanse them of their dross, as fire cleans the forest of fungus things. Yet my heart is heavy within me." "Nay, sir," one of the villagers spoke. "Ye have done but the will of God, and good alone shall come of this night's deed." "Nay," answered Cain heavily. "I know not. I know not." The sun had gone down, and night spread with amazing swiftness, as if great shadows came rushing down from unknown voids to cloak the world with hurrying darkness. Through the thick night came a weird echo, and the men halted and looked back the way they had come. Nothing could be seen. The moor was an ocean of shadows, and the tall grass about them bent in long waves before the faint wind, breaking the deathly stillness with breathless murmurings. Then, far away, the red disk of the moon rose over the fen, and for an instant a grim silhouette was etched blackly against it. A shape came flying across the face of the moon, a bent, grotesque thing, whose feet seemed scarcely to touch the earth. And close behind came a thing like a flying shadow, a nameless, shapeless horror. A moment the racing twain stood out boldly against the moon. Then they merged into one unnameable, formless mass and vanished in the shadows. Far across the fen sounded a single shriek of terrible laughter. End of Skulls in the Stars. The Squaw by Bram Stoker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tony Scheinman. The Squaw by Bram Stoker. Nuremberg at the time was not so much exploited as it has been since then. Irving had not been playing Faust, and the very name of the old town was hardly known to the great bulk of the travelling public. My wife and I, being on the second week of our honeymoon, naturally wanted someone else to join our party, so that when the cheery stranger, Elias P. Hutchison, hailing from Isthmian City, Bleeding Gulch, Maple Tree County, Nebraska, turned up at the station at Frankfurt, and casually remarked that he was going on to see the most all-fired old Methuselah of a town in Europe, and that he guessed that so much travelling alone was enough to send an intelligent, active citizen into the melancholy ward of a daft house, we took the pretty broad hint and suggested that we join forces. We found, on comparing notes afterwards, that we had each intended to speak with some diffidence or hesitation, so as not to appear too eager, such not being a good compliment to the success of our married life, but the effect was entirely marred by our both beginning to speak at the same instant, stopping simultaneously and then going on together again. Anyhow, no matter how, it was done, and Elias P. Hutchison became one of our party. Straightway Amelia and I found the pleasant benefit. Instead of quarrelling, as we had been doing, we found that the restraining influence of a third party was such that we now took every opportunity of spooning in odd corners. Amelia declares that ever since she has, as a result of that experience, advised all her friends to take a friend on the honeymoon. Well, we did Nuremberg together, and much enjoyed the racy remarks of our transatlantic friend, who, from his quaint speech and his wonderful stock of adventures, might have stepped out of a novel. We kept for the last object of interest in the city to be visited, the Burg, and on the day appointed for the visit, strolled round the outer wall of the city by the eastern side. The Burg is seated on a rock dominating the town, and an immensely deep fosse guards it on the northern side. Nuremberg has been happy in that it was never sacked. Had it been, it would certainly not be so spick and span perfect as it is at present. The ditch has not been used for centuries, and now its base is spread with tea gardens and orchards, of which some of the trees are of quite respectable growth. As we wandered round the wall, dawdling in the hot July sunshine, we often paused to admire the view spread before us, and in especial the great plain covered with towns and villages, and bounded with a blue line of hills, like a landscape of Claude Lorraine. From this we always turned with new delight to the city itself, with its myriad of quaint old gables and acre-wide red roofs dotted with dormer windows, tier upon tier. A little to our right rose the towers of the Burg, and nearer still, standing grim, the Torture Tower, which was, and is perhaps, the most interesting place in the city. For centuries the tradition of the Iron Virgin of Nuremberg has been handed down as an instance of the horrors of cruelty of which man is capable. We had long looked forward to seeing it, and here at last was its home. In one of our pauses we leaned over the wall of the moat and looked down. The garden seemed quite 50 or 60 feet below us, and the sun pouring into it with an intense, moveless heat like that of an oven. Beyond rose the grim grey wall, seemingly of endless height, and losing itself right and left in the angles of bastion and counterscarp. Trees and bushes crowned the wall, and above again towered the lofty houses on whose massive beauty time has only set the hand of approval. The sun was hot, and we were lazy. Time was our own, and we lingered, leaning on the wall. Just below us was a pretty sight. A great black cat lying stretched in the sun, whilst round her gambolled prettily a tiny black kitten. The mother would wave her tail for the kitten to play with, or would raise her feet and push away the little one as an encouragement to further play. They were just at the foot of the wall, and Elias P. Hutcheson, in order to help the play, stooped and picked up from the walk a moderate-sized pebble. "See," he said, "I will drop it near the kitten, and they will both wonder where it came from." "Oh, be careful," said my wife. "You might hit the dear little thing." "Not me, ma'am," said Elias P. "Why, I'm as tender as a Maine cherry tree, Lor bless ye. I wouldn't hurt the poor pooty little critter more'n I'd scalp a baby. And you may bet your variegated socks on that. See, I'll drop it fur away on the outside so's not to go near her." Thus saying, he leaned over and held his arm out at length and dropped the stone. It may be that there is some attractive force which draws lesser matters to greater, or more probably that the wall was not plump, but sloped to its base, we not noticing the inclination from above. But the stone fell with a sickening thud that came up to us through the hot air, right on the kitten's head, and shattered out its little brains then and there. The black cat cast a swift upward glance, and we saw her eyes like green fire fixed an instant on Elias P. Hutchinson, and then her attention was given to the kitten, which lay still with just a quiver of her tiny limbs, whilst a thin red stream trickled from a gaping wound. With a muffled cry, such as a human being might give, she bent over the kitten, licking its wounds and moaning. Suddenly she seemed to realize that it was dead, and again threw her eyes up at us. I shall never forget the sight, for she looked the perfect incarnation of hate. Her green eyes blazed with lurid fire, and the sharp white teeth seemed almost to shine through the blood which dabbled her mouth and whiskers. She gnashed her teeth, and her claws stood out stark and at full length on every paw. Then she made a wild rush up the wall as if to reach us, but when the momentum ended, fell back, and further added to her horrible appearance, for she fell on the kitten and rose with her black fur smeared with its brains and blood. Amelia turned quite faint, and I had to lift her back from the wall. There was a seat close by in shade of a spreading plane tree, and here I placed her whilst she composed herself. Then I went back to Hutcheson, who stood without moving, looking down on the angry cat below. As I joined him, he said, "Well, I guess that air the savagest beast I ever see, 'cept once when an Apache squaw had an edge on a half-breed what they nicknamed Splinters, 'cause of the way he fixed up her papoose, which he stole on a raid just to show that he appreciated the way they had given his mother the fire torture. She got that kinder look so set on her face that it jest seemed to grow there.
She follered Splinters more'n 3 year, till at last the braves got him and handed him over to her. They did say that no man, white or Injun, had ever been so long a-dying under the tortures of the Apaches. The only time I ever see her smile was when I wiped her out. I kim on the camp just in time to see Splinters passing his checks, and he wasn't sorry to go either. He was a hard citizen, and though I never could shake hands with him after that papoose business, for it was bitter bad, and he should have been a white man, for he looked like one, I see he got paid out in full. Dern me, but I took a piece of his hide from one of his skinning posts, and had it made into a pocketbook. It's here now. And he slapped the breast pocket of his coat. Whilst he was speaking, the cat was continuing her frantic efforts to get up the wall. She would take a run back and then charge up, sometimes reaching an incredible height. She did not seem to mind the heavy fall which she got each time, but started with renewed vigor, and at every tumble her appearance became more horrible. Hutcheson was a kind-hearted man. My wife and I had both noticed little acts of kindness to animals as well as to persons, and he seemed concerned at the state of fury to which the cat had wrought herself. "Well, now," he said, "I do declare that poor critter seems quite desperate. There, poor thing, it was all an accident, though that won't bring back your little one to you. Say, I wouldn't have had such a thing happen for 1,000. Just shows what a clumsy fool of a man can do when he tries to play. Seems I'm too darn slipper-handed to even play with a cat. Say, Colonel," it was a pleasant way he had to bestow titles freely, "I hope your wife don't hold no grudge against me on account of this unpleasantness. Why, I wouldn't have had it occur on no account." He came over to Amelia and apologized profusely, and she, with her usual kindness of heart, hastened to assure him that she quite understood that it was an accident. Then we all went again to the wall and looked over. The cat, missing Hutcheson's face, had drawn back across the moat, and was sitting on her haunches as though ready to spring. Indeed, the very instant she saw him, she did spring, and with a blind, unreasoning fury which would have been grotesque, only that it was so frightfully real. She did not try to run up the wall, but simply launched herself at him, as though hate and fury could lend her wings to pass straight through the great distance between them. Amelia, womanlike, got quite concerned, and said to Elias P. in a warning voice, "Oh, you must be very careful. That animal would try to kill you if she were here. Her eyes look like positive murder." He laughed out jovially. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, "but I can't help laughing. Fancy a man that has fought grizzlies and Injuns being careful of being murdered by a cat." When the cat heard him laugh, her whole demeanor seemed to change. She no longer tried to jump or run up the wall, but went quietly over, and sitting again beside the dead kitten, began to lick and fondle it, as though it were alive. "See," said I, "the effect of a really strong man. Even that animal in the midst of her fury recognizes the voice of a master and bows to him." "Like a squaw," was the only comment of Elias P. Hutcheson as we moved on our way round the city fosse. Every now and then we looked over the wall, and each time saw the cat following us. At first she kept going back to the dead kitten, and then, as the distance grew greater, took it in her mouth and so followed. After a while, however, she abandoned this, for we saw her following all alone. She had evidently hidden the body somewhere. Amelia's alarm grew at the cat's persistence, and more than once she repeated her warning, but the American always laughed with amusement, till finally, seeing that she was beginning to be worried, he said, "I say, ma'am, you needn't be skeered over that cat. I go heeled, I do." Here he slapped his pocket pistol at the back of his lumbar region. "Why, sooner'n have you worried, I'll shoot the critter right here, and risk the police interfering with a citizen of the United States for carrying arms contrary to regulations." As he spoke, he looked over the wall, but the cat, on seeing him, retreated with a growl into a bed of tall flowers, and was hidden. He went on, "Blessed if that ar critter ain't got more sense of what's good for her than most Christians. I guess we've seen the last of her.
You bet she'll go back now to that busted kitten and have a private funeral of it all to herself."
Amelia did not like to say more, lest he might, in mistaken kindness to her, fulfill his threat of shooting the cat. And so we went on, and crossed the little wooden bridge leading to the gateway whence ran the steep paved roadway between the burg and the pentagonal torture tower. As we crossed the bridge, we saw the cat again down below us. When she saw us, her fury seemed to return, and she made frantic efforts to get up the steep wall. Hutcheson laughed as he looked down at her, and said,
"Goodbye, old girl. Sorry I injured your feelings, but you'll get over it in time. So long."
And then we passed through the long, dim archway, and came to the gate of the burg. When we came out again, after our survey of this most beautiful old place, which not even the well-intentioned efforts of the Gothic restorers of 40 years ago have been able to spoil, though their restoration was then glaring white, we seemed to have quite forgotten the unpleasant episode of the morning. The old lime tree with its great trunk gnarled with the passing of nearly 9 centuries, the deep well cut through the heart of the rock by those captives of old, and the lovely view from the city wall whence we heard, spread over almost a full quarter of an hour, the multitudinous chimes of the city, had all helped to wipe out from our minds the incident of the slain kitten. We were the only visitors who had entered the torture tower that morning, so at least said the old custodian, and as we had the place all to ourselves, were able to make a minute and most satisfactory survey than would have otherwise been possible. The custodian, looking to us as the sole source of his gains for the day, was willing to meet our wishes in any way. The torture tower is truly a grim place, even now when many thousands of visitors have sent a stream of life and the joy that follows life into the place. But at the time I mention, it wore its grimmest and most gruesome aspect. The dust of the ages seemed to have settled on it, and the darkness and the horror of its memories seemed to have become sentient in a way that would have satisfied the pantheistic souls of Philo or Spinoza. The lower chamber, where we entered, was seemingly in its normal state, filled with incarnate darkness. Even the hot sunlight streaming in through the door seemed to be lost in the vast thickness of the walls, and only showed the masonry rough as when the builder's scaffolding had come down, but coated with dust, and marked here and there with patches of dark stain, which, if walls could speak, could have given their own dread memories of fear and pain. We were glad to pass up the dusty wooden staircase, the custodian leaving the outer door open to light us somewhat on our way, for to our eyes the one long-wicked, evil-smelling candle stuck in a sconce on the wall gave an inadequate light. When we came up through the open trap in the corner of the chamber overhead, Amelia held on to me so tightly that I could actually feel her heart beat. I must say, for my own part, that I was not surprised at her fear, for this room was even more gruesome than that below. Here there was certainly more light, but only just sufficient to realize the horrible surroundings of the place. The builders of the tower had evidently intended that only they who should gain the top should have any of the joys of light and prospect. There, as we had noticed from below, were ranges of windows, albeit of medieval smallness, but elsewhere in the tower were only a very few narrow slits, such as were habitual in places of medieval defence. A few of these only lit the chamber, and these so high up in the wall that from no part could the sky be seen through the thickness of the walls. In racks and leaning in disorder against the walls were a number of headsmen's swords, great double-handed weapons with broad blade and keen edge. Hard by were several blocks whereon the necks of the victims had lain, with here and there deep notches where the steel had bitten through the guard of flesh and shored into the wood. Round the chamber, placed in all sorts of irregular ways, were many implements of torture, which made one's heart ache to see. Chairs full of spikes, which gave instant and excruciating pain. Chairs and couches with dull knobs, whose torture was seemingly less, but which, though slower, were equally efficacious. racks, belts, boots, gloves, collars, all made for compressing at will, steel baskets in which the head could be slowly crushed into a pulp if necessary, watchmen's hooks with long handle and knife that cut at resistance, this a specialty of the old Nuremberg police system, and many, many other devices for man's injury to man. Amelia grew quite pale with the horror of the things, but fortunately did not faint, for being a little overcome she sat down on a torture chair, but jumped up again with a shriek, all tendency to faint gone. We both pretended that it was the injury done to her dress by the dust of the chair and the rusty spikes which had upset her, and Mr. Hutcheson acquiesced in accepting the explanation with a kind-hearted laugh. But the central object of the whole of this chamber of horrors was the engine known as the Iron Virgin, which stood near the centre of the room. It was a rudely shaped figure of a woman, something of the bell order, or, to make a closer comparison, of the figure of Mrs. Noah in the Children's Ark, but without that slimness of waist and perfect rondeur of hip which marks the aesthetic type of the Noah family. One would hardly have recognized it as intended for a human figure at all, had not the founder shaped on the forehead a rude semblance of a woman's face. This machine was coated with rust without, and covered with dust. A rope was fastened to a ring in the front of the figure, about where the waist should have been, and was drawn through a pulley fastened on the wooden pillar which sustained the flooring above. The custodian, pulling this rope, showed that a section of the front was hinged like a door at one side. We then saw that the engine was of considerable thickness, leaving just room enough inside for a man to be placed. The door was of equal thickness and of great weight, for it took the custodian all his strength, aided though he was by the contrivance of the pulley, to open it. This weight was partly due to the fact that the door was of manifest purpose hung so as to throw its weight downward, so that it might shut of its own accord when the strain was released. The inside was honeycombed with rust, nay more, the rust alone that comes through time would hardly have eaten so deep into the iron walls. The rust of the cruel stains was deep indeed. It was only, however, when we came to look at the inside of the door that the diabolical intention was manifest to the full. Here were several long spikes, square and massive, broad at the base and sharp at the points, placed in such a position that when the door should close, the upper ones would pierce the eyes of the victim, and the lower ones his heart and vitals. The sight was too much for poor Amelia, and this time she fainted dead off, and I had to carry her down the stairs and place her on a bench outside till she recovered. That she felt it to the quick was afterwards shown by the fact that my eldest son bears to this day a rude birthmark on his breast, which has by family consent been accepted as representing the Nuremberg Virgin. When we got back to the chamber, we found Hutcheson still opposite the Iron Virgin. He had been evidently philosophizing, and now gave us the benefit of his thought in the shape of a sort of exordium.
"Well, I guess I've been learning something here while Madam has been getting over her faint. 'Pears to me that we're a long way behind the times on our side of the big drink. We used to think out on the plains that the Injun could give us points in trying to make a man uncomfortable, but I guess your old medieval law and order party could raise him every time. Splinters was pretty good in his bluff on the Squaw, while this here young miss held a straight flush all high on him. The points of them spikes air sharp enough still, though even the edges air eaten out by what used to be on them. It'd be a good thing for our Indian section to get some specimens of this here play toy to send round to the reservations, just to knock the stuffing out of the bucks, and the squaws too, by showing them how old civilization lays over them at its best. Guess but I'll get in that box a minute, just to see how it feels."
"Oh, no, no," said Amelia. "It's too terrible."
"Guess, ma'am, nothing's too terrible to the exploring mind. I've been in some queer places in my time. Spent a night inside a dead horse while a prairie fire swept over me in Montana territory, and another time slept inside a dead buffler when the Comanches was on the warpath, and I didn't care to leave my card on them. I've been 2 days in a caved-in tunnel in the Billy Bronco gold mine in New Mexico, and was one of the 4 shut up for 3 parts of a day in the caisson what slid over on her side when we was setting the foundations of the Buffalo Bridge. I've not funked an odd experience yet, and I don't propose to begin now."
We saw that he was set on the experiment, so I said, "Well, hurry up, old man, and get through it quick."
"All right, General," said he, "but I calculate we ain't quite ready yet. The gentleman, my predecessors, what stood in that there canister, didn't volunteer for the office. Not much. And I guess there was some ornamental tying up before the big stroke was made. I want to go into this thing fair and square, so I must get fixed up proper first. I dare say this old galoot can rise some string and tie me up according to sample."
This was said interrogatively to the old custodian, but the latter, who understood the drift of his speech, though perhaps not appreciating to the full the niceties of dialect and imagery, shook his head. His protest was, however, only formal, and made to be overcome. The American thrust a gold piece into his hand, saying, "Take it, pard, it's your pot, and don't be skeered. This ain't no necktie party that you're asked to assist in." He produced some thin frayed rope, and proceeded to bind our companion with sufficient strictness for the purpose. When the upper part of his body was bound, Hutcheson said, "Hold on a moment, Judge. Guess I'm too heavy for you to tote into the canister. You just let me walk in, and then you can wash up regarding my legs." Thus speaking, he had backed himself into the opening, which was just enough to hold him. It was a close fit, and no mistake. Amelia looked on with fear in her eyes, but she evidently did not like to say anything. The custodian completed his task by tying the American's feet together, so that he was now absolutely helpless and fixed in his voluntary prison. He seemed to really enjoy it, and the incipient smile which was habitual to his face blossomed into actuality as he said, "Guess this here Eve was made out of the rib of a dwarf. There ain't much room for a full-grown citizen of the United States to hustle. We used to make our coffins more roomier in Idaho territory. Now, Judge, you just begin to let this door down, slow onto me. I want to feel the same pleasure as the other Jays had when those spikes began to move towards their eyes." "Oh, no, no, no!" broke in Amelia hysterically. "It's too terrible. I can't bear to see it. I can't. But the American was obdurate.
"Say, Colonel," said he, "why not take Madam for a little promenade? I wouldn't hurt her feelings for the world, but now that I am here, having come 8,000 miles, wouldn't it be too hard to give up the very experience I've been pining and panting for? A man can't get to feel like canned goods every time. Me and the Judge here'll fix up this thing in no time, and then you'll come back and we'll all laugh together."
Once more the resolution that is born of curiosity triumphed, and Amelia stayed, holding tight to my arm and shivering, whilst the custodian began to slacken slowly, inch by inch, the rope that held back the iron door. Hutcheson's face was positively radiant as his eyes followed the first movement of the spikes.
"Well," he said, "I guess I've not had enjoyment like this since I left New York, bar a scrap with a French sailor at Wapping, and that weren't much of a picnic neither. I've not had a show for real pleasure in this dod-rotted continent, where there ain't no bars nor no Injuns, and where nary man goes healed. Slow there, Judge, don't you rush this business. I want a show for my money this game, I do."
The custodian must have had in him some of the blood of his predecessors in that ghastly tower, for he worked the engine with a deliberate and excruciating slowness, which after 5 minutes, in which the outer edge of the door had not moved half as many inches, began to overcome Amelia. I saw her lips whiten, and felt her hold upon my arm relax. I looked around an instant for a place whereon to lay her, and when I looked at her again, found that her eyes had become fixed on the side of the Virgin. Following its direction, I saw the black cat crouching out of sight.
Her green eyes shone like danger lamps in the gloom of the place, and their color was heightened by the blood which still smeared her coat and reddened her mouth. I cried out, "The cat! Look out for the cat!" For even then she sprang out before the engine. At this very moment she looked like a triumphant demon. Her eyes blazed with ferocity, her hair bristled out till she seemed twice her normal size, and her tail lashed about as does a tiger's when the quarry is before it. Elias P. Hutcheson, when he saw her, was amused, and his eyes positively sparkled with fun as he said, "Derned if the squaw hain't got on all her war paint. Just give her a shove-off if she comes any of her tricks on me, for I'm so fixed everlastingly by the boss that dern my skin if I can keep my eyes from her if she wants them. Easy there, Judge. Don't you slack that ar rope, or I'm cutchered." At this moment Amelia completed her feint, and I had to clutch hold of her round the waist, or she would have fallen to the floor. Whilst attending to her, I saw the black cat crouching for a spring, and jumped up to turn the creature out. But at that instant, with a sort of hellish scream, she hurled herself, not as we expected at Hutcheson, but straight at the face of the custodian. Her claws seemed to be tearing wildly, as one sees in the Chinese drawings of the dragon rampant, and as I looked, I saw one of them light on the poor man's eye, and actually tear through it and down his cheek, leaving a wide band of red where the blood seemed to spurt from every vein. With a yell of sheer terror which came quicker than even his sense of pain, the man leaped back, dropping as he did the rope which held back the iron door. I jumped for it, but was too late, for the cord ran like lightning through the pulley block, and the heavy mass fell forward from its own weight. As the door closed, I caught a glimpse of our poor companion's face. He seemed frozen with terror. His eyes stared with a horrible anguish as if dazed, and no sound came from his lips. And then the spikes did their work. Happily the end was quick, for when I wrenched open the door, they had pierced so deep that they had locked in the bones of the skull through which they had crushed, and actually tore him, out of his iron prison, till, bound as he was, he fell at full length with a sickly thud upon the floor, the face turning upwards as he fell. I rushed to my wife, lifted her up, and carried her out, for I feared for her very reason if she should wake from her faint to such a scene. I laid her on the bench outside and ran back. Leaning against the wooden column was the custodian, moaning in pain, whilst he held his reddening handkerchief to his eyes. And sitting on the head of the poor American was the cat, purring loudly as she licked the blood which trickled through the gashed sockets of his eyes. I hope no one will call me cruel, because I seized one of the old executioner's swords and shore her in two as she sat. End of The Squaw.
A Strange Premonition. From Ghost Stories, October 1929. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Strange Premonition. Mrs. Everest Anson Hayes, wife of the former congressman from California, relates the following. Mr. Hayes and his brother Jay were leaving our ranch home on a certain day and start for the east. On the evening before their departure, Mr. Hayes said to me, "I wish I were not going tomorrow. I feel such a depression of spirits, as if something were going to happen." I urged him to go and talk to his brother, and that perhaps he would cheer up. He went to his brother and found, strange to relate, that his brother shared his forebodings. I left them upstairs talking it over and went to the parlor, where I heard my daughter playing the piano. As I entered, she dropped her head on the keyboard and burst into tears. "What is the matter?" I asked. "I don't know, but I just feel that he is dead. I know that someone here is going to die." Just then our maid entered and said, "Have you heard any bad news, Mrs. Hayes?" I answered in the negative, and she continued, "Fred dreamed last night that Mrs. J was killed by a train, and he has been going around all morning with his hands to his head, as if it pained him." Mrs. J was my sister-in-law, who had been traveling in Canada for some time. This Fred was an Alsatian who had been in the family for 20 years as furnace and choreman on the ranch. A little later I saw him pass the window with his wheelbarrow, and before he was out of sight, a man called out one of the stablemen. "Say, that was a queer dream that the cook had last night. He said he dreamt that Fred was killed in a railroad accident. He remembered that he went down to the track and that one of the railroad employees rushed up to him and stuck a red flag into his hand and told him to wave it and stop the other trains." Now, the strange part of the story is that the cook's dream proved true. Within an hour after this conversation, word was back that Fred had been killed while crossing the track at the gate. The cook, arriving upon the scene, was met by one of the train crew, who thrust a red flag in his hand and commanded him to flag the next train. This remarkable prevision, affecting 5 members of the household simultaneously, and without their having any knowledge of each other's experience, was indeed uncanny. The end of A Strange Premonition, from Ghost Story Magazine.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him, and every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously. Cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with thick darkness, for the shutters were closed, fastened through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing on it, steadily, steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. In the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or grief, oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with a dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew how the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor," or "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death in approaching him had stalked him with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lay down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray like the thread of the spider shot from out of the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbour. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leapt into the room. He shrieked once, only once. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, the arms, and the legs. I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end to my labours, it was 4 o'clock. still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbour during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been logged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent from the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my own triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long I felt myself getting pale, and I wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat, and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men. But the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose above all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear these hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here! It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. Read for LibriVox.org by JakeW. March 2025.